someone inside says that even a rare medicine can help here. The old man, bowing, asks for forgiveness from the heir of the cult. The young man says that energy deviation is not something that can be easily fixed, and he himself is to blame for what happened. In front of us is a dark figure lying on the bed. The guy thinks that he is guilty, at least because he is a mediocre disciple. He remembers that since birth he did not have a lower core, and could not cultivate internal energy, but instead focused on mystic arts to rise to the position of the heir of the heavenly demon cult. The guy, looking at the old man, tells him to continue working in the same spirit. The man replies that he will try. The hero thinks that he did everything to thank his mentor. The young man walks along the corridor. He says that the elixir of the Hebei clan turned out to be useless, and he has no idea where to find something useful. Someone appears in front of the guy. This person says that they have not seen each other for a long time. The man in traditional Asian clothing, bowing, asks how the guy was doing while they were not seen. He replies that quite a long time has passed since his last meeting with Cheon Hajin. The bearded old man smiles. The guy says that the man's journey must have taken a long time. He states that since the head of the cult and his heir are unable to fulfill their duties, he, as the deputy head, must ensure the prosperity of the heavenly demon cult. The guy, walking away from the man, says that he understands everything and is grateful for the efforts he is making. The hero holds a small cup in his hands. He thinks that Cheon Hajin, this poisonous snake, is unlikely to have gone on a journey just to find out how people live. We see the guy's eyes. He thinks that it is unlikely that this bastard will try to do away with him while he is in his own room. The young man is sitting on the floor. Blood is flowing from his mouth. The guy understands why the drink he just drank had such a strange taste. Dark figures appear above the young man's head. He offers them to drink poison too, since he does not want to feel this taste alone. The hero, sitting on the carpet, still holding the cup in his hand, sounds the order to attack. The killers rush at the young man. He says that the poison is not so bad, but attacking him in his own room is just the height of impudence. The killers strike at the young man sitting on the carpet. One of them says in amazement that it was just an illusion. He does not understand when the hero managed to disappear. He appears behind the killer and says that if the scoundrels decided to kill him in his own shelter, then they should have prepared for this crime better. The guy, who has blood flowing from his mouth, smiles. The killers rush at him again. The hero says that he warned them about the consequences. The boy, clenching his fist, says that their strength is not enough to kill him. We see sharp spikes on the chains. They pierce the killers. The hero, behind whom we can see his enemies, asks if this is really all that they are capable of after the training they have received. Raising his left hand, the boy says that he is very disappointed with this shameful performance. An old man with a beard pulled into a pigtail looks angrily at the hero, who declares that he sees Cheon Hajin and the elders in front of him. In front of us is the man's right eye. He thinks that even a tiny dose of poison that the hero drank is capable of dissolving a cow to the bone, and this guy is still joking and smiling. He thinks that he is facing a real monster. The young man, around whom dead enemies lie, declares that if his body were a little more fragile, he might have been dead. Hajin declares that he is very sorry that his nephew did not act as he was advised. Behind the hero's uncle, a fighter is seen grabbing a sword. Hajin states that he cannot allow an orphan who is not even capable of mastering martial arts to be the leader of the cult, and it is very good that permission was given from above to act as he sees fit. The hero stands, surrounded by his enemies. Smiling, he states that the elders of the cult look like scared kittens. He asks if they do not have the courage to attack a guy who does not know martial arts, even after poisoning him. Hajin, pointing his finger at the hero, states that his nephew talks too much, and if he simply performed his role as the heir to the cult properly, none of this would have happened. The guy angrily demands that he stop talking nonsense and asks who is behind all of this. The man, looking at the hero with fear, asks again, after which he states that it was a joint decision of the elders and the deputy head of the cult. The guy spreads his arms out and states that he knows full well that Hajin wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. He asks who gave him the order: the Blackbone Ghost Master, the Thunderblood Clan Master, or the Demonic Sanctuary Master. The guy, who has blood coming out of his mouth, sadly says that most likely it was an order from someone who is not a member of their cult, and Hajin and the elders betrayed the organization to get rid of him. He says that he suspects that the cult leader ended up in his current state due to the actions of these same bastards. Raising his hand, Hajin angrily asks how the guy can accuse him of such a crime. He lunges at the hero. The guy, looking calmly at the man, says that judging by the reaction, the assumption was correct. Mentally addressing the head of the cult, he says that it seems that this is the price of the trust that he always spoke so highly of, and the bastard who was given it simply stabbed them both in the back. Hajin delivers a powerful blow. The hero crashes into the wall with his back. The villain holds the guy by the throat and says that no matter how much he hates him, they studied under the same master, and he is still the current leader of the heavenly demon cult. The man promises to kill the hero with his own hands, which should be considered a great honor for him. The hero, smiling, says that Hajin carefully planned all this, and now he is organizing some kind of farce to find an excuse for himself. The guy says that because of his stupidity, the man became a puppet of external forces. Hajin furiously asks how Yunwoon Wai can say such a thing, then states that the guy probably does not want to die in peace. We see the faces of the two opponents. Hajin says that the guy does not need to worry, as he will correct all his mistakes and ensure the prosperity of the cult. Y opens his bloody mouth wide. He sees elders in front of him, armed with various weapons. The man's hand squeezes the guy's throat. Y says that the bastards tolerated him for a long time, but were still unable to understand his true strength. Hajin presses the hero against the wall. He says that since his enemies decided to kill him, they should have remembered one simple thing. Hajin, holding the enemy by the throat, says that he talks too much before dying. Amazement appears on the man's face. He notices the demon dragon sword. The hero holds this weapon in his hand. Hajin reaches for the sword. He angrily asks how dare Y cause trouble until his very last moment on this earth. And does he really think he will be allowed to pull such a cheap trick? We see a bright purple glow. Hajin flies away from the hero. The man, looking at Y in fear, asks when he managed to gather such a huge amount of mystical energy. A bright flash occurs above the bloody guy's head. Y says that he put all the mystical power he has into the demon dragon sword, which contains the will of the first heavenly demon. The guy grins bloodthirstily. He says that he collected this energy while defending himself from the ridiculous attacks of his enemies. One of the elders screams in horror for his comrades to form a defensive formation and use internal energy. His comrade yells that all this must be done very quickly. The sword glows brightly. Y says that it is already too late. We see white eyes. The hero uses the Hellfire Soul Explosion ritual skill. White energy fills the entire room. The elders scream hysterically. Hajin looks at his nephew in horror. He opens his mouth wide and shouts his name. In front of us is a temple standing on the edge of a cliff. Circles are spreading around it. A powerful explosion occurs. Y is sitting in a lotus position on a snowy mountainside. He thinks that no matter how miserable his life was, he did not expect such an end. Snow falls on the guy's head. Y remembers how children beat him. He thinks that the snow now is the same as it was on that memorable day. The child is lying on the ground. One of his opponents says that he will spare this scoundrel who sees ghosts. Grinning, the young man declares that he will beat the hero half to death if he once again starts talking nonsense about seeing evil spirits in someone. The boy looks down sadly. His opponent says that from what he heard, the boy also has a destroyed core. He says that he would have committed suicide long ago if he were an orphan who does not have a core. In front of the child lies a stone. Y remembers that he simply told everyone the truth, but in response he received only hatred. He takes the stone in his hand. The boy jumps. He is preparing to bring the stone down on the head of his enemy, who just says that he is very hungry. Y thinks that in order to survive in such a disgusting world, he could not sit idly by. The children shout loudly that they need to catch the bastard who dared to attack them. The boy sits by the wall. He says that the little bastards do not know that it is necessary to surrender in time. In front of us is the left eye of the young man. He sees terrible monsters in front of him and asks when these vile lost souls will finally leave him alone. The man standing behind the boy says that he has some special eyes. Y looks at the one who approached him with fear. The boy does not understand how he managed to get close to him so unnoticed. The hero pays attention to the hilt of the sword. He thinks that the man is wearing expensive clothes and has an even more expensive sword. Y realizes that he ran quite far from crowded places, and if this man came for him on purpose, then it still means something. The hero, looking down sadly, says that if his interlocutor finds the eyes of this damned bastard unusual, he can take them if he wants. The man, who towers over the boy, asks why he is so willing to part with his eyes. Y says that in front of him is a martial arts master who can take whatever he wants. The hero remembers that back then he was not at all against leaving the world forever, in which hatred and disrespect have become the norm. The man grabs the child by the chest. Y says he doesn't know if his eyes can be useful, but the master can rip them out, boil them, roast them, and generally do with them what he wants. He declares that the boy's eyes are not a curse, but a blessing. The man sits down in front of the child sitting on the ground. He says that some people are born with a blessed upper energy core or with a special soul, and such people always do great things. Y remembers that these words seem too sweet to him to be true. The hero looks at his consoler in shock. He says that the boy has the potential to become more unique than anyone else in this world and offers to go with him. Y remembers that for the first time in his life he felt warmth from another person. The boy and his new acquaintance walk forward. The man asks the child's name. The child replies that he has no name. The martial artist states that in this case, to immortalize the moment of this meeting, he wants to give him the name Yunwoon Y. The hero sits in the snow. He remembers that he found a reason to live on then, and did everything possible to help his master. A vague figure is visible behind the curtains. Y thinks that because of his cursed body, the master was in a state of energetic deviation. The guy grinds his teeth in anger. He thinks that if he just dies here, it will be too pitiful an end to his existence. He understands that his body is about to turn to dust, and no matter what he does, it will not survive, so he has only one way left. A bright flash is visible around the guy. Y sits in the lotus position. He uses the forbidden art of Zoroastrianism reincarnation through the primordial divine wheel, used to overcome death and transfer the soul into the body of another person. We see a magical formation. The hero thinks that even if the transfer is successful, the new user of the body is doomed to a short life due to the fact that his soul is rejected by the body. Y rests his left hand on the yellow magical formation. He thinks that he has channeled the remaining mystical energy into the fragments of the demon dragon sword to activate this art. And now he can only hope for the will of heaven. Not far from the hero, a temple is visible. Fire rises up. Under the column of flames, ruins are visible. Y begs his master to live until his return. The guy is lying on the floor. Someone asks him if he understands what he is supposed to do during his visit to the clan leader. He is explained that as the son of a concubine he must keep a low profile. Y is incredibly annoyed by what is happening now, plus his whole body is numb and tingling. The guy thinks that waking up from such screams is the worst thing that can happen. In front of us is the left eye of the young man. Y realizes that he has finally managed to reincarnate with the help of the primordial divine wheel. An angry woman is standing over the hero lying on the floor. She calls him Tang Woon Y and asks if he can hear her, after which she demands that he stop lying around and get up on his feet. The hero gets to his feet, holding his side. He thinks that it is quite ironic that now his name is almost the same as in his past life. The woman says that she has tolerated the guy's inappropriate behavior for long enough. The woman raises her hand to strike. She asks if the boy can't even give a proper answer to the elders. The hero intercepts her hand. Y, looking angrily at the woman, says that her breath stinks terribly, and it would be good if she turned away. The woman pulls her hand back and angrily asks if the boy really rejects her fair instructions and shows complete disrespect. The door slams shut, and the woman finally screams at the hero not to even think about leaving here until he realizes all his mistakes. The hero sits on the edge of the bed and sighs with relief. He says that he can finally be in silence for a while. The boy thinks that, according to the preserved memories of his new body, this woman is his stepmother. The hero looks ahead gloomily. He thinks that reincarnation through the primordial divine will only works on bodies that have just died or are on the verge of life and death. And although the child he transferred into is not this woman's biological son, it is hard to believe that she beat him half to death. The hero previously thought that his previous life was pathetic and insignificant. But the fate of this very Tang Woon Y can easily compete with it. The hero grabs his shoulder. He says that, in any case, the body he received is very poorly trained and is in a disgusting state. A bright glow is visible in the guy's lower abdomen. Y says that, nevertheless, this body has something that he did not have in his past life, namely the lower energy core. We see a blonde warrior. The hero thinks that if he can develop his lower core and learn martial arts based on the mystical skills he learned with his upper core in his past life, while maintaining the power of his eyes that can control the dead, he will be able to protect his master. Y raises his right hand. He thinks that he simply must do all this. The youth clenches his fist in anger. He thinks that he must also show the bastards who betrayed the heavenly demon cult who exactly they messed with. In front of us is the door of the pagoda. It is reported that the Tang clan was one of the 6 greatest clans in the martial realm and ruled the province of Sichuan. We see a map. Potala Palace and the Kunlun School were located to the west of the clan's territory, and to the south were the Heavenly Dragon Monastery, Tianzeng Sect and the 5 Poison Sect. To the north were the Central Plains, which were the border with the Heavenly Demon Cult. The moon shines above the armed men. It is reported that the striking force that ensured the hegemony of the Tang clan was the Wild Wind Squad. We see the squad's fighters and their commander. The hero thinks that this squad was led by Tang Ho-san, nicknamed Wild Wind Rampager. In front of us is a wooden tablet. It is reported that Tang Ho-san founded not only the Wild Wind Squad, but also the 9 Dragons Division family. People walk along the streets of the trading and military stronghold of Sichuan, located in Zhejiang County, and it is here that Ho-san settled, becoming the viceroy of Tang Moon Hyuk, the Dark Lord and head of the Tang clan. We see 3 characters. The hero thinks that Ho-san had 3 heirs, 2 from his legal wife, Namgung San-yang. One of them is called Tang Yujin, and the second Tang Yuchang. Behind the hero's back, his father is visible. The guy thinks that the mother of this man's 3rd son was a servant with whom he slept while very drunk, and Y reincarnated in the body of this illegitimate descendant of the Tang clan. The hero stands, sadly lowering his eyes. He thinks that everyone around him treats him with contempt, but he is still the ruler's son and his heir. A servant approaches the hero, who complains that the guy's stepmother ordered not to deliver food to their rooms, and now they will all starve. Y cannot believe that even the servants look down on him. The servant shouts for the guy to run and beg for forgiveness. Y slaps the angry man. He flies back and falls on his back. The servant, looking at the hero with hatred, asks why he hit him, because he just advised what to do. The guy's eyes glow menacingly. The servant shouts that if he continues to beat him, he will be in big trouble and he will report everything to his stepmother. We see the servant's swollen face. The hero says that he really hopes that Hyung Sam will do the right thing, because he is his mother's childhood friend. The servant says that he understands everything and will not forget what he owes to the hero and his parent. Then he promises to serve them both diligently. Smiling predatorily, the hero asks if this means that the man will bring him what he needs. He replies that he will prepare everything right now. Folding his hands in front of his face, Hyung Sam promises to return soon. Y looks at his hand. He cannot believe that it is shaking so much after just a few blows. The guy realizes that he is in an incredibly weak body and, in addition, he does not have a single ally in this house. Y stands in a beam of light. He understands that his current situation is largely due to his stepmother's attitude towards him, and at this rate he will not be able to quickly rise in the Tang clan hierarchy. The boy touches his stomach. He thinks that the only solution is to cultivate his internal energy. But there is a big problem with this, since Tang Woon Wai has already learned the Tang clan cultivation technique, and his mentor's art is demonic and cannot be learned at the same time as traditional cultivation techniques. The boy's eyes are closed. He thinks that in the heavenly demon cult, which has a 1,000-year history, there must have been many members from the Tang clan. The boy understands that now a great burden will fall on Tang Woon Wai's untrained upper meridian. But if he uses the memories remaining in his upper meridian, he will be able to copy the information and transfer it to the virtual space. A magic formation is visible behind the boy. We can see the boy's left eye. Standing in the middle of a huge library, Wai realizes that a suitable virtual space would be the 1,000-year-old secret archive of the heavenly demon cult. We see the profile of a young man. He thinks that, fortunately, he did not lose most of his memories after reincarnation. In his hand, the hero holds a book. He thinks that in his situation, the most suitable cultivation method would be the poison dragon essence art. In front of us is a muscular young man. Wai remembers that the poison specialist of the Tang clan joined the heavenly demon cult after being exiled and created a technique that allowed him to learn the art of using demonic cult poisons. The hero looks at the book. He remembers that the man used poison energy instead of demonic energy to master the cult's martial arts, despite the fact that his body was familiar with the techniques of the Tang clan. The hero slams the book shut. He thinks that the Tang clan of Sichuan resisted demonic cults, but were different from their allies because they used poison energy. Wai looks down sadly. He realizes that if he uses the poison dragon essence art, the Tang clan members will not suspect him of anything. The boy stretches his legs. He thinks that the problem is that he will have to experience excruciating pain when using this energy, and in order to obtain it, he will have to absorb very high-quality poisons. The boy's eyes emit a purple glow. A smile appears on his face. He says that after using the upper meridian, the special properties of his eyes have finally opened. Raising his left hand, Wai asks how long they are going to look at him like this. Vague silhouettes are visible in front of him. The boy says that he understands that he was quite attractive in his past life, but he still feels awkward when they look at him like that. We see the boy's killers chained up. He states that Cheon Hajin and the elders are in front of him. The old man opens his mouth wide and angrily asks why the man standing in front of him is talking in such a tone. One of the elders shakes the chain around his neck and demands that the heir of the cult free them. He asks if the boy is afraid of their wrath. Wai, propping his head in his hand, says that he is very happy to see such a reaction from his uncle and the elders. One of the men, pointing at the boy, says that he remains as vile as in his past life, and must understand that back then they rebelled against him precisely because of his intolerable character. Hand holding the chain, Wai says that the elders should have been prepared for all this if they were going to kill him. One of his enemies is smashed face first into the floor. Hajin looks at the boy in fear. The boy asks if his uncle knows what his nephew is capable of. A toothy monster appears above the boy's head. Wai uses the Ghost King's skill. The boy looks up. Hajin tries to understand if the boy was really always that strong. The old man lies on the floor. Wai declares that if his uncle remains a ghost forever, he will not be able to complete the cycle and reach samsara. He asks if this is what the old man wants. Hajin curses. The ghost, opening his toothy mouth, says that his nephew needs the information he has, and if he wants to get it, he must behave differently. Wai declares that his uncle is wrong. Hajin asks again in amazement. Putting his hand out in front of him, the hero says that he has more than enough informants. Wai moves his hand towards his uncle's head. The old man's face stretches out. He screams piercingly. A white sphere hangs above the hero's hand. He offers the ghost to look at this pill and says that it is filled with the grievances of the dead, therefore it contains an incredibly strong poison. Wai puts the ball in his mouth and declares that from now on he will feed on such things. The elders look at the hero in shock. He is experiencing terrible torment. Streams of purple energy rise around the boy. One of the ghosts says that he can't believe that the boy is still able to stand. He is reminded that even Crimson Crane poison could not poison this boy. Wai, smiling, says that now that the deputy head of the cult Cheon Hajin has become the basis for the poison dragon essence art, the remaining elders have a choice. Either they will obey, or they will be absorbed just like Hajin. The ghosts look at the boy in shock. In his hand, the boy has many white balls. He says that he cannot believe that the elders of the heavenly demon cult were simply following the orders of an organization called the Society. The ghosts swear that they are not lying. The hero thinks that the problem is that an organization that does not have a normal name has completely real members. The boy brings his left hand to his face. One of the elders shouts that the customers did not provide any information about themselves, and asks the boy to believe him. In front of the pagoda, a dark figure hangs in the air. Wai thinks that the members of the heavenly demon cult believe that their ruler was an incarnation of a god. The leader of the cult is lying on the bed. Wai thinks that the elders, who considered the heavenly demon their god, decided to destroy him, the heir, because they believed that he was undermining the reputation of their god. Blood flows from Wai's mouth. We see the funny faces of the elders. The boy thinks that these people were more afraid of the members of the society than their master, the heavenly demon they worshipped. The young man looks down. He thinks that the elders simply became victims of the cunning plans of one of the Husk Shedders factions. In front of us is a spire and several warriors. Y remembers that Husk Shedders are people who crossed over to another plane of existence when they tried to climb a tower that towers over the heavens. They are powerful demigods capable of mind-boggling things, which can even be considered natural disasters. Y sits on his bed. He thinks that the real customers of his murder turned out to be much more powerful beings than he assumed. The young man covers his mouth with his hand. He thinks that he does not have time to wait until his body gradually adapts to the poison. Y, smiling, says that he must speed up. The dishes break against the wall. It is reported that the incident takes place 2 months later in the room of the hero's stepmother. The woman asks if her interlocutor is sure that he did not bring food to this damned bastard. The servant kneels before Sanyang. He states that he would never dare to disobey an order. The woman asks why in that case the hero is still completely fine. Because she expected him to surrender in 3 days and crawl on his knees to beg for forgiveness. Sanyang cries. She says that rumors have spread throughout the estate that she killed her stepson and replaced him with some kind of double. The head of the clan will arrive soon, and she does not know what will happen if these rumors reach his ears. The woman, sitting at the table, asks what documents exactly the hero asked to bring. The servant replies that it is information about the current state of affairs in the martial realm and especially in the outer regions. Sanyang clenches her fist. She thinks that the guy was never interested in such things and has changed too much in the past 2 months. The woman tries to understand who is behind all this. An idea comes to her mind. She realizes that although this is a completely useless subject, he is the son of the head of an influential family, and if he makes a good impression on the head of the clan, he will be able to strengthen his position. Sanyang imagines the young man as a puppet in someone's hands. She understands that she will not be surprised at all if someone manipulates this small parasite to achieve their own goals. The woman jumps up from her seat and angrily shouts that only Gyujin and Yuchang should attract the attention of the head of the clan. But not this dirty bastard. She is informed that young Master Tang Yuchang has arrived. Sanyang looks towards the door and asks if her son is really here and has he finished his training. The servant, smiling, says that in this case he will leave his mistress. She angrily declares that he should disappear from her sight, but immediately inform her if the little bastard is up to something dangerous. Yuchang, with his hands folded in front of him, asks how his mother is doing. Sanyang, with his right hand raised, tells his son that she is fine and praises him for his good work. She then asks if he was able to achieve his goal. Yuchang states that he still has room to improve, but has already mastered the energy of the shadow. Sanyang happily states that she never doubted that he could do it. Yuchang says that on the way here, he heard some rumors about the bastard of their family. He asks if that bastard really did not apologize after being rude to his mother. Sanyang, touching her forehead with her fingers, says that she feels sick just thinking about that bastard and cannot understand what he is planning. Yuchang states that he thinks someone is supporting Y. Sanyang, looking at his son in surprise, asks if he really noticed it too. Yuchang, with his arms folded, says that it is simply impossible for a person with minimal internal energy to survive for 2 months without food and water. It seems to him that someone is bringing him some kind of elixirs every night. Sanyang angrily clenches his fist. She says that she has thought about it too, but she cannot even imagine what kind of fool is helping this bastard. Yuchang, raising his index finger, says that this is why his brother must appear at the festival during the clan leader's visit. The woman asks in amazement why this is necessary. Yuchang, smiling, says that if the bastard gets such an opportunity, then the one who supports him will be forced to support him, thereby giving himself away. Sanyang rubs his chin thoughtfully and states that it is a good idea and that Y will most likely start receiving elixirs in much larger quantities to strengthen his body, and then those who support him will come forward to receive their rewards. Yuchang states that this is exactly how it is and that once they find out who is behind all of this, they will be able to destroy him. Raising his right fist, Sanyang asks what will happen if the bastard makes a mistake and will the clan leader not disapprove if they lose one of their family's heirs. Yuchang states that whoever is supporting Y, there is no way that he can achieve anything serious. Yuchang smiles and states that if Y makes a mistake or does something naughty, he will personally fix the situation as an older brother. Purple energy leaks out of the window. We see the lower part of the hero's face. Yuchang says that no matter what kind of help Y gets, the boy, who is only superficially familiar with the Tang clan's energy cultivation technique, will not be able to show anything special. A toothy creature is seen above the hero's head. Yuchang states that the boy will not be able to achieve anything, since his time is too short. Y is sitting on the bed in front of the kneeling Hyung Sam. He asks if it has already been 6 years. Hyung Sam replies that he was told that this is how long the war within the heavenly demon cult has been going on. The hero rests his hand on the magic formation. He thinks that 2 months ago he ordered his servant to inquire about the latest developments in the martial realm. Y is lying on the floor. The hero thinks that the reincarnation through the primordial divine will should have taken a long time, but everything turned out to be much worse than he thought. The boy sadly looks down. He cannot come to terms with the fact that 6 years have already passed. Hyung Sam, spreading his arms out to the sides, declares that the heavenly demon has disappeared. The hero asks again in surprise. The servant says that everyone around considers this a trick of the demonic cult and is afraid of the appearance of the heavenly demon. The hero seems thoughtful. He has a slight hope that his master is alive. The young man clenches his fist. He wants to immediately go to the Tian Shan Mountains. But he understands that he does not have the strength, money and information to do this. Blue energy flows around the young man's fist. Why is training in the martial arts hall? He understands that he especially needs information. The guy practices strikes and defense. He thinks that, in all likelihood, the traitors will also try their best to find the master, and if they have not yet managed to do this, then he should at least get the data that they have. The hero remembers that, coincidentally, the head of the Tang clan will soon pay a visit to the Nine Dragons Division family. In front of us is Dark Sovereign Tang Moon Hyuk. There are many fighters standing in front of him. The youth thinks that according to rumors, this person will create a special combat unit, and if he gets into it, then perhaps he can use the Tang clan's spy network to search for the master. Y stands with his fists clenched. A strange creature states that the hero seems to be about to master 12 fierce tiger steps. The youth thinks that this is one of the best basic techniques used by wandering warriors. A tiger is seen above the fighter's head. It is reported that this martial art uses fists, palms, fingers and feet as deadly weapons. Y raises his left fist. He thinks that he has achieved his current result by pushing his body to the limit through extreme training, using the poison dragon essence art technique, and eating ghost pills. The boy looks at the pills on the table with disgust and asks if he should swallow them again. The strange creature says that it is simply necessary for safety purposes. A terrified ghost is seen above the bug. The hero threatens the creature that if it is useless, it will turn into a spiritual elixir. The insect replies that it is trying its best. Y swallows the pills. He asks the bug what other news there is, for example, about Dark Sovereign. The creature replies that it does not know when Tang Moon Hyuk will arrive, but it is certain that Yu Chang has returned home after seclusion. The hero takes another portion of pills. It says that Dark Sovereign's visit is approaching, so Yu Chang's appearance is logical. The bug says that it personally saw how this boy and his mother, San Yang, discussed the hero during their meetings. Surprise appears on the boy's face. He asks the bug to tell him what it heard. We see a one-story building. The hero says that it is now clear that his brother and stepmother will try to get rid of him during the visit of Dark Sovereign. Y stands with his arms folded on his chest. He asks if the conspirators really think that someone secretly supports him. The bug answers this question in the affirmative. The young man says that they came up with all this themselves. Y, smiling, says that for him now the recommendation to the special unit is more important. He tried to understand what his new relatives would do, and they, as it turns out, are just paving the way for him. The guy says that he still does not like their intention to humiliate him. From behind the door comes the voice of Hyang Sam, who shouts that he came to the young master. The guy allows him to enter. On the table there is a cup with a steaming drink. Y asks what it is. Hyang Sam answers that it is a medicine that his stepmother prepared for him. The young man looks at the servant standing with a tray and reminds him that San Yang ordered not to give him food or drink. Hyang Sam says that the lady thought that her stepson had suffered enough and decided to send this drink so that the boy could replenish his energy reserves. Y sighs heavily. He thinks that the old witch is too predictable, and tells the servant to leave the drink on the table. Hyang Sam looks at the boy with a face distorted with fear. He says that the lady ordered to make sure that the boy drinks the medicine. Y drinks the contents of a wide cup, realizing that, apparently, San Yang mixed the poison of madness into the drink. However, all this will not work against him, since he has already mastered the poison dragon essence art. The hero's face takes on a green tint. He understands that this drink contains a mixture of 100-year-old ginseng, herbs, a small amount of the poison of madness, and 5 essence powder. In front of us is a bald man clenching his fists. The young man thinks that if you drink this drink just once or twice, the effect will be similar to restoring energy. But with more doses, this elixir will poison the mind. In front of us is a man with an open mouth. The hero looks at the green streams rising in front of him. He thinks that, in principle, all this could be expected, but the drink also contains toxic cinnabar. The elder's ghost is outraged that San Yang is trying to poison his own stepson. He says that this witch must have gone crazy. The beetle asks in bewilderment how a woman could slip such poison to a young man. The hero looks angrily at the insect, asks it to shut up, and says that it would be better if the beetle followed San Yang and found the sorcerer who helps her. The strange creature flies out the window, promising to carry out the master's order. The young man puts the cup on the table. He understands that the stepmother planned to drive him crazy with poison, and then cast a spell that turns him into a puppet. The hero is very interested in how good the sorcerer she hired is. The young man looks at Hyang Sam in surprise and asks why he is still here if he already saw how the elixir was drunk. The servant says that the hero is waiting for the martial artist sent by San Yang. Y asks again in surprise. The boy stands in front of the mentor sent to him. He introduces himself as Tengan, a martial artist who was assigned to train the young master. The mentor has a very strange expression on his face. He says that he will teach the boy, albeit not for very long. Y understands that he is a great warrior, and when the Wild Wind Squad was active, he was one of the best fighters of the most elite squad and was among the 5 most outstanding martial artists of the 9 Dragons Division family. Tengan yawns. The hero remembers that, however, he is an incredibly lazy person who has long stopped fulfilling his duties. The young man is very interested in why he suddenly decided to take up his training. Tengan holds up 4 fingers and states that this is how many days he was ordered to train the hero before the clan leader's visit. Wai understands that the fighter agreed to work with him because he did not want to help with the preparations for the ceremonial events. San Yang, raising his index finger, says something to the martial artist. Wai understands that this witch's intentions are obvious, and now she can tell everyone that she takes good care of her stepson. Tangon stands over the defeated hero. The young man understands that his stepmother still wants to take over his mind in order to humiliate him in front of the clan leader. The hero thinks that San Yang's plan has finally become relatively clear to him. Wai calmly asks Tangon what he is going to teach him. The warrior, chewing on a straw, states that San Yang ordered her stepson to be trained in a certain type of martial art. Wai and Tangon stand opposite each other. The hero asks what martial art exactly they are talking about. The mentor states that the boy must be careful, since he will not show anything twice. Copies of his mentor are visible around the boy. Wai realizes that a special step technique allows a martial artist to move like a shadow. In front of us is the boy's left eye. The boy pays attention to his mentor's feet. Tangon, standing in front of the boy, states that he just saw shadow steps. Wai asks if this is the same skill that Yichang uses. Tangon confirms this assumption. The older brother is visible behind the hero. Wai realizes that San Yang is going to elevate his own son by arranging a demonstration performance, during which they will perform together. Tangon, raising his fingers, says that shadow steps are ideal for use with poisons or hidden weapons. There are footprints on the ground. The mentor states that he left them for the hero to follow. The hero thinks that Tangon left the footprints by moving like a shadow, and he fully lives up to his reputation as a warrior of the fierce wind. The mentor, chewing on a blade of grass, states that he showed how to do the shadow steps, and the hero should now try to repeat them. The warrior states that it is time for him to go, and if the guy is unclear about something, he can talk to the head of the Righteous Wind Hall. Wai says that he has learned everything a long time ago. Tangon asks again in amazement. The hero, looking at the mentor, states that he really learned the shadow steps. Tangon thoughtfully scratches the back of his head. He says that he does not believe it, since the guy has never studied martial arts, and the shadow steps are quite complex, and it takes new recruits of the Wild Wind Squad about 10 days just to learn their sequence. The man puts his hand on his chest and says that even a genius like him needed 5 days to learn it, and that to truly understand the shadow steps, one needs at least 3 months. The hero is surprised that Tangon just called himself a genius. The martial artist walks away from his student, saying that if he understood everything, he can start training hard. Wai insistently repeats that he has already learned the shadow steps. Tangon grabs his face and tells the young master Wai that this is not an art that can be repeated after seeing it once. The hero asks if Tangon wants to bet with him. The guy holds up 3 fingers and says that he will bet 30 silver coins that he has already completely mastered the shadow steps. The master turns around and asks again in amazement. The young man, still showing the same number of fingers, says that Tangon seems to have finally become interested. He states that as far as he knows, a master's monthly salary is about 10 coins, and that real interest usually only arises when the bet is equal to about 3 months of labor. Tangon thoughtfully rubs his chin. He says that shadow steps are a martial art created within the Tang clan, and betting on something so priceless is simply absurd. The hero, putting his hand to his mouth, calls out to his instructor. Looking at him defiantly, the boy asks if Tangon is by any chance afraid. The man's eyes fill with anger. The young man spreads his arms out to the sides in a funny way and says that Tangon is a common coward who said that a genius like him needed 5 days to master this technique. And here some young man claims that he coped with the same task in less than an hour. Wai says that in this case everything suits him and he will continue to train on his own. A smile appears on Tangon's face. He says that the guy is an excellent provocateur, after which he says that he agrees and will accept 30 coins as a fine for blatant disrespect for martial arts. Wai, smiling, says that Tangon agreed and now he cannot take his words back. The mentor invites the impudent guy to show what he is capable of. Wai quickly moves around Tangon. He looks over his shoulder in amazement. The guy smiles mockingly. He holds a bag of money in his hands and says that Tangon seems to be going to drink today. The hero says that there is a pretty decent amount in the wallet. Tangon, sweat running down his face, says that it is simply impossible, and the villain even managed to rob him along the way. Tangon, indignantly spreading his arms, shouts that this is a deception. He does not understand when the hero managed to learn the shadow steps. The young man answers that there is no deception here, and he just learned this art. Wai asks to answer whether he ever had the opportunity to study martial arts. Tangon thoughtfully says that the young man seems to be right, but he simply could not learn the shadow steps, having seen them only once. The hero, smiling, declares that his instructor cannot admit his defeats at all, and offers to test him again. The guy says that if Tangon knows some other martial art, preferably not so boring, he will be able to see that he is wrong. Tangon looks incredibly upset. The hero mocks him, saying that it must be difficult to deal with a genius. In addition, he notes that the bets the instructor makes are simply ridiculous, and this also affects his confidence in his abilities. Tangon, whose back we see, is seething with anger. He asks the youth to wait for him here, and promises to bring more money. Wai, smiling, thinks that he is dealing with a simpleton. The instructor, gritting his teeth in rage, declares that he knows many much more complex secret arts than shadow steps, and that he will still see what the youth shows him. Why, smiling, says that the situation the instructor finds himself in must be confusing for him, because his student, who has never practiced martial arts, mastered the skill after only seeing him once, and in addition, he took possession of the contents of his teacher's wallet. There are many corpses around the hero. He thinks that he has never personally studied martial arts, but in his life as the heir to the cult he has met many famous masters. In front of the guy hangs the ghost of the elder. He asks if the master is satisfied with his work. He answers that everything went great. The ghost reaches for a bag of money. Wai thinks that in his past life he remembered a huge number of basic martial arts, but stealing a wallet from Tangon, who is much stronger than him, would be impossible if he had not been helped by spirits, for whom such tricks are a piece of cake. An evil light shines in the guy's eyes. He declares that it is time to completely rob the instructor. 4 hours later, Tangon demonstrates the butterfly, haunting the soul skill to the hero. Then he shows several more of his skills. Tangon screams out loud, saying goodbye to his money. There are 2 ghosts in front of us. One of them says that he still feels sorry for this heretic who was unlucky enough to get involved with the young master. The second one says that he himself experienced similar suffering in his past life. Why, humming a song, asks if Tangon has any other skills. He sadly says that he can no longer borrow money from the bank. The hero says that this is very sad. The young man, smiling, asks if Tangon would mind another bet. The grief-stricken instructor reminds him that he has no money left. The young man points to the money lying on the floor and offers just one more bet, in which he will put everything he has won on the line. Tangon is shaking with anger. He asks if the guy is really going to sell him as a slave. Wai says that he is not going to do anything like that. The guy raises his index finger and says that Tangon has an important martial art that is very difficult to copy. The young man clarifies that it is the storm dance. We see the instructor's left eye. The man calls the hero young master Wai. The guy looks at the mentor a little embarrassed. Tangon angrily clenches his fist. He declares that the storm dance is the soul of the storm squad. We see that the man is angry. He says that putting the storm dance on the line in an argument would be disrespectful to the squad, which is the stronghold of the 9 Dragons division family, so he demands to refrain from mentioning it. Wai thinks that Tangon may seem simple, but in no case should we forget that he is a warrior of the fierce wind from the storm squad. The young man asks his mentor if he has the right to learn the storm dance. Tangon, closing his eyes, says that of course Wai has the right to do this, because he is the son of the head of the 9 Dragons division family, and since this art has already been demonstrated to the first daughter and third son of this family, it would be logical to show it to another representative of it. Wai, clenching his fists, tells the mentor that he does not mean his rights as an heir. He asks if the warrior believes that the boy standing before him can master the storm dance. Tangon looks at the young man in amazement. He, raising his left fist, asks the warrior of the furious wind from the storm squad if he believes that Wai has the talent to become a storm. Above the head of the young man, a warrior in a straw hat is visible. Wai asks if he, Tangwoon Wai, has the right to continue the mission of the storm squad. Tangon looks at the guy in shock, remembering the legacy of his squad. We see the warrior sitting next to the corpses of his comrades. The surviving fighters bow before their master. Tangon thinks that after that terrible defeat, the squad practically ceased to exist. The fighter looks up. He thinks that one day he can become a real storm again. In front of us is Wai. Tangon thinks that 20 years have passed since the defeat. He has almost buried those memories in himself, and he could not even imagine that he would hear such words from Tangwoon Wai, the weakest of the heirs. Tangon excitedly says that the hero's words stirred his heart, but the fact that the young man offered to put the storm dance on the line in a bet makes him doubt the sincerity of his words. Tangon hits his chest with his hand and screams that all this is simply driving him crazy. Wai, raising his right hand, asks if Tangon would have agreed to teach him if 4 hours ago, when they first met, he asked to teach him the storm dance because he wanted to inherit it. The young man reminds his instructor that he had no doubts when he showed him the shadow steps. Tangon states that he does not know how to answer that question. The man, looking down sadly, states that he understands that the boy provoked him by offering a bet to show off his skills. Tangon, who is standing in front of a smiling hero, states that he heard rumors that the young master had changed a lot, but now he sees that he hid his strength and intelligence well. The instructor states that all the martial arts he showed, including the shadow steps, would never have been possible for the young master Tangwoon Wai, whom he knew before. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, Tangon says that 2 months is not enough to accumulate enough internal energy, which means that the boy has been storing it for a long time, hiding it from his stepmother, and only before the arrival of Dark Sovereign he decided to show his sharp claws. Wai states that this is exactly the case. Tangon, looking at the youth with a puzzled expression, says that deceiving one's own family is the most insidious and cunning plan that can be. Wai understands that such words are considered compliments in the Tang clan, but he still finds it strange to hear them. The ghosts hanging behind the youth are talking to each other. One of them says that Tangon has apparently seen through the true value of the cult leader's successor. The second states that it is impossible not to admire the strongest assets that Heavenly Demon Cult has. Wai thinks that the elders are simply asking to be turned into pills. The hero, placing his hand on his belt, asks whether Tangon will teach him the storm dance or not. He hums thoughtfully. The ghosts continue to admire the hero. One of them says that no one can resist the words of the heir of the cult. The second admits that it is thanks to this quality of his that he made many follow him. Why, smirking, decides that these chatterboxes should still be put to pills. Tangon looks at the hero dealing with the ghosts. The warrior declares that he will teach the boy the true storm dance. The hero smiles. Folding his hands in front of his face, he officially declares that Tang Woon Wai of the Tang clan requests training from his mentor, Tangon. The warrior looks at the boy in confusion. A smile appears on his face. Wai and Tangon stand opposite each other. The mentor declares that a member of the storm squad, the warrior of the fierce wind Tangon, accepts the request. We see the fighter's leg. He declares that, unlike previous martial arts, his student will not be able to master the storm dance quickly. The cloak flutters around the mentor. Wai smiles and suggests changing the bet. Tangon asks if they are still arguing. The hero happily declares that they will bet on whether he can learn the storm dance by the end of the day, and the loser will buy the winner food and drinks. Tangon puts out his right hand and declares that if his disciple is serious, he should be ready to buy dinner, because he will definitely lose this time. Tangon stares at the hero, demanding that he watch very carefully. The mentor jumps up. He hovers above the hero. Wai thinks that the former members of the Storm Squad promised not to interfere in matters concerning the succession within the family. So even if Tang Woon Wai inherits the Storm Dance, the members of the squad will not be able to support him in the fight for the inheritance. Wai looks at his mentor carefully. He thinks that he can only tell him one thing, that a new storm will appear very soon. We see several white whirlwinds. Tangon stands completely white. We see empty plates. And now soup bowls. Wai eats like crazy. Tangon thinks that he does not regret the money lost, because the better he trains the young master Tang Woon Wai, the better for everyone. But he understands that he would not wish such a drinking buddy, as the hero promised to become a little earlier even on his enemy. The owner of the establishment approaches Tangon and asks if he wants to order something else. The warrior asks for a bottle of alcohol, since he cannot watch what is happening while sober. The hero, continuing to stuff his mouth, asks if his instructor is an alcoholic, and if so, would it not be better to go to the Dragon Lord Pavilion? Tangon irritably asks if the hero knows what the prices are in the just mentioned establishment. The instructor clutches his head. He says that the restaurant they are in is also quite expensive, and it is very popular in these parts. Wai says that he is quite satisfied with the quality of the food here. Tangon pours the contents of the bottle into himself. He says that despite the high cost, he came to this place to buy drinks and have a good time. However, he did not know that Wai would eat as much as an ordinary person eats in a week. The young man thinks that going to such a high-class place like Dragon Lord Pavilion was not in his plans, and he is quite satisfied with the place where they are sitting now. Wai puts his hand under the table. He thinks that he had to hold back for 2 months because of the ban that Sanyang put on him. A purple seal is visible under the table cover. The young man thinks that he can no longer postpone his plans. The ghosts hanging behind the boy say that he used a communication spell to contact the Divine Fire sect, which worships a demon. One of the elders can't believe that the boy came here to leave this trace. Wai raises a clenched fist. He says that their comrades, who now only feel pain and despair, must know that he, the heir of the Yun Woon Wai cult, is still alive. The beetle sitting on the tree says that 10 days have passed, but there have been no suspicious encounters. The insect is trying to figure out how much longer it will have to sit and watch. The beetle notices something. A girl approaches the house. The insect recognizes the Qing Qing sect uniform on her and tries to figure out what this beauty is doing here. We see the girl's face. The insect recognizes the eldest daughter of the Tang clan, Gyu Jin. The beetle thinks that since she is San Yang's daughter, they must be plotting something against Wai. The beetle looks worried, hoping that Gyu Jin will not turn against her brother. The insect jumps off the branch. Pushing off the ground, it flies towards the house, thinking that if it succeeds, it can ask its master for a favor. We see the strange creature up close. It hears San Yang asking his daughter if she really is going to stick a dagger into her mother's heart. Gyu Jin angrily says that this is nothing compared to the pain San Yang is causing Wai, as this time she locked him in a room and forbade him to bring food there. The girl trembles with indignation. San Yang states that she should not worry about her brother, as someone secretly cares for him, and she should focus on the visit of Dark Sovereign. The girl slams her palm on the table with all her strength. She glares at her mother and asks her what kind of excuse she has for treating her stepson so badly. Gyu Jin says that her mother probably did not even know about Wai's assistance before punishing him. She thinks that she was just trying to kill the guy. Raising her left fist, San Yang asks why her daughter is angry because of some bastard. She states that in this case, Gyu Jin cannot call herself her daughter. The girl looks at her mother with disdain and says that she never forgets to call her brother by this offensive word. Gyu Jin says that in this case she has no choice but to reveal the truth. The girl turns around and leaves. San Yang tries to stop her. The hero's stepmother, clutching her head, sits at the table. She says that Gyu Jin has been too soft since childhood, but everything became much worse when she joined the Qing Qing sect. The woman does not understand how her daughter is going to take her father's place. Beetle does not know what to report to his master, and how to describe the mess that reigns in this family. San Yang, abruptly jumping up from his seat, shouts that all the troubles are because of this damned bastard, and she cannot wait for the visit of the Dark Sovereign. Sanyang moves away from the table. She shouts to her servants that she needs to leave. The beetle tries to understand what this witch is going to do to his master. The insect jumps off the table. It guesses that Sanyang is probably going to the sorcerer. Wai and Tangon are practicing on a spacious platform. The hero thinks that 10 days have passed since he made a mark in the tavern, but there is still no reaction, and no one from the Divine Fire sect has made themselves known. The young man strikes with a pole. He actively waves his weapon. The guy understands that the situation with the followers of the demonic cult where he ended up is not very good. Wai strikes with his weapon. He understands that if he does not gain sufficient strength soon, everything will be sad for him. Tangon, chewing on a stalk, praises the young man. He says that he copes well with the weapon. The hero asks what his mentor is unhappy with. Tangon, looking sadly at the student, states that he does not understand why a Tang clan man would learn to use normal weapons instead of poisons. The man asks why he needed to learn the storm dance at all. The hero thinks that Tang clan fighters are too narrow-minded. The young man, smiling, states that the dispersing flower staff technique that he is currently learning is also an art of the Tang clan, and that is why it is divided into many parts. Tangon, looking at the boy in shock, asks if he has already noticed this. Wai, giving a thumbs up, states that he is a very capable student. Tangon replies that if he really is a true genius, it would be nice to learn modesty as well. We see fighters using various techniques. The hero thinks that many sects and clans often have very complex movements because they are trying to express the enlightenment of martial arts in a physical form. Now we have bottles and various types of projectiles. Wai thinks that the Tang clan is known for using hidden weapons and poisons, and the similarity between these two concepts is only in the use of certain tools. We see intertwined beams. Wai thinks that in the Tang clan, techniques are broken down into parts so that no matter what tool is used, you can move on to the next one. The young man is leaning on a pole. He asks the teacher where he should shift his center of gravity. Wai thinks that although the Tang clan's martial art is far from the most spectacular, it wins due to efficiency. The boy looks at his hand holding the pole. He thinks that the Tang clan system is the basis for successful assassinations and poisoning, but the art of Heavenly Demon's 9 swords of his master, which he wants to learn, is also broken down into many components, so the Tang clan system can be useful when learning said art. We see a dark figure with a sword in his hand. The young man hopes that his current training will help him use his master's art in the most effective way. The hero smiles strangely. He thinks that, as much as he pities his instructor, but the skills of secret assassinations and poisoning will have to wait. Tangon, looking at the student, asks what he is planning. Tangon, folding his arms on his chest, says that Miss Gyujin has returned. He remembers that it seems that the brother and sister were quite close. Wai remembers how he communicated with the girl, and that she was the only person in the 9 Dragons division who treated Tang Woon Wai as a full-fledged member of the family. So this girl was deeply etched in the memory of the guy in whose body the hero found himself. Wai is sitting at the table. He remembers that he received many letters from Gyujin even after he reincarnated in her brother's body. We see these messages. The hero remembers that they were full of care and sympathy, and he really wants to hope that he will maintain a good relationship with Gyujin. Wai understands that the problem is that Sanyang has become his sworn enemy, and no one knows where things will go when this relationship deteriorates even more. Tangon, folding his arms on his chest, says that today the guy needs to go greet the clan elders, so they will continue training tomorrow. Wai, sighing, says that they will do so. The hero, looking at his mentor, says that then he must do something before meeting his sister. Tangon asks if this is what the guy mentioned earlier, and whether he is going to do all this today. The young man, smiling, looks at the warrior and says that, in principle, he has already done everything. Another character is kneeling in front of the man sitting at the table. The first asks the second if he took the pills for 10 days as agreed. The kneeling man states that this is exactly what happened. A bag of money lands in front of him. The master praises his servant, who thanks him. The man runs towards the door. His name is called Mu Yang. We recognize the man sitting at the table as Yu Chang. Mu Yang asks him if he needs to take care of the guy. The young man states that the man can do as he pleases. Yu Chang rubs his chin in satisfaction. He says that if Wai took the madness poison for 10 days, then the poison has probably completely filled his body by now. And even if those who support Wai try to detoxify, it will be difficult for the guy to fully recover before the Dark Sovereign's visit. Tangon and Wai are standing next to each other. Yu Chang thinks that it seems like the mentor is trying his best to teach his brother, but even he himself spent 8 days learning the basic movements of the shadow steps, and no matter how hard the bastard of their family tries, he will only be able to learn the most basic forms by the time of the upcoming event. His sister is visible above Yu Chang's head. The guy thinks that now the main problem is in her. Since she barely returned, she managed to quarrel with her mother because of Wai, and all this can lead to the failure of the plan. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yu Chang looks out the window. He thinks that when Gyujin turns 30, she will become the official heir of the 9 Dragons division family, but she is too spineless to occupy this position. The sun is shining above the guy's head. He thinks that his sister joined the Qingqing sect and did not study the martial arts of the Tang clan, so she cannot be the heir of the family. Yu Chang looks up. He feels that in this regard, it would be fair if he himself took this position. The young man smiles happily. Yu Chang turns his head to the door. from behind which they say that a letter has arrived from the White Pavilion. He allows them to enter. Hyung Sam with a frightened expression declares that this letter is from Master Tang Woon Wai. Gyujin demands that he give the message to him immediately. The guy looks at the letter in which his brother calls him a bastard and offers to fight. Gyujin shakes with rage. It seems to him that the bastard moron has completely gone mad from the poison. Then the thought occurs to him that this could be a trap set up by the one who supports Y. He holds the letter up to the light, suspecting that the paper contains a poison that can poison the recipient, and that is very easy to obtain from the Tang clan. The boy pulls the string. He realizes that it seems that his brother did not try to poison him, which means that he is indeed challenging him to a duel. Y stands with his hands folded in front of him. His brother reads the rest of the letter, in which the boy suggests that they reform their awkward relationship through this duel and let go of all grudges. As befits true martial artists, Yu Chang thinks that the little bastard is up to something. He feels that he should use Y to rise in the eyes of the Dark Sovereign. Yu Chang, looking over his shoulder at Hyung Sam, says that he should tell Y that he received the letter, is very grateful for the challenge, but refuses the duel. The servant states that he understands everything. An hour later, Yu Chang receives another letter, which says that he apparently wet himself out of fear, thinking that his brother is in a hurry for some reason. Yu Chang crumples the letter and tells his servant that Y will probably continue to send such letters, so for a while they just need to stop accepting letters from the White Pavilion. Yu Chang looks at the writing on the wall in amazement, which repeats the phrase about wet pants. The guy, looking down sullenly, demands that one of the servants immediately go to the White Pavilion and tell him that the duel will take place tomorrow at noon in the second training hall. Yu Chang, opening his mouth wide, shouts that he will personally shove his brother's head up his ass. Y, smiling, looks at the servant, who says that Yu Chang conveyed exactly these words. The boy asks why it was necessary to wait so long if his brother was going to accept the offer of a duel anyway. Tangon, looking at his student in surprise, asks what was written in the letter if his brother answered with such wicked words. Y, smiling, says that he does not understand at all how Yu Chang is going to become the heir if his nerves are completely shot. The young man looks at Tangon and asks if he is going to dissuade him. Tangon, winking at the guy, says that he did not even think about doing this. It seems to him that the fight will be incredibly exciting. Y, smiling, looks up and says that he will beat his dear younger brother half to death. In front of us is the roof of a building. Gyujin asks Yu Chang why he decided to fight Y. The girl asks what the point is. Her brother replies that the bastard started to mock him first. The villain, opening his mouth wide, shouts that Gyujin should first talk to Y. The girl looks at her brother in bewilderment, and asks if the hero really started everything. Gyujin stands in front of the entrance to the White Pavilion. She does not understand what is happening here with the energy of ghosts and the energy of death. The girl approaches the stairs. She thinks that they are felt much stronger inside. The girl notices purple stripes on the walls and thinks that there are really a lot of them here. There are exactly the same traces on the floor. Gyujin realizes that the energy of poison and the energy of death completely cover this room. We see the back of the girl's head. She thinks that all this looks like a haven of a martial arts master. A dark figure is visible behind Gyujin. The girl also feels the energy of ghosts. She takes out her sword. Gyujin throws it forward. The hero moves the blade aside. Gyujin looks at him in amazement, and says that this simply cannot be. Without removing her sword from the young man's face, she asks if her brother Y is really in front of her. The hero looks at his sister, and says that she greets him in a very strange way. Gyujin raises her hands apologetically. She states that she tried to stop her attack but didn't expect someone else to interrupt her. Y thinks that Gyujin came in while he was using the poison dragon essence art to circulate his internal energy, so he noticed her too late. The boy stands in front of his sister, clenching his fists. He knows that if Gyujin were to detect his current levels of poison energy and internal energy, then all of his plans would go to waste. The boy frowns at his sister. He suspects that Sanyang sent her to find out what he was capable of before the fight with Yu Chang. The girl, smiling, states that she was worried about her brother who had a fight with her mother, and it was a relief to see that he was completely fine. Y realizes that the girl looks at him like his master, who was the only one who cared about him. The boy clutches his head and says that it does not look like Sanyang sent his sister. Gyujin, stabbing her sword into the floor, states that a very strange energy is coming from her brother. She asks if the boy has strayed from the right path. Raising his left hand, the hero asks if this is the energy of poisons that he has learned to use. Gyujin, raising his right hand, states that he feels the energy of poison and the energy of ghosts, and it seems completely impossible to her. Clenching his fist, the boy says that she is absolutely right, and sees the cursed poison. The boy thinks to himself that in fact, a composite energy is coming from him, consisting of mystical power and poison energy, which looks like the cursed poison. It will be difficult for him to hide the first two components from the gaze of certain specialists. So he must indicate a very similar source in order to get rid of unnecessary suspicion. Gyujin looks at his brother with wide eyes and asks why he needs the art of the cursed poison. The boy answers that it is the only poison that he can use without the support of his family. The sister frowns at her brother. He says that it seems that she does not believe him. The hero kicks the floor and states that he is a member of the Nine Dragons Division clan, which respects strength above all else. so it is only natural that he will use any means available. Stretching out his right hand, the boy says that if Gyujin is still not satisfied with this answer, she can try to stop him by showing something more powerful. The girl looks at her brother a little scared. Putting her hand on her forehead, she says that Y has changed a lot. The boy thinks that it will be very problematic if his sister thinks of him as the old Tang Woon Y, and tries to protect him like she always did. The boy frowns at his sister, thinking that even if their relationship suffers, he needs to set a clear line. Gyujin, covering his mouth with his hand, says that the hero has really become completely different. A smile appears on the girl's face. She says that now she understands why San Yang and Yu Chang began to be afraid of the boy. In addition, she cannot help but notice that her brother began to speak much more convincingly. Amazement appears in the hero's eyes. Putting forward his right hand, he looks at the girl, realizing that he feels a dangerous energy and a threat to his life. The girl's hands are shaking. She says that Y has exceeded all her expectations. The hero carefully looks at his sister. He recognizes the energy he feels. Gyujin smiles, holding a sword in her hand. Y senses the seed of the husk shedders, spiritual root, and, on top of everything, blue ghost face root. We see the face of a young man. He thinks that there have been many rumors about Y Gyujin, the first heir of the Nine Dragons division family and one of the greatest warriors of the new generation of Sichuan, joined the Qingqing sect. Above the girl, there is a tablet with the name of the sect. We see a figure with electric discharges spreading across her body. The young man thinks that the reason may be the spiritual root, which is necessary to become a husk shedder, that is, one who bestows its owner with incredible talent. The young man is sitting in the lotus position by the waterfall. Y thinks that, however, the spiritual root, as its name suggests, develops along with the host, and all this has much in common with the training methods of the Qingqing sect, which emphasizes the cultivation of the mind, and more importantly, the blue ghost face root is the spiritual root that progresses best during conflicts. Gyujin smiles. The boy thinks that combined with the principle of the Nine Dragons division clan, which states that the strong is always right, Gyujin has become a demon of death who does not care about the means to achieve the goal, or the consequences. The boy, looking at his sister, says that before discussing his energy, she should talk about hers, since hers is very dangerous and alarming. We see two hands holding a sword. The sister apologizes to her brother. She folds her hands in front of her, and says that for a second she forgot why she came here, and it was very rude of her to take out the sword and interrupt the boy's training. The boy looks at his apologetic sister. He thinks that she very easily calmed down the desire to kill, which was caused by blue ghost face root. The boy understands that training in the Qingqing sect played a huge role in this. But Gyujin herself has incredible self-control. The boy offers his sister some tea. The girl takes a sip from the cup and declares that the tea is incredibly tasty. According to her, she often drinks this drink in Qingqing, but this taste seems somehow new to her. Y, sitting at the table, declares that he bought this tea from Thousand Eye. Gyujin says that she didn't even suspect that her brother knew about tea. The girl crawls under the table and declares that she completely forgot that she brought something for her brother. In front of us are balls on sticks. Gyujin says that these are candies that are sold in Nizhan. The young man looks at his sister in bewilderment. She says that, as far as she knows, her brother loves this delicacy very much. He thinks that in general he doesn't really like sweets, but he will show his gratitude instead of Tang Woon Y, for whom all this was brought. The hero eats one candy and declares that the taste is simply amazing. Gyujin, beaming with happiness, declares that she is incredibly happy. A dark smiling figure is visible behind the girl. Y understands that he cannot get used to all this. He cannot believe that in front of him is the same person who a couple of minutes ago was emitting a huge desire to kill. The brother and sister are sitting at the table. The young man asks what brought Gyujin here, and if it was the desire to ruin his fight with Yichang tomorrow. The girl, looking down sadly, says that this was one of the reasons, but in fact, she came to apologize. The guy and the girl are sitting at a round table. Gyujin says that he knows very well how San Yang and Yichang treated the guy. The young man, frowning at his sister, asks if she really thinks that he will accept her apology, and just forgive his brother and stepmother. Gyujin says that he understands perfectly well that this is quite difficult to do, but still wants to apologize. The young man, clutching his head, declares that he is still going to fight Yu Chang. There is a tiny cup on the table in front of the girl. She states that she was worried that someone pushed her brother into this fight, but now she sees that in fact it is part of his own plan. The girl asks the boy if he is confident in his abilities, because Yu Chang is a very strong fighter. Besides, as she heard, their brother is planning something else bad. The hero understands that his sister guesses about Yu Chang's bad intentions, but does not know any details. Taking a sip from the cup, the boy states that he is also well prepared for this fight. He thinks that his stepmother and brother fed him the poison of madness and toxic cinnabar, so they think that they will destroy him the very moment they activate the spell. Gyujin, looking at his brother, says that even if the boy wins, he should not forget about the influence that both his brother and San Yang have in the clan. We see the girl's hands. She states that if Yichang loses, the mother will do everything possible to hide this fact. Y puts his cup on the table and tells his sister that she is too worried. Forgetting that the duel was proposed by him, he suggests that they just come to the second training ground tomorrow. Gyujin, looking at his brother in bewilderment, says that he will be there. In front of us, merchants advertising their goods. It is reported that the action takes place the next day at the second training ground. An unpleasant man writes something in a book. He says that the bets are growing quickly. One of his customers bets 3 coins that Yu Chang will win in 10 hits. Quite a crowd has gathered around the ground. Someone shouts that he will bet 5 coins on Yu Chang winning in just 5 hits. Yu Jin, next to whom the hero with candies is standing, says that she seems to understand what her brother was counting on. Y smiles happily. He states that now his stepmother will not be able to hide the true outcome of his duel with his brother. Yu Jin, with his head down, sits under the canopy. Y states that in addition to this, their common younger brother seems to be very reluctant to go out on the court, as he is afraid. Yu Chang, gritting his teeth in anger, looks at someone. The hero, eating candies, states that as an older brother, he must help him. There are many people standing around the arena. Tangon, leaning on the railing, states that there are quite a lot of people here. Behind him, Righteous Wind Squad members Tang Tae and Tang Jin are visible. The former of them says that young Master Y seems to have decided to put on a good show. The instructor is surprised that his comrades also came to watch the duel. Tang Tae sullenly says that they are here for work and will keep order, since a huge crowd has come to watch the duel. Tangon, chewing on a straw, asks who his comrade thinks will win this duel. The big man, looking at the instructor, says that the outcome seems predetermined, and although Tangon trained young Master Y, but for only 10 days, Tang Jin says that it is absolutely clear to him that Yu Chang will win. Tangon raises his finger and says that everyone present thinks the same, but it should not be forgotten that Y was the initiator of this duel. The experienced warrior smiles. He asks his comrades if they are not interested in what Y has planned. Yu Chang, looking at his servant, asks if this is all that he wants to tell. The frightened man states that young Master Y has spread rumors about this duel and even ordered the arena to be opened up for anyone to come and watch. Yu Chang sullenly states that he will put this disgusting bastard in his place. And yet it is amazing that all the good-for-nothings in Julong County have come to watch this beating. Yu Chang tenses up. Y asks his little brother what has him so upset. The hero stands on the other side of the arena, wondering if his brother is worried because he can't get under his mother's skirt. With a mocking grin, the hero asks why Yu Chang doesn't go look for his mother, who he can't move a step away from. The boy promises to wait for him. Yu Chang glares at his brother and states that he can bark as much as he wants, since it doesn't affect him at all. Y says that his gentle brother gets very upset when he hears rudeness and bad words. Yu Chang is shaking with anger. He demands that his brother shut up. The hero continues to mimic the younger man. Yu Chang's eyes fill with anger. He opens his mouth wide and calls his older brother a bastard. Yu Chang lands in the arena. He angrily demands that Y come out to him and promises to shut his brother's filthy mouth for a long time. The spectators talk in surprise. One of them asks why Yu Chang came out on the stage first if Y was the initiator of the duel. The hero calmly climbs the stairs. He says that his dear younger brother is very easy to anger, and his behavior only makes things easier for his opponent. The brothers stand opposite each other. Y folds his hands in front of himself and declares that he, Tang Woon Y of the White Pavilion, does not have any titles and is a nobody, but still hopes for a good duel. Yu Chang, grinning evilly, asks why his brother is acting like this, and if he was scared as soon as he entered the arena. Yu Jin, who is watching her brothers from the side, thinks that Yu Chang is a real idiot, and Y has infuriated him with sound telepathy, but she understands that Y, as the defender, should remain calm. The girl hears the spectators discussing what is happening. One of them says that Y is showing respect, and Yu Chang is acting too aggressively. Yu Jin understands that the hero has turned the audience's opinion upside down, and now it looks like he accepted the challenge. The opponents look at each other. Their sister thinks that in any case, only the result of this duel matters. Y looks very confident. However, Yu Chang is known as a true genius of the dark shadow, and he is one of the most promising talents of the Tang clan, so it will be very difficult to deal with him. The brothers look at each other smiling. Yu Chang says that he is more than sure that the bastard in front of him is only capable of insults. Y asks if his brother came out here just to talk. Veins pop out on Yu Chang's forehead. Smiling, he declares that it is time to begin the duel. The guy says that he has no idea what tricks Y has prepared, but he can't even hope to win. Clouds of white smoke rise between the opponents. The spectators look at the arena in surprise. One of them realizes that one of the brothers used a smoke screen. The other complains that he can't see anything. The hero covers his face with his hand. He clearly did not expect this trick, but the young man understands that using shadow energy in such an open space without any cover is not the best idea. The hero stands with his left hand raised. He understands that his brother did not recklessly rush at him. Yu Chang appears behind Y. The hero thinks that his brother called him a coward and a fool, but he attacks from behind, which best characterizes him as a member of the Tang clan. Yu Chang strikes, misses, and realizes that his opponent used shadow steps. The hero, finding himself behind the enemy, asks if he has forgotten that Tang Gon taught him this skill just recently. Yu Chang flies past his enemy, who says that it seems that his brother has forgotten this wonderful fact. Yu Chang, gritting his teeth in anger, says that he never thought that Y would master the shadow steps, but he is still his father's son, despite the fact that his mother is a vile prostitute. Yu Chang crouches, spreading his arms out to the sides. His eyes turn white. The outlines of his figure blur. He says that with all this, the shadow steps are just an addition to the shadow energy, and he will now show how to use this very shadow energy. Traces of many blows are visible in front of the hero. The young man thinks that his brother is using a technique that hides his presence in the shadows, and now he cannot be seen or heard. The hero understands why Yu Chang is considered a genius of the dark shadow. Why turns his head, he understands that it will be difficult for him to track down his brother in this smoke. Clouds of white smoke rise around the young man. Yu Chang rushes forward, putting his right hand forward. He ends up behind his opponent. Yu Chang approaches his brother from behind. He strikes. The young man's face is distorted with anger. Yu Chang is reflected in the hero's red eyes. He thinks that, unfortunately for his brother, the shadow energy cannot fool the Reaper's sight. Clubs of purple energy are visible next to Yu Chang. The hero thinks that, on top of everything, his relative's murderous intent is extremely obvious, so it would be possible to track him down even without the Reaper's sight. The Righteous Wind Squad members watch the duel from the balcony. Tang Te states that he is very surprised at how well Y has mastered the shadow steps. He also notices that Yu Chang has also improved the same skill. The guy suggests that this was due to the training that Yu Chang did during his seclusion. We see the big guy's back. He states that this duel still reminds him of a game of tag. Tang Jin standing nearby suggests that Y is simply avoiding his opponent's attacks, waiting for the smoke to clear. Tang Te sighs and says that even if the smoke clears, it will all be in vain if Y can't land a good finishing blow. Tang Gon giggles and says that he taught the boy such a blow just in case. Tang Te can't believe that his comrade did more than San Yang asked of him. Tang Gon looks at his friends with displeasure and asks why they think so little of him. The young men smile and reply that Tang Gon seems to forget who in this world knows him best. A blurry figure is seen in the arena. Raising his hand, Yu Chang calls his brother an illegitimate rat. The boy grits his teeth in anger, thinking that it is becoming more difficult for him to use shadow energy as the smoke clears. A white trail is seen in front of Yu Chang. The boy thinks that he only intended to break his brother's legs, but his brother asked for something much more serious. Yu Chang moves quickly across the arena. Several of his figures lose their clear outlines. The hero looks up. His brother thinks that Y avoided the attacks using shadow steps, but he will not be able to dodge the next attack at all. Sharp needles appear in the hands of the villain. He thinks that he will now kill this bastard. It is reported that Yu Chang uses downpour of pear blossom needles. White dots and a red swirl are visible above Y's head. The skill Heavenly Lady Scattering Flowers is used. Gyurjin grabs the sword. She understands that if Yu Chang uses downpour of pear blossom needles, he wants to kill Y. The hero calmly stands in place. A predatory grin appears on his face. He says that he was going to play with his brother a little longer. However, it seems that the time has come to end this battle. A powerful flash occurs. Needles fly at the hero. The spectators who are looking at the hero's figure are perplexed and ask what kind of wind is this. Gyurjin, covering his face with his hands, says that he recognizes wild wind. The girl's face is amazed. She understands that this is the very technique that Y learned yesterday. But she was unable to see everything carefully because of the poison energy and ghost energy that surrounded her brother. Y stands with his fists clenched. Gyurjin is now absolutely sure that her brother trained storm dance yesterday. Yu Chang looks at his brother and cannot believe that he is using wild wind dance. He stands with his hands covering his chest. With his mouth wide open, the young man shouts that neither he nor his sister were able to master this skill, and he cannot believe that Y did it. The hero, smiling, declares that all this is thanks to one woman who assigned him a very good martial arts instructor. The young man puts forward his left hand and says that he must now show how grateful he is. Y jumps. He approaches his brother and uses the wild wind dance skill. Y prepares to strike, with his fingers spread out. He strikes and hits his brother in the stomach, causing a wild wind explosion. Yu Chang opens his mouth wide. He flies far back. The young man sits unconscious against the wall. The spectators mutter among themselves in confusion. One of them says he can't believe that Y won, and with just one strike, the other says that it's truly impressive. Y stands in the arena, surrounded by many spectators, who realize that an underdog has just defeated a clear favorite. The Righteous Wind Squad discusses what's happening. Tang Te asks Tang Gon how Y knows wild wind dance. He replies that, as he said, he showed his student a great finishing move. Tang Te angrily yells at Tang Gon not to make up ridiculous excuses. He says that he's not going to do anything like that. The instructor looks at his comrades with hope and asks if they think the wind they just observed is no different from the wind they followed in their time. Tang Te, looking at Tang Gon with confusion, asks if he means that Y's talent in wind is as pronounced as the head of the family. Tang Gon replies that the boy still needs to work a little, but he still managed to master the wild wind dance in just 10 days, and this speaks volumes about the young man's talent. The instructor states that it is too early to draw final conclusions, but he thinks that the hero is worth keeping an eye on. Tang Gon leans on the railing. He states that he does not know if these were just empty words, but Y said that he was going to inherit the Wild Wind Squad, so the high expectations for this young man are quite logical. Tang Gon looks at the hero standing in the arena and asks why he is still shrouded in wind, then he realizes what it could mean. Y calls out to his sister. Smiling, he asks if she would like to duel her younger brother, even though he is completely unworthy. The girl looks at him in surprise. The spectators look at Gyujin. They realize that the current heir of the Nine Dragons division family is standing next to them. The girl looks around excitedly. Someone says that she must have returned from the Qingqing sect to also attend the visit of Dark Sovereign. Someone says that he did not recognize the girl because she has not been here for several years. The spectators smile happily. One of them says that they seem to be seeing a duel between the young Master Y, who has mastered the Wild Wind Dance, and the greatest talent of the Sichuan territory. The crowd gets excited. Someone shouts that this duel will be much more interesting than the previous one, and they are incredibly lucky today. Another spectator says that it seems they will see the skills of Thousand Petal Beauty. Gyujin looks back at the audience, who are chanting her name. Tang Jin, looking down, says that it seems the situation is getting heated. Tang Gon asks his comrades if young Master Y has any chance. Concern appears on the man's face. He says that the guy does not have enough skill to fight his sister. He does not understand what he is counting on, since defeating Yu Chang is already enough to increase his authority within the family. Sweat runs down Tang Gon's forehead. He realizes that if the hero can defeat Gyujin, he will become the heir instead of her. However, if he loses, the girl will only be the star of the event. Tang Gon thinks that the young lady should understand that this is a very dangerous duel for her in terms of reputation. The girl, clenching her fist, looks down. She tries to understand what her brother is counting on. There is deep thought on her face. Gyujin thinks that if there was no one around, she would not care about the outcome of this duel. But with so many prying eyes around, she will tarnish the clan's reputation if she refuses. The girl clutches her head. Someone inside her asks why she doubts and reminds her that it was Y who proposed the fight. This entity states that it knows very well that the girl is eager to fight, and she should be honest with herself and follow her instincts. Gyujin covers her ears with her hands. She thinks that her brother has always been bullied, and she should put his feelings above the clan's reputation. The hero from the arena asks his sister why she is thinking for so long. Smiling, he says that this is just a friendly duel, and there is no need to perceive it as anything more. The guy suggests that the girl just enjoy a quality fight. Gyujin turns away, wondering if she can enjoy this duel, before deciding she has held back too long. She lands behind her brother. The two stand in the arena, the crowd cheering as Gyujin accepts the challenge. We see the girl's leg. With her hands clasped in front of her face, she states that she is the heir to the Nine Dragons division family and a follower of the Qingqing sect. Gyujin reveals that she studied under the monk Wu Ho and specializes in skills such as One Energy of Heaven and Earth and Sword of Discharge Lightning of Extreme Light. Bowing to her brother, the girl says that the people of the martial realm have given her the nickname Thousand Petal Beauty, and she hopes that this will be an honorable duel. The hero, folding his hands in front of his face, declares that he is the second son of the Nine Dragons division family and his name is Tang Woon Y. He was trained by the warrior Tang Gon and he has mastered the Wild Wind Dance. The young man asks not to show him leniency and share wisdom with him. The spectators joyfully raise their hands. They shout that the duel will take place. The hero, smiling, looks at his sister. He says that she seems to be anticipating a good fight. Gyujin replies that she has not participated in anything like this for a long time, so it is true. The girl shines with happiness. The sister and brother look at each other. Y asks if the girl is experiencing too much emotion. She replies that it is natural to feel such excitement. Gyujin grabs the sword and calls the hero his dear brother, who wants to fight a duel with his older sister. The girl holds the sword in front of her. White streams are visible around the hero. He declares that he is ready. Looking at his sister with a playful look, he asks if she is ready for a duel. The girl's eyes glow dangerously. She declares that she is completely ready. Leaning forward, the girl excitedly shouts that it is time to begin this duel. Smiling, the young man states that as an older sister, Gyujin should give him at least a 3-second head start, after which she uses Wild Wind Dance and Cutting North Wind's technique. The opponents meet in close combat. They look into each other's eyes. Gyujin asks if this is the technique her brother used yesterday to stop her sword. She jumps away from the hero, declaring that as far as she understands, she can now fight at full strength. We see the leg of one of the opponents. The girl rushes forward, declaring that she does not understand why she should give her brother a head start if he said that she should not show leniency to him and enjoy the duel. Y looks at his sister with concern. He realizes that she is moving too fast, so he decides to use shadow energy. 3 dark figures are visible in front of Gyujin. The shadow afterimage skill is used. We see the girl's eyes. She asks her brother if he is using the technique he saw in Yu Chang, after which she states that Y surprises her more and more. Gyujin, smiling, looks at the young man. She strikes and states that, however, the boy has not yet fully mastered his new skills. Y, leaning his hand on the ground, raises his left hand to strike. Smiling, he asks his sister since when the art of Qingqing became so aggressive. The girl, calmly standing in place, explains that her brother did not see the art of Qingqing in front of him. Grinning slyly, Gyujin says that since the boy is hiding the energy that she noticed in him yesterday, she will also keep some of her secrets a secret. Y frowns. Smiling, he declares that in this case, he will show everything to his sister. The young man, clenching his fists, uses Poison Dragon Essence art. A toothy creature appears above his head. The hero uses the Ghost Dragon release skill. Gyujin, smiling, shouts that this is exactly what he needs. White streams swirl around the young man. The girl recognizes the energy of poison and the energy of ghosts. A blade is visible next to her head. Putting forward a sword, the girl declares that she has always dreamed of fighting against the owner of these energies. Gyujin, holding the sword with both hands, declares that he will let his brother strike the first blow. The young man looks at his sister with a little fear, realizing that the atmosphere around her has completely changed. He realizes that the murderous intent that grows from the blue ghost face root is complemented by the pure energy of the Qingqing sword. A horned creature is visible behind the girl. Wai thinks that his sister reminds him of a demoness dressed in a maiden's clothing, and this is very strange. He understands that if she gave him the right to strike first, he should not hold back. The guy rushes to attack. He thinks that he can control the course of the fight if he makes a powerful attack. His fist flies past his sister's face. She declares that the wild wind explosion skill, with which he defeated Yu Chang, has become much stronger than before. Some kind of point is visible next to the hero's face. Wai leans back to let the blow above him. The girl declares that the young man is still acting too obviously. She strikes several times and says that the movements of Wild Wind Dance are too sweeping. Smiling, Gyujin declares that her brother should be more careful with this when fighting a stronger opponent. The boy, leaning his hand on the ground, thanks his sister for the lesson. He thinks that Wild Wind Dance is a deadly martial art that emphasizes one powerful finishing blow. It has great power and is perfectly suited to the Tang clan technique, but it only works on opponents of a comparable level. The boy covers his face with his hands. He thinks that Wild Wind Dance has too many vulnerabilities if used against opponents of a higher rank, and in this case, he needs a martial art that is suitable for a long exchange of blows. The boy clenches his fists. He decides to use the skill 12 Fierce Tiger Steps. Gyujin, holding out his sword, asks in surprise if her brother has already mastered 12 Fierce Tiger Steps. The hero thinks that the best complement to Wild Wind Dance is the explosive power of the said skill. He unleashes a hail of blows on his opponent. The girl with white marks around her smiles. The hero thinks that he will add torque to 12 Fierce Tiger Steps with propulsion of the wild wind. Gyujin smiles. The hero hovers above her, thinking that he should act even faster. A mark from a kick is visible on the arena. The guy realizes that he should add even more speed. A white whirlwind swirls around his fist. Gyujin, smiling, states that she understands the guy's intention to maintain the pace of consecutive attacks, but she advises him to wait for the strike when the distance is convenient for the enemy. The girl uses the skilled Qingqing sword technique. Gyujin stands with his sword extended in front of him. The girl uses the skill sword of discharged lightning of extreme light. The boy covers his face with his hands, but misses many blows. The guy looks out from behind his hands, thinking that it seems that he was too hasty, immediately rushing to attack his sister. We see the young man's eyes. He thinks that from now on he will act more carefully. Gyujin, who just struck, looks surprised. A smile appears on her face. She declares that this is exactly what was needed, and now this is a real duel. The brother and sister exchange many blows. The girl asks Wai to continue to entertain her. The spectators raise their hands in excitement. Yu Chang, holding his head, asks what is happening. The servant asks if the young master has finally woken up. Yu Chang, trembling with rage, says that the damned bastard not only defeated him, but also challenged their elder sister to a duel. Angrily looking at the servant, he asks if their mother has returned yet. The servant says that not yet. Yu Chang thinks that Gyujin should not lose. However, the longer this duel lasts, the more the authority of the bastard he hates so much increases. The boy looks at the audience in bewilderment, who are joyfully shouting that young master Wai has gone on the attack. The villain's eyes turn white. He prays to God not to let his sister be defeated. Wai punches the sword. One of the blows hits his sister in the chest. The boy sees an opportunity to attack. He looks closely at his opponent and understands that he needs to increase the pressure. The next second, he receives a powerful blow to the jaw. Gyujin says that her brother is focusing too much on the sword. Wai, gritting his teeth in anger, looks at his sister. He thinks that kicks are not at all typical of the art of the Qingqing sect. Gyujin, smiling, asks if Wai is surprised. She says that although she is now studying in Qingqing, she studied the martial arts of the Tang clan 5 years ago. The girl strikes many times. Wai thinks that the Qingqing sect's direct sword strikes and the Tang clan's weak point attacks are being used against him now and look very effective together. The boy can see the mark of the strike in front of him. He understands that this is the power of Blue Ghost Face Root. Gyujin appears behind his brother, who uses the Shadow Step skill. The boy barely dodges the blade flying over his head. He jumps back and kneels down. The boy is breathing heavily. He thinks that his mouth is dry and his heartbeat is shaking his entire body. And this is how a real battle should feel. Gyujin, looking at his brother in surprise, says that he is very interesting now. The boy asks what his sister means. The girl says that he looks like a complete beginner in martial arts, but the way he reads the enemy's movements and avoids them is incredible. We see the girl's eyes. She says that in this regard, her brother is like an old warrior who has gone through hundreds of battles. The hero, whose back we see, laughs and asks if this is really true. The guy stands with his hands outstretched. He thinks that Yun Woon Wai did not have internal energy, and he had to survive surrounded by martial artists who could kill people with one blow, so reading the intentions of enemies and dodging attacks was a strategy that he honed for decades to survive and win. Y takes a fighting stance. He thinks that after he received internal energy, he forgot about these important things, and when he began to use the dark art, he did not use them because he did not know the basics of the mystic arts. We see the face of the young man. He thinks that all this applies to martial arts too. Gyujin smiles and states that her brother's expression has changed again, and she likes it. The girl charges forward, stating that it seems like Y was trying to analyze something. There are marks from blows visible behind Gyujin's back. She says that she really wants to see what conclusions her dear brother has come to. Smiling, the girl demands that Y show her what he can do. The boy grinds his teeth from tension. He thinks that he has just been attacked strongly. But if you analyze it closely, Gyujin is not aiming for his vital organs. The boy realizes that those with blue ghost face root tend to enjoy fighting for as long as possible, and combined with the care that his sister has always shown for him, this has created a carelessness that can be exploited. The boy manipulates his hands. He thinks that he is very grateful to his sister for her kindness. But this does not mean that he will not take advantage of the opportunity presented to him. Y delivers a series of blows. Gyujin, looking at her brother in surprise, says that it was a good attack, but she seems to have seen it before. The girl screams in surprise. White streams are visible around the opponents. Gyujin thinks that the wind that she reflected with her attack has gathered in front of Y, and is now restricting her movements. A smile appears on the girl's face. She understands that her brother has learned to control the wind incredibly effectively. The young man raises his hand to strike. Gyujin understands that the attack can be very dangerous. We see her eyes. Y hits the target. A bright white flash occurs in the arena. The Righteous Wind squad members scream in amazement. Regular spectators are also shocked. Yu Chang opens his mouth wide. A trace of the blow is visible behind the hero's fist. The guy looks down sadly. He raises his eyes and looks somewhere into the distance. The Righteous Wind squad members are standing on the balcony. With their mouths wide open, they shout in unison. Tang Te and Tang Jin look at Tang Gon in confusion, who asks in confusion what is going on. Tang Te asks worriedly if young lady Gyujin is okay. Tang Jin asks if his comrade noticed something very important. Tang Gon is shocked. He thinks that young Master Y certainly exceeded all their expectations, but what really surprised them was the light they just noticed. Clouds of white smoke rise in front of the hero. He asks his sister if she thinks she is using too cheap a trick. The girl emerges from the white cloud and asks if her brother really noticed it. Gyujin, holding her sword in front of her, says that she wanted to keep it a secret until Y reveals her own secret. The girl, smiling happily, says that now her secret is finally revealed, and there is no point in hiding it any longer. Gyujin radiates energy. The crowd looks at the girl excitedly. Someone pays attention to how her sword glows. One of the spectators states that the girl has reached the peak of the elite level. The second shouts that he never doubted the heiress of the 9 Dragons division family. Yu Chang, smiling happily, shouts that he always believed in his sister. The scoundrel thinks that now the bastard has no chance of winning. Y and Gyujin stand opposite each other. The girl, smiling, says that now that she has shown the energy of her sword, she can no longer drag out the rubber. Looking down, Y replies that he understands everything perfectly well, and playing cat and mouse with an opponent of a lower level is behavior unworthy of a fighter. The girl says that she is very sad, and wanted to have fun, and also make the hero show what he is hiding. The young man looks sadly at his sister. He thinks that this duel will end during the next exchange of blows. The guy raises his right hand. He thinks that now his cutting north wind's technique skill is blocking Gyujin's weapon, but he will not be able to stop the Qingqing sword, filled with sword energy. The guy clenches his fist. He thinks that he cannot afford to show everyone his dark art yet, so he has only one trump card left up his sleeve. Gyujin, smiling, looks at his brother, and says that he seems to be trying to think of some kind of countermove. The hero asks if she really thinks so. The girl, smiling, says that the guy's heart is now beating at an incredible speed. Y smiles. He knows that his sister is wrong. The young man says that he is only a little worried, since he found himself in a situation where he has to pretend to be a person obsessed with martial arts. Gyujin, holding out his sword, says that the guy is saying strange things. Y asks again in surprise. The girl, smiling, says that people obsessed with martial arts are called nothing other than martial arts masters. The hero's face shows surprise. Smiling, he states that he understands what the girl is talking about. A shadow is visible in front of the guy. He thinks that he was in a hurry to master martial arts when he was reborn in the body of Tang Woon Y. But it turned out that this is not at all what Yun Woon Y dreamed of getting. The hero remembers the moments of his duel with his sister and the emotions he received during this fight. The young man understands that perhaps he was eager to see the results of his martial arts training and how they would work against a strong opponent, but his main motivation was still the desire to rise and win. The young man looks up. He understands that he wanted to feel exactly this feeling, becoming a martial arts master. Gyujin, smiling, looks at her brother. She says that it seems that he has already caught his breath, after which she asks if it is possible to begin the final attack. Y, boldly looking at her, declares that Gyujin can act. We see traces of blows. The girl holds the sword with both hands. She lifts it above her head. A sphere appears in the hero's hands. He thinks that he sees the energy of his sister's finishing blow. The guy decides to use similar energy of his own, which has the greatest destructive power among all wild wind dance techniques. A bright source of light is visible in his hands. The guy decides to mix the energy of ghosts and concentrate it. The hero uses the wild wind dance skill. He puts his hands forward and uses booming wind cannon. Brother and sister meet each other in close combat. We see the eyes of the young man. He tries to understand if his technique will be enough against an opponent at the peak of the elite level. We see the back of the young man. Y thinks that he must clear his head of these trivial thoughts. The hero pushes off the ground. He understands that now everything depends on whether he hits his sister or not. White marks remain behind him. The young man rushes forward. Yu Chang is beaming with happiness. He says that he is upset that the gap between his skills and his sister's is growing, but it is simply impossible for the bastard to remain unharmed after the attack that Gyujin is about to unleash on him. The villain sees clouds of smoke in front of him and screams that this simply cannot be happening. The girl's sword is visible above the hero's head. Y thinks that he was waiting for this moment. Gyujin is shocked. Traces of blows are visible above the opponents. The hero thinks that he was waiting for the moment when his sister's sword turns into a completely ordinary blade after releasing all its energy. Y crouches on his right leg. The guy's hand is shaking. He realizes that it is paralyzed. The young man's legs are shrouded in black energy. He thinks that in a fight the winner is usually determined at the moment the sword breaks. But in this case, everything is far from over. In front of us is the back of the girl's head. Smiling strangely, she looks over her shoulder. The hero thinks that Gyujin, who is the carrier of blue ghost face root, will not stop even if her sword breaks. The hero smiles. He thinks that, naturally, the same applies to himself. We see a trace of a jump. The hero, suspended in the air, is enveloped in white streams. He thinks that he needs to put all his remaining strength into this final blow. The young man flies up to his sister. He uses wild wind dance and demonic wind hammer. Gyujin, giggling, declares that her brother is truly the best fighter. We see someone's leg. The girl falls on one knee. Raising her leg, she uses the skill's rising dragon kicking technique and ascending to heaven kick exploding yang. The Righteous Wind Squad members look at what is happening in horror. Tang Jin shouts that all this is too dangerous, as the opponents have gone wild. Tang Tae says that both of them will suffer greatly if everything continues like this. Amazement appears on the faces of the young people. A wide black stripe is visible between the opponents. Someone appears between the amazed brother and sister. This person shouts for them to immediately stop this outrage. We see the back of the man's head. He stands between the guy and the girl, after which he asks if they really decided to greet the head of the family from the hospital bed. Gyujin, bowing, greets the head of the Nine Dragons Division family. The hero, looking over his folded hands, understands that in front of him is Tang Wun-Wai's father. He greets the head of the Nine Dragons Division family in the same way as his sister. The man looks at his offspring with displeasure. The ghost of the elder hanging over the hero's head warns him to be very careful. The young man thinks that Ho-san must have become weaker after the Wild Wind Squad was disbanded, and it's amazing that he managed to achieve so much. The young man looks closely at his father. He thinks that even if he is doing other things, he is still the head of the special military unit of the Tang clan. Ho-san looks to his left. Y thinks that he used to think that the head of the Wild Wind Squad would be equal in strength to the elders of Heavenly Demon Cult. However, it seems that he is much more powerful now, and the hero is no longer sure that he could defeat this man in his past life. Ho-san, looking at his son, states that the young man's gaze shows dissatisfaction. The father asks if he has something to say to him. The hero looks away, realizing that he seemed to be looking too arrogantly at his parent. We see the young man's face. To the horror of his sister, who is standing behind him, Y asks what the head of the family is doing here. Ho-san, looking at his son in surprise, asks if there is any place in the Nine Dragons division that he cannot enter. The hero states that the crazy duel he had with his sister may have offended the head of the family. The Righteous Wind members, the regular spectators and Yu Chang look at the boy in shock. Y feels that everyone around him is shocked by his behavior. Gyujin seems ready to strangle her brother. The young man realizes that all this is not surprising, since, in the opinion of those around him, a useless bastard dares to talk to the head of the family without fear. Father and son look into each other's eyes. Ho-san looks sternly at his son. Then a smile appears on his face. The hero thinks that from the memories of Tang Wun-Wai left in his body and from what he sees with his own eyes, Ho-san is a true representative of the Tang clan. Turning away from the hero, the man states that he really did not notice anything interesting in the duel. Y thinks that a father should talk to his children a little differently. The guy looks at his father's back in surprise, who says that he heard that Y has changed a lot. Walking away from his son and daughter, Ho-san states that the changes he noticed were better than he thought. The man approaches his youngest son and states that, nevertheless, another of his offspring has greatly disappointed him. Ho-san looks sternly at Yu Chang. He lowers his gaze. Tang Gon, Tang Tae and Tang Jin land in front of the head of the family. The man calls them by name, after which he states that they react with a great delay, so they should train harder. The members of the Righteous Wind Squad, lowering their eyes, declare that they understand everything. Walking away from them, Ho-san orders the crowd to disperse, the family members to leave and deal with the consequences. The young people make it clear that they understand everything. The hero, looking at his sister, asks why she looks so upset. The girl sadly says that they are still too weak to interest their father. The girl asks her brother if everything is okay with him. The young man replies that their father has always behaved this way. The hero states that Ho-san, who ignored his second son for a long time, suddenly became interested in him after he showed his potential, and conversely, completely lost interest in the third son, who disappointed him. Yu Chang sits on the ground, his head bowed in sorrow. Wai and Gyujin stand opposite each other. The girl apologizes, after which she says that she should not have asked the young man about this, since she knows that he does not treat his father very well. The hero asks the girl if she is hungry. Raising his left hand, Wai asks if she would like a drink after they change. The moon shines above a typical Asian building. Gyujin, raising his cup, says that this is what makes life worth living. The hero, holding exactly the same dish in his hand, says that the girl eats and drinks as if she had been hungry for a long time. He asks if they don't give normal food in the Qingqing sect. The girl replies that there is plenty of food there. Plates are visible above Gyujin's head. She says that the problem is that they only feed them plants. Wai recalls that the members of this sect adhere to the traditions of Taoism. Gyujin waves her hands angrily. She says that at her age she should eat a lot of meat and drink a lot of alcohol. With her mouth full, the sister tells the hero that this is why he should never become a stupid ascetic monk. The young man replies that he will never do that and pours the girl another portion of the drink. Gyujin willingly holds out the cup and demands to pour as much as possible. The hero, holding the bottle, asks who is the person leading the Qingqing sect. Gyujin, flushed from alcohol, asks why her brother is so interested in this. Wai, smirking, says that his sister constantly mentioned this person in her letters and begins to give exact quotes from these messages. The girl in horror asks her brother to shut up. Showing sharp teeth, the hero reminds that his sister mentioned that the head of the sect will come to them as a guest to greet the clan leader. The guy says that he must learn more about this person in order to behave appropriately with him when they meet. Gyujin indignantly says that her brother has mastered the dirty tricks of the Tang clan perfectly. The young man looks at his sister, resting his head on his hand. He thinks that he must be careful with the head of the sect, whose name is Ichiol-san, because there are rumors that Dark Sovereign is visiting the Nine Dragons Division family to establish a new special unit like Wild Wind Squad. In front of us is a man with disheveled hair, in front of whom are fighters. The young man thinks that if these rumors are true, various forces of Sichuan will closely monitor what is happening and even try to prevent this event, and the same applies to the Qingqing sect, which has long been allied with the Tang clan. Gyujin puts another portion of food in his mouth. The hero thinks that if Ichiol-san personally goes to meet Dark Sovereign, then he does not trust his sister, although she seems to have no idea about it. Wai looks ahead in surprise. He waves his hand, calling someone to the table. Gyujin, smiling, says that it seems that her brother noticed his drinking buddy. Thoughtfully rubbing the back of his head, Tangon states that the guy must train hard. The drunk girl calls the man uncle. The girl gets up from her chair and bows. Tangon states that he is amazed by the girl's progress, since he did not expect that she would be able to master the energy of the sword so early. Gyujin happily thanks his uncle. The girl, smiling strangely, asks the hero why he did not tell her that Tangon should come here too. The hero replies that no one asked him about it. Gyujin calls him a little scum. The girl pulls out a chair for the man and asks him to sit down. Tangon thanks her. The instructor, chewing a blade of grass as usual, says that the brother and sister ordered a lot, as usual, and he hopes that he will not have to pay for it. The hero declares that this is a good idea, and this is exactly what he will do next time. Tangon and Wai clink glasses. The instructor asks the student if he hit his head somewhere. Gyujin whispers to his brother why he behaves so familiarly with his uncle. The young man asks again in surprise. The girl says that the guy does not seem to know what kind of person he is. Tangon smiles happily. One warrior carries the other. Gyujin says that this is not formalized in any way. However, Tangon is their father's sworn brother, because he saved Ho-san from mortal danger during a bloody battle, and the head of the Tang clan personally granted him the title of warrior. Wai thoughtfully hums. The hero, looking at Tangon, calls out to him, who asks what happened. The young man folds his hands in front of him and states that he did not know about the special relationship between Tangon and Ho-san, after which he apologizes for the disrespect shown. The young man bows and once again asks for forgiveness. Gyujin, smiling, says that her brother showed himself from the best side, and Tangon will certainly forgive him. A very strange expression appears on the man's face. Tangon, looking angrily at the girl, asks what the hell is going on here. He states that it is simply disgusting, after which he wonders if it was his sister who advised her brother to behave in such a vile manner. The hero sits back down at the table and asks his mentor what the Righteous Wind members' reaction was as former Wild Wind Squad members. Tangon, smiling, states that the boy seems to want to know how many points they gave him. Wai, raising his cup, states that he is almost certain that he got the maximum points. Tangon, looking at the boy in confusion, states that he is too cocky. The hero says that he will apologize if he is wrong. The mentor, placing his hand on the back of the chair, states that the boy was not mistaken. The hero states that he knew it. Gyujin puts food on the man's plate. asking for permission to court him. The hero thinks that thanks to the duels with his brother and sister, he has earned the interest of the former Wild Wind Squad members, which at one time included Ho-san and Gyujin. The hero stuffs food into his mouth, thinking that, by and large, his main problem is San-yang, and this old witch is probably planning to do something before the Dark Sovereign visits. A carriage is driving through a dark forest. Someone in it is trying to figure out how much longer they will have to endure all this. It turns out that the thought belongs to a beetle perched on the carriage. The insect did not expect to have to go so far. The beetle looks scared. He thinks that if he goes too far, the owner may think that he escaped and kill him. The insect notices something. It realizes that the carriage has stopped, and this means that they have reached their destination. San-yang gets out of the carriage. The servant tells her that they arrived without informing anyone, so there may be no one in the temple. The beetle jumps to the ground. He guesses that if this is a temple, then the same bastard who added toxic cinnabar to his master's elixir may be here. Purple streams swirl around the doors of the temple. The insect feels an incredibly strong dark energy. He tries to understand who the hell this old witch has entered into a cooperation agreement with. The door opens. A dark figure with glowing eyes comes out of it, who thanks San-yang's follower for coming. The woman looks at the character standing in front of her, who states that the abbot of the temple warned about the woman's arrival. San-yang is surprised that the abbot knew that she was coming here. The woman says that this person's spiritual abilities have always surprised her. The entity that met San-yang takes off its hood. It tells the woman that she is expected inside, and she can enter. The beetle realizes that it is Advanced Jiangshi. San-yang follows Advanced Jiangshi. The beetle watching her thinks that the creature he sees has memories of its past and the ability to think independently. That is, the sorcerer to whom the woman is heading uses a creature that other sorcerers cannot even create as a simple servant. In front of us is a gate. The insect understands that this is the home of a very extraordinary sorcerer. The beetle is seen under the wheel of a cart. He understands that even what he saw may not be enough to return with a report to his master. He jumps over the fence, thinking that he must show his best so that Y agrees to listen to his request. A character with a very strange staff in his hand begs his god to send him new revelations. Jiangshi, appearing behind him, reports that a follower of Namgung has arrived for a visit. The sorcerer orders to let the woman in. San-yang comes up behind him and greets him. The abbot says that the woman must have come because her previous plan didn't work. The sorcerer has huge balls on his neck. He says that San-yang is too greedy, and the god only cares about those believers who constantly demonstrate their loyalty, and he doesn't like people who only show up when they need something. San-yang, raising his right hand, asks what the god thinks of a man who makes very generous offerings. We see 2 chests filled with pearls. The woman says that other believers can't even dream of something like that. The sorcerer has spikes on his back. He says that the god will probably think this is all very cute. The wizard shows off his beautiful teeth. Looking into the chests, he says that both the god and himself like their contents. The beetle tries to figure out if this wizard belongs to the Maoshan sect. San-yang, with a joyful sorcerer standing in front of her, states that if everything goes well, she will bring another full chest. The sorcerer praises Namgung's follower and states that she knows how to gain the favor of the god. The sorcerer sits on the ground with a staff in his hand. We see the face of this creature. The sorcerer asks how he can help the woman this time. San-yang asks if the sorcerer remembers her previous request. He replies that the woman asked to brainwash her illegitimate stepson. He states that it seems that this operation is still ongoing. San-yang, frowning down, states that the situation has changed and she needs something faster and more reliable. The woman recalls her conversation with her daughter. She thinks that she wanted to use her stepson as a pawn that could be thrown on the scrap heap after the visit of the Dark Sovereign. However, Gyujin's behavior and the actions of those who support the bastard can lead to her losing her position. Kneeling in front of the sorcerer, San-yang asks if he can turn Y into an Advanced Jiangshi. The sorcerer, looking at the woman, laughs. He says that her stepson, as it seems to him, has completely bored his stepmother, the beetle, which is visible above the heads of the interlocutors, mentally calls them crazy bastards. The insect jumps to the ground, thinking that it must immediately notify its lord about this conversation. The beetle jumps over the fence. It understands that if this abbot is able to calmly create Advanced Jiangshi, Y in his current state will not be able to cope with him in battle. The insect lands. In front of him, a large number of predatory eyes are visible. The beetle sees terrifying creatures in front of him and realizes that it is Beast Jiangshi. The insect looks amazed. It cannot believe that the sorcerer can control these creatures. A grinning skull is seen above the beetle's head. The insect realizes that it is in Black Bone Ghost Valley, the offspring of the Maoshan sect, which has joined the heavenly demon cult. The sorcerer looks behind San-yang and states that it seems that some kind of parasite is watching the woman. She asks if this means that someone is watching her. The sorcerer, smiling, states that the one who supports the illegitimate child has a unique ability to control spirits, which means that he is much more dangerous than previously expected. With a sad sigh, San-yang declares that he will bring another treasure chest. The wizard, sitting in front of the table, giggles nastily. He declares that this is simply magnificent. The woman asks to work off the treasures that she has already brought, and reminds that the sorcerer must turn the vile bastard into Advanced Jiangshi, and also find out who is behind him. The wizard, holding his staff tightly, declares that the client should not doubt him. He says that he is going to immediately find the one who sent the spy to follow the woman. A shadowy figure is visible behind Sanyang. In front of us is a muscular creature with white hair. It asks if the master summoned it. Continuing to grin, the sorcerer demands that this character track down the ghosts that escaped from here and find the wizard who controls the spy. Sanyang looks back in surprise at Jiangshi, who rushes headlong to carry out the order. The creature flies into the air. Landing on the roof, it states that even if Beast Jiangshi could not catch the spy, he must be very cunning and agile. Jiangshi thoughtfully rubs his chin. Black marks are visible above his head. The beetle senses someone's presence, which terrifies him incredibly. Terrible toothy monsters pursue the insect. The beetle, already in someone's mouth, screams shrilly for Y to run away immediately. The jaws snap shut. Gyujin sits on the edge of the arena next to the hero. It is reported that this is happening on the training ground of the White Pavilion. Y asks if his sister really does not want to leave. She replies that she will go home as soon as she sobers up a little. The young man looks thoughtful. He thinks that after humiliating his younger brother Sanyang will do everything in her power to take revenge. The guy is sure that Gyujin is also aware of her mother's plans. Y moves away from his sister, stating that he understands everything. But the girl should not be too annoying. Gyujin replies that her brother should not pay attention to her, and can just continue training. In front of us are two elders. One of them says that Gyujin is a follower of the ascetic sect Qingqing, but seems to be a fairly correct person. The second does not understand how a girl whose parents are a witch from the Namgung clan and the damn Tang Ho-san could become so kind. The hero shouts for the ghosts to shut up, otherwise he will turn them into pills. The elders fall silent in fear. The hero looks in surprise at his hand, in which he holds a pole. The ghosts ask the boy what the problem is. He says that he feels his weapon a little differently than during a duel. One of the elders asks to describe the feelings that the hero is experiencing. Y, clenching and unclenching his fist, says that he felt something like a desynchronization of movements and actions during martial arts training. We see the eyes of the boy. He thought that all this was happening because he was a beginner in martial arts. But now the feeling of desynchronization is not felt as sharply as before. One of the ghosts, smiling, says that in the cult in his youth he was a famous instructor, and asks for permission to examine the boy's body. He says that the elder can act. The ghosts fly around the boy. One of them, hovering in front of the boy's face, asks if he knows what cultivated energy is. Y wonders if in this case he means internal energy. The elder says that it is something else. The boy asks to continue the explanation. In front of us are three muscular figures. The ghost says that the internal energy accumulated in the body depends on the user's personality, physical constitution, family traits, and other similar parameters. The young man asks in surprise if this means that a person's heart and mind are contained within the internal energy. We see two ghosts, one of which asks the other to become his victim. The elder says that the young man is absolutely right, and this is why martial arts like the Great Absorption technique, which sucks out the internal energy of others, are unable to provide a significant increase in the user's internal energy. One of the ghosts turns into a skeleton. Behind the hero, a figure with white hair is visible. The ghost says that he is not entirely sure about this. However, in the case of the hero, desynchronization can be explained by the fact that there is a difference between the cultivated energy that has been accumulated in Tang Woon Y's body for 17 years and the energy that the hero himself has recently been cultivating, who has different characteristics. The ghost, looking at the young man, says that the weakening of the feeling of desynchronization may mean that the two cultivated energies mentioned above are slowly merging into one. Before us are Yun Woon Y and Tang Woon Y. The hero is trying to understand if all this means that he has begun to accept the identity of the previous owner of this body. The hero sits, hugging his knees. He thinks that since he has no choice, and he is forced to live the life of Tang Woon Y, he began to think that this body belongs to him. However, probably subconsciously he still thought that it was someone else's. Y remembers the episode of his fight with his sister. He thinks that during this duel he began to think that he uses martial arts not as the owner of Tang Woon Y's body, but as the owner of his own body. The young man looks back at his sister. He thinks that the emotions he experiences when meeting Gyujin, whom he previously knew only from the memories left in Tang Woon Y's body, are slowly but surely breaking this subconscious barrier. The hero looks at the ghost, raising his fist. He asks how much he thinks Yun Woon Y has already merged with Tang Woon Y. The elder replies that he estimates it is somewhere around 40%. The hero asks what will happen if this figure increases. The ghost replies that in this case the hero will be able to progress in martial arts more easily. Y looks thoughtfully ahead. He thinks that this is simply magnificent. We see the boy's leg. He thinks that the unity of body and mind is also necessary for magic. So the greater the fusion between the bodies of Yun Woon Y and Tang Woon Y, the faster he will be able to restore his mystical power received in his previous life. The heroes actively wave the pole. Eugene looks back at him in surprise. The girl thinks that her brother has really changed a lot. He has become much more confident in his abilities and prefers martial arts. The girl looks down a little sadly. She thinks that she is a little sorry that the guy had to change. But now he is creating the foundation of his future success with his own hands. The girl remembers how I clink glasses with Tang Gon. Then the guy's conversation with his father comes to her mind. She thinks that this foundation will become stronger day by day. but their mother will try to destroy all this. We see the girl's eye. A strange creature is visible behind her. It calls out to Gyujin. The girl thinks that she guessed about something like this. Y looks at the clouds of smoke rising behind the house. The ghost hanging in the air next to his head asks what it is. The young man answers that it is a ghostly fog. The hero, smiling, says that from the composition of toxic cinnabar, he realized that this poison was created by a necromancer. Putting the pole on his shoulder, the young man says that his enemies have finally taken the bait, and now it remains to be seen how big the catch will be. Jianshi, standing on the roof, states that it has been quite some time since he last hunted. The creature's eyes emit an ominous glow. It says that if its master's prediction is correct, then the one behind the bastard uses a unique form of necromancy. And in that case, the tools used must also be unique. Jianshi looks at the arena in front of him. He says that the bug's tracks led here, meaning that his master must be somewhere nearby. The monster states that he can't wait for the battle to begin. Jianshi, with his hands folded in front of him, states that the ghost fog of parasitic vulture has been prepared, and will be able to deceive his enemy's senses. In front of us is a magic formation. Jianshi thinks that he can link the previous skill with the bramble ghost fog formation. Jianshi jumps down to the ground. He raises his right hand, thinking that those outside the fog cloud will not be able to understand what is happening inside. Jianshi looks around, trying to figure out where his prey is now. The monster is standing behind the hero. A purple thread is visible next to the boy. Jianshi is trying to figure out why the trail led him to the bastard, who is his second target. The monster's eyes are glowing. He thinks that the boy was left all alone and perhaps the caster who controlled the bug activated his skill, controlling this boy, and did not use the art of necromancy directly. The hero, smiling insidiously, asks what kind of fog this is, and complains that he cannot see anything. Jianshi thinks that the one standing behind him is much more cunning than he thought, but at the same time Y is still his target. Jianshi approaches the boy from behind. He thinks that if he catches the boy, then the one standing behind him will be forced to show himself. The monster believes that the boy cannot see anything around him due to the ghostly fog. A stream of purple energy appears above the monster's index finger, thinking that if the guy stays still, he will turn into advanced Jianshi without losing a single limb. The monster sees the hero's sister approaching him. He notices the unusual glow around the girl and realizes that he most likely has a new one. Gyujin, giggling, looks into Jianshi's eyes. She rushes past her brother and shouts that she will now deal with the monster. The hero, looking back, declares that he hit the jackpot, and that he could not even imagine that the enemies would send not only an unusual warrior against him, but also a parasitic vulture. The ghost hanging next to the boy's head declare that this creature undoubtedly comes from the Black Bone Ghost Valley. They ask the guy if he is sure that everything will go according to plan, considering that Jianshi most likely belongs to the third class. Y reaches under the hem of his suit. He states that a Qingqing sect Taoist is unlikely to lose to Jianshi under equal circumstances. But the problem is that this monster is an assassin sent by Namgung Sanyang. The youth swallows the pill, stating that this raises the question of whether Gyujin will retreat or destroy the evil as a true Qingqing disciple. White streams are visible under the youth's hand. He says that right now they can only rely on his sister's common sense. The girl places her hand on Jianshi's face. Jianshi realizes that he can feel the power of Qingqing's sword energy. The monster peeks out from behind the hand covering his face. He remembers that the only Qingqing Taoist in the Nine Dragons Division family is Tang Gyujin, the eldest daughter, but Jianshi does not understand what she is doing here. The monster calls out to the girl, holding out his hand, begging her to wait a second and listen to him. Tang Gyu charges, declaring that he will not listen to such creatures. She screams that she will simply kill the vile Jianshi. The girl's opponent covers his face with his hands. A black trail is visible in the air. Jianshi's hands are shaking. He understands that this is far from an equal fight, because if he tries to fight with all his strength, he will end up hurting Gyujin, and the deal with Namgung will be disrupted. Jianshi looks at his enemy. The creature remembers its master, thinking that if something happens to the girl, he will torment him in a way no one else can. Gyujin, holding out his right hand, asks his opponent why he hesitates. There are traces of blows in the air. The girl uses the skills Qingqing sword technique and sword of discharged lightning of extreme light. Gyujin spreads her arms wide apart and screams that Jianshi should just die. Blood spurts from her opponent's chest. He thinks that if things continue like this, he will die very quickly. Jianshi jumps far back. He understands that he no longer needs to hold back. The fighter screams that he did not attack because the daughter of a Namgung follower is in front of him. The girl looks at him in amazement. Jianshi rips off the bandages from his hand and screams that it is the girl's own fault for not listening to him. The monster raises his left hand. The bandages fly off his hands. White swirls appear around his leg. Jianshi transforms, becoming much more terrifying in appearance. He uses the skill ghostly amplification technique. Gyujin, looking up in fear, curses. She holds her sword out in front of her and blocks the blow that is flying at her. Jianshi, with his toothy maw wide open, shouts that if the girl would just retreat, it would be much easier for both of them, and anyway, he is only here to fulfill the wish of the Namgung follower. Gyujin, trembling with tension, holds back the enemy's blow. She mentally calls herself to focus and reminds herself that she has long suspected that all of this was her mother's tricks. The girl stares at the enemy. She thinks that she will capture this creature, find out who is behind it, and make her mother stray from the wrong path. Jianshi strikes again. He shouts that he recognizes the vile aura surrounding the girl. The monster raises his left hand to strike and shouts that before him is a stupid ascetic who will never retreat. Gyujin jumps back from the fist that crashes into the ground in front of her. Jianshi, baring his sharp teeth, regrets that it is Gyujin in front of him. He thinks that if the battle continues like this, he may be discovered by the Righteous Wind Squad members, even though he is using the Bramble Ghost Fog formation. The fog rises above the roof. Jianshi thinks that, on top of that, the one behind Y may appear here at any moment, and the longer this continues, the more dangerous the situation becomes for him. We see the top of the blonde man's head. Jianshi thinks that if the ghostly fog begins to dissipate even a little, he will need to use Parasitic Vulture, while the monster does not forget that the bastard continues to be his target. In front of us is a bird's beak. In the sky, the Parasitic Vulture, which Jianshi mentioned earlier, is hovering. The ghosts, looking up, tell their master that Parasitic Vulture has stopped emitting fog around itself. The hero smiles and states that Jianshi is most likely using the bird now, and he almost falls asleep while waiting for this momentous event. One of the elders says that it might be wiser to let the girl destroy the bird, and the hero himself will have to deal with Jianshi. The bird dives down. Its open mouth is visible above the boy's head. He states that it is completely unacceptable to make such cries in the middle of the night. Staring intently at the Parasitic Vulture, the hero orders the monster to immediately descend to the ground. A terrifying entity appears in front of the bird. Y uses the skills Violet Mystic Eye and Evil Ghost Advent. The bird squeaks in confusion. A bright white mark is visible next to the hero's head. The Parasitic Vulture plunges its head into the ground. The hero bewilderedly states that this is not what he meant at all. The ghosts begin to examine the bird sticking upside down. One of them says that it is a miracle that this bird did not break its neck. The second states that the body of this creature is incredibly durable. The hero squats down. One of the ghosts states that someone used very rare materials and spent a lot of time to make this creature, and all in order to use it against Y. The young man states that the elders look too smug, considering that it was he who did all the work, and not them. Y looks into the bird's eyes and demands that this stupid creature come to its senses. Jianshi is seen next to the boy and the bird. The hero says that Parasitic Vulture can choose one of two things, either fight its former master, or the one it sees in front of it now. The young man grins menacingly. The bird jumps up. She appears behind Jianshi. Her former master asks in confusion why the bird is attacking him. Jianshi defends himself by raising his right hand above himself. He understands that he has lost control of the Parasitic Vulture, and that the creature that stands behind Y is so strong that it can intercept control of pets. Jianshi's eye emits a pink glow. The monster thinks that the person he was just thinking about might be somewhere nearby, so he needs to run away from here immediately. Gyujin flies up to Jianshi from above. She delivers a powerful blow and says that if her opponent is so oblivious to defense, she does not need to be asked to make a successful attack twice. A bright white streak is visible in the air. Gyujin cuts off Jianshi's hand. The monster thinks that he needs to retreat and take a fresh look at the situation. A bright white trail is visible behind Jianshi. The monster cannot understand why someone stepped on his left hand. Jianshi bares his teeth in anger and asks the girl why she maimed him instead of killing him, and if she is sparing him because of her mother. The girl, smiling predatorily, states that the monster should just properly beg for mercy. Gyujin calmly walks forward. She states that she is going to cut into pieces to achieve her goal. Jianshi screams that she has gone crazy and asks if this is the guise of a Taoist promising salvation. Parasitic Vulture leaves 3 deep cuts on the monster's face. Jianshi looks back at his former pet angrily and calls him a damned bird. Gyujin has no idea why Beast Jianshi betrayed his master, but she understands that she has received a chance to get rid of the remaining ghostly fog. The girl holds her sword in front of her and uses the skill 1 energy of heaven and earth. In front of the monster, traces of many blows are visible. The girl uses the skill Evil Expelling Torrent. The monster leans forward a little. He realizes that the ghostly fog is dissipating, and his ghostly amplification technique has stopped working. Jianshi looks back at his hand behind his back and realizes that he needs to find a way to escape. It seems to him that some part of the ghostly fog is still left, and this is his last chance to escape. Jianshi's hand emits streams of white energy. Gyujin, standing in front of him, holds a weapon in front of his face. The monster flies into the air and tries to grab the hand lying on the ground. Gyujin and Parasitic Vulture rush after the monster. The girl screams loudly. Where is he going to escape? We see Jianshi's eyes. Gyujin looks at the hand lying on the ground in amazement. A bright flash occurs in front of the girl. She holds the sword with both hands. A purple ball appears in the monster's remaining hand. We see a trace of the jump. Gyujin approaches his enemy. The tip of the sword approaches Jianshi's head. A black vortex swirls around the blade. Gyujin, whose back of his head we can see, says that the enemy has escaped. The girl, looking to her right, says that everything went exactly as Y planned. The hero squats next to his sister. She tells him to be careful. As she just saw a spell from an unorthodox sect, Y asks if the girl could help him. She asks again in surprise. The brother and sister whisper to each other. Gyujin, looking at the hero in shock, asks why he does not want to kill Jiangshi if the monster, according to him, is going to ambush them. Y, smiling, says that he needs to get some information from this creature. The boy looks at his sister carefully. He says that they are members of an influential family, but are still in the territory of the Tang clan, and if Jiangshi was able to penetrate here and spread the ghost fog, then most likely he can also use some kind of magic related to formations. The girl asks again in surprise. Y, looking to the left and up, says that this creature, most likely, in case of mortal danger, uses the crystal of return to pass through the portal, and with the current level of skill, he will not be able to defeat Jiangshi if he uses a formation spell. Gyujin looks at his brother in surprise. He, smiling, says that if the girl can make Jiangshi escape outside the formation spell, then he will be able to find the puppeteer who is behind the monster, and figure out who dared to invade the territory of the Nine Dragons Division family. The girl sadly states that her brother is most likely right, and she even knows who hired Jiangshi as a hitman. Gyujin says that she is almost certain that it is their mother. She asks the boy what he will do if his sister decides to side with Sanyang. The hero, standing up, states that if that happens, he will be a loser who lost in mind games. The young man smiles. He looks at his sister, and says that it seems that this is the natural order of things in the Tang clan. Gyujin looks at his brother in shock. In front of the guy, there are figures with glowing eyes. The girl thinks that for Y, who has constantly experienced the most severe suffering, the Tang clan is just a gang of swindlers and deceivers. She thinks that she must show her brother that there are other people out there, and for this she must work much harder. Parasitic vulture raises its wing. Gyujin looks at the bird in bewilderment, and says that this seems to be Beast Jiangshi. A predatory grin appears on the girl's face. Parasitic vulture screams in horror. A white trail is visible in the middle of the forest. Jiangshi rests his hand on the ground. Shaking with anger, he says that he failed his mission and cowardly fled. The monster believes that he can always grow a new arm, but he lost Parasitic Vulture, and the Nine Dragons Division family will be especially vigilant after this attack. The monster, gritting his teeth in rage, says that his master will not tolerate such a failure. Jiangshi raises his head high, cursing everything in the world and blaming the damn Taoist for his troubles. The hero appears behind Jiangshi. He says that the monster should have run much further before stopping to rest. The guy says that he cannot believe that he stopped so close to the mansion. Jiangshi turns around sharply. He cannot believe that someone was chasing him. The hero calmly looks at the enemy. The monster tries to understand what the illegitimate son of the Nine Dragons Division family is doing here, and how he managed to catch up with him. Jiangshi takes a semblance of a fighting stance. He suspects that the guy was sent by the wizard who is standing behind him. The monster thinks that if this sorcerer was able to intercept the parasitic vulture, then, most likely, he will be able to calculate the location of the portal of the Bramble Ghost Mist formation. A smile appears on the monster's face, realizing that in any case, he has suddenly received a good opportunity. And now he can capture the bastard, figure out the identity of the sorcerer, and even get back the parasitic vulture. The hero is reflected in the iris of the monster's eyes. A toothy creature is visible above the youth's head. Jiangshi senses the energy of ghosts. He understands that the sorcerer seems to have given the youth one of his spirits. Grinning evilly, Jiangshi raises his right hand. The appearance of the creature that is visible behind the hero seems unfamiliar to him, in contrast to the energy it emits. Y, calmly looking at the enemy, states that the damn Namgung Sanyang was most likely in despair, but it is completely unclear how she could enter into an alliance with Black Bone Ghost Valley if she herself belongs to the Namgung clan. Jiangshi, looking at the youth in shock, asks how he can know all this. Black energy streams are visible above the hero. He suggests the monster to think carefully. The one-armed creature calls the hero a bastard. Jiangshi grinds his teeth in anger. He seems to understand something. The hero's eyes glow frighteningly. White teeth glow on the guy's face. The monster recognizes the evil ghost battle robe. The hero, looking at the enemy, says that he must be a veteran if he could recognize the robe that he just mentioned. The guy thinks that any member of Black Bone Ghost Valley, who has been in the organization for more than 10 years, should remember the evil ghost battle robe. We see the hero as he was in his past life. The young man remembers that it was in this mystical armor that Yun Woon Wai, the heir to the heavenly demon cult, was going to completely destroy this place. Jiangshi opens his mouth wide. He thinks that the source of ghost energy is none other than the Ghost King. The monster asks how an absolutely insignificant character got the evil ghost battle robe. Y, looking at Jiangshi, states that the person from his past that he remembers can answer the monster's question. Purple energy rises around the hero's body. He tells the monster that he wants to ask many questions. Jiangshi states that he is not going to answer any of them. The youth, raising his hand, states that Jiangshi can be stubborn as much as he wants. Menacingly looking at the monster, the hero states that they will talk in more detail after he carries out the necessary processing. Jiangshi, putting his hand forward, looks at the hero. He thinks that if this is really Y, he can kill him with one attack. We see the youth's fist. The monster looks at the enemy, trying to figure out what exactly he will use, a dark art or the power of the Ghost King. Y flies up to the enemy. His fist ends up right in front of Jiangshi's face. The monster is confused because the hero is using a martial art. Y brings down a hail of blows on the enemy. The monster flies back. He slams his back into a tree. We see the top of Jiangshir's head. The monster holds his face, realizing that a secret technique of the 9 Dragons Division family, Wild Wind Dance, was just used against him. The monster looks at the enemy over his fingers, surprising that the youth did not use a dark art. Jiangshir bares his teeth. Pointing his finger at the enemy, he shouts that he understands everything now, and that this is not why in front of him. Since he cannot use martial arts, Jiangshir believes that his enemy is a monster that can destroy an unorthodox warrior like him with a single swipe of his finger. Opening his mouth wide, Jiangshir shouts that he has no idea how his enemy was able to imitate Y's skills, but he will not be able to fool anyone. 3 bright pink beams are visible in front of the monster. A thick chain appears next to his head. The monster recognizes the magic imprisonment chain. He remembers that Y personally made this equipment. The hero points his finger at the enemy and states that he missed by a little, after which he says that he should not be called a monster, but for example, a genius. Jiangshir, standing by the tree, looks at the young man in amazement. He realizes that in front of him, it seems, it really is Y, but in this case, it is unclear how he can still be alive and even more so use martial arts. The hero, standing in front of the monster, says that he is probably confused, and tries to understand if this is the same person in front of him that he knew before. A dark, grinning figure is visible on the tree behind Jiangshir. Y, whose eyes emit a purple glow, states that the monster does not have time to ponder such questions now. Jiangshir, gritting his teeth in anger, looks at the enemy. He thinks that indeed if he hesitates too much, either the righteous Wind Squad members or the brainless ascetic who attacked him earlier will appear, but he understands that he cannot just up and run away. Sweat is pouring down the monster's face. He realizes that the bastard knows who he is dealing with, so he needs to be neutralized somehow. But if it really is Y, everything is getting too complicated. Sighing heavily, the hero asks the monster if he is going to stand still any longer. The guy, staring at the enemy, asks who even thought of initiating such hesitant creatures into the unorthodox warrior. He states that considering how Jiangshir was robbed of parasitic vulture, he cannot do a single thing right. Grinding his teeth in anger, the monster demands the enemy to repeat what he said. Jiangshir's head shakes in anger. Y says that maybe he should stop teasing him, as he wanted to get some information from the monster, but this idiot is unlikely to know anything important. The enemy calls the hero a bastard. The creature's hair stands on end. It screams that even if it has to die here, it will make the hero regret his words. We see a white trail. Jiangshir charges forward, putting his right hand forward. Y, looking over his hand, asks if he has finally decided to fight. A bright white beam is visible in the air. We see the hero's left eye. The young man thinks that he was trying to buy time and move the battle away from the village, but now it's time to use something that he failed to use in the duel with Gyujin. We see jets of white energy. There is a bright flash. The opponents are in close proximity to each other. Jiangshir says that he was supposed to deliver the guy's corpse, but now there may be nothing left of it. The monster stands with his right hand outstretched. He says that his opponent has the same filthy mouth as Y. The youth, grabbing the monster's hand, says that he can relax a little now. The monster's hand is shaking. Y states that the crystal of return will allow him to rest a little later. Jiangshir is shocked that the attack he made did not reach its target. The youth, holding the enemy's hand tightly, asks how he planned to deliver the corpse of his enemy somewhere if he has such a weak attack. The monster tries to understand if his enemy is really using evil ghost battle robe. Jiangshir pulls his hand back. He screams that this is simply impossible. The monster deals multiple blows to his opponent. Traces of blows are visible around the monster. It does not understand how its attacks, enhanced by overloading demonic essence, cannot reach the target. The hero calmly endures the blows that the monster deals. Looking at the enemy, the guy says that he should tell him when he finally wants to turn into a corpse. Jiangshir is about to hit him again. He calls the hero an annoying rat. The monster strikes again. The hero, grabbing his fist, says that he has finished testing the defensive capabilities of the evil ghost battle robe. In front of us is a clenched fist. Y says that it is time to test the attack. He hits the monster in the ribs. A bright white beam is visible in the air. A dark silhouette lies under the trees. Jiangshir, lying on the ground, thinks that after this single blow, he has confirmed his opinion, and his opponent is inferior to him in level, since his finishing attack is not able to kill the enemy. The monster, smiling, thinks that he can win if he waits for the evil ghost battle robe to end. The hero, standing above the enemy, asks why he is smiling. Y suggests that the monster thought the enemy's attacks were weak, and he wants to wait for the evil ghost battle robe to end. According to the hero, he knew that he was chasing Jiangshir from Blackbone Ghost Valley. Y asks if the monster really thinks that he has nothing prepared for this case. The guy suggests that his enemy is so stupid because his brain has rotted along with the rest of his body. Getting up from the ground, Jiangshir states that Y is talking all sorts of nasty and stupid things, since he can only rely on the evil ghost battle robe. Gritting his teeth in anger, he states that if the guy has some kind of trump card up his sleeve, then he should show it immediately. The monster rushes to attack and begins to strike. He says that this trump card is better to show before the effect disappears. which turns out to be the hero's robe. Jiangshi kicks. The hero appears behind him. The monster realizes that it was just an illusion. The youth strikes his opponent's back. Extending his only remaining arm to the side, Jiangshi shouts that the hero is scurrying around like a rat. Concern appears on the youth's face. He thinks that his attack was too weak to break through the defense of even the unorthodox warrior. The youth falls to the ground. He understands that he needs to do a few more things. A ghostly tiger head appears next to him. The boy feels a little sorry that he has to deal with Jiangshi here and now. A purple glow can be seen above the monster's head. He asks if the hero still hasn't realized that his attacks do no harm. There are traces of many blows near the monster. The boy rushes past his enemy, holding his hand out in front of him. Jiangshi opens his mouth wide and screams that he is ticklish, but unlike the evil ghost battle robe, there is no time limit. The monster states that the boy can hit him as much as he wants, but he must understand that retribution is inevitable. Y lands on the toe of his foot. Standing with his back to the enemy, the boy says that he was afraid that Jiangshi would dodge the blows and drag out this fight, but he was too stupid and simply took all the blows on himself. We see the eyes of the young man. Y declares that in front of him is still Jiangshi, who simply must be impenetrably stupid. The monster, raising his right hand, says that the hero is spitting out all these curses only because he found himself in a losing position, and that he wonders how much longer this bastard can continue to swear. Jiangshi spits out blood. The monster is shaking all over. He understands that he has symptoms of poisoning, which should not be there, since he is Jiangshi. The hero declares that ordinary poison really would not work on a creature of this kind. Purple streams are visible around Jiangshi's body. The monster guesses that ghost poison was used against him. The hero calmly declares that thanks to the fact that Jiangshi took all the blows on himself, he managed to thickly saturate the monster's body with ghost poison, and now his comrades can have fun to their heart's content. Jiangshi opens his mouth wide and curses the vile ghosts, and asks how they dare to eat his body. He demands that they all leave. There are several ghosts in front of us. They transform. The elders attack Jiangshi from all sides. He opens his mouth wide. The monster falls to his knees. The hero approaches him from behind. The youth's eyes emit an eerie glow. Jiangshi, looking tiredly at the enemy, asks to say only one thing: is it really Y in front of him? The hero looks at the enemy. He squats in front of Jiangshi and declares that this is not the end for the monster. A chain appears next to Jiangshi's head. Looking at it, the monster begs the boy to tell him that he is not going to use magic imprisonment. Bowing, the hero tells the elders that he must go. Waving his hand in farewell, he declares that the ghost must teach the new recruit how to properly follow orders. The elders stand over Jiangshi, telling the hero that they understood his order. Y walks through the forest, thinking that everything was more difficult than he expected. The hero, looking at his trembling hand, thinks that all this is because he is not yet experienced enough to use martial arts on a subconscious level. He is also unable to use skills that require long training. It seems to him that after he gets used to it a little, he will need to work on the speed of casting spells. The young man clenches his fist, stating that it seems he will have to do his homework. Y looks ahead in surprise. We see the boy's eyes. He understands that someone is looking at him. A pagoda is visible in front of the young man. A dark figure is noticeable in the window. Y tries to understand who it is and why this person is watching him. The hero realizes that Tang Ho-san is watching him. Y looks up with a frown. He realizes that his father belongs to the Tang clan, whose members are distinguished by their cunning and guile, while the guy thinks that doing nothing, watching what was happening, is a special talent. A drop of sweat runs down the boy's cheek. He thinks that Ho-san was far away from him and hardly saw exactly what was happening, but he still should have guessed that his son was fighting with someone who entered their territory. The boy thinks that his father behaved simply disgustingly. Gyujin waves his hand to his brother. The guy says that he finished everything and returned. Y looks at something in surprise. His sister pulls a terrified bird behind her. She asks her brother if he is hurt and how everything went. The boy, looking at Gyujin in amazement, replies that he is fine, then asks what she is doing with this feathered creature. The girl replies that she wanted to ask the bird about something, and that she planned to cut its wings, but they turned out to be very strong, and she was unable to do what she wanted. Continuing to squeeze the neck of the unfortunate creature, Gyujin says that instead she simply beat the monster half to death. Y thinks that in the future he should not anger his sister. The hero tells Gyujin that the Jiangshi he was chasing managed to escape. The boy states that his sister also fought, and he is very sorry that he missed their enemy. The girl says that everything is fine, and she is very glad that her brother is alive and well. Gyujin continues to strangle the bird. She says that she has no doubt that they can find out the location of the intruders by beating this beast Jiangshi, who, it seems to her, understands human language. Parasitic Vulture looks at the hero with a pleading look. The young man looks at the bird, thinking that it will be very difficult to hide a beast Jiangshi of such a size. Parasitic Vulture turns into a small funny creature. The hero looks at it in amazement. He understands that this creature can use spells. We see the eyes of the young man. Parasitic Vulture sits on the hero's hand. He declares to his sister that for now this Jiangshi will live in the White Pavilion, and his sister, who is probably very tired, should go and rest. The girl looks down sadly. Raising her left hand, she declares that if there is no more danger, she can return to her room. The girl offers to do the same to her brother. He willingly agrees. Gyujin turns around and leaves. She looks very displeased. A lantern is burning on the wall. A question is heard about whether the master of the interrogated person is really Whitebone Wraith. Ghost Jiangshi, kneeling, declares that everything is exactly so. The young man says that this means that this character is somewhere nearby, and that a long time has passed since he last saw him. The ghost, looking at the young man in bewilderment, asks if he really knows Whitebone Wraith. The hero answers in the affirmative. Yun Woon Wai turns away from the astonished sorcerer. The hero remembers that he studied the dark arts from this character in his past life, and then it seemed to him that he understood almost nothing in his craft, so he ran away from him after only a month of training. Above the wizard's head, 3 dark figures are visible. The hero asks Jiangshi if there really are 4 of the 12 dark ghosts near Julong County, namely, besides the wizard himself, Fortunate Blue Bone Phantom, Wicked Crimson Spectre, and Immortal Green Devil. The hero sits with his head in his hand thoughtfully. He thinks that the 4 elders of Black Bone Ghost Valley are nearby, and there is only one reason why they would be interested in Julong County: the visit of Dark Sovereign. We see the right side of the face of the said character. The hero thinks that Tang Moon Hyuk, one of the 10 great masters, has decided to establish a new special combat unit, and the cult members cannot just wait for Julong County to become even stronger. We see dark figures. The young man understands that under normal circumstances the cultists would simply send a spy into the newly created squad or try to weaken it in some way. But if there are 4 elders nearby, then everything is not going as originally planned. A grinning sorcerer is visible behind San Yang. The young man thinks that the fact that the cult members have grabbed his stepmother, the most influential lady in the 9 Dragons division family, means that the plans of the scoundrels are much grander and more insidious. An emblem is visible above the pagoda. The hero thinks that the society has established control over the heavenly demon cult and can significantly increase its power. 2 fingers touch some chips. The young man understands that if all this is really so, then the plan that would have looked reckless and simply stupid in his past life can now work and looks very dangerous. Before us are hieroglyphs. The hero looks thoughtfully over his hand. He realizes that the bastards want to kill Dark Sovereign. The elders hanging above Jiangshi's head call him a complete idiot. One of them states that even the 4 elders of Black Bone Ghost Valley cannot compare to Dark Sovereign. The second states that even the heads of the 9 great demonic sects will not be able to do anything to this man, since he is one of the 10 great masters. Why, with his arms folded, states that from what he understands, Jiangshi and his accomplices are some kind of vanguard. The monster says that he does not know the details, but as far as he knows, reinforcements are arriving from the Tian Shan Mountains. The youth is surprised that the new fighters are not provided by the society. He turns to number 15. Jiangshi, kneeling, asks what the young man wants. The young man asks if the ghost knows anything about the society. Jiangshi, looking at the boy with fear, states that he is just a lonely creature, and does not know about any of the society. Wai thoughtfully rubs his chin. He thinks that the orthodox warriors of the Black Bone Ghost Valley are too low in the totem pole, which means that he must capture the sorcerer Whitebone Wraith and get information about the society. Balls are visible around the sorcerer's head. The hero understands that the problem is that if he tries to catch this wizard at his current level, he will have to stumble upon a whole fortress of spells. The young man gets up, rubbing his back. He says that he seems to have learned everything he could from number 15. Tangon appears at the door, screaming hysterically, asking if everything is okay with young Master Y. The boy greets the instructor. The man points behind him and says that he received an order from the head of the family to bring his son to him, but he saw that the courtyard of the White Pavilion was in a completely terrible state. The young man asks again in bewilderment. Jiangshi, who had turned into a ghost, whispers in the hero's ear that he thinks Tangon is referring to the mess that arose as a result of the fight between him and the boy's sister. Y asks his mentor to calm down and promises to explain everything along the way. He thinks that he can solve his problem if he attracts Tangon and the other members of Righteous Wind to his side. The moon shines over the head of the man standing with his back to us. Ho-san looks over his shoulder. The hero thinks that before getting down to business, he needs to find out what the head of the 9 Dragons Division Tang Ho-san knows and how he intends to act. The young man, folding his hands in front of him, declares that he, Tang Woon Wai of the White Pavilion, considers it a great honor to appear before the head of the family. The father, looking at his son in bewilderment, says that he could be called the head of the family during the duel, when many spectators were watching them, but now, when they are alone, it is very strange to maintain the same distance. Father and son stand opposite each other. Wai apologizes for the too formal tone of communication. He explains this by the fact that they have not communicated for too long. Tangon, standing behind the young man, whispers that the guy is behaving like a complete psycho. He states that he praised him in front of Ho-san as much as he could, and the young man is now openly drowning himself. The hero, smirking, asks if Tangon really praised him, and declares that he is about to die of embarrassment. The instructor angrily says that now is not the time for jokes. The guy asks the man to just see what happens next. Smiling, the young man tells his father that if he is going to reward him for defeating the intruder, then he should do it in front of the general public. The hero realizes that his father did not call him here to strengthen his bond with his son, and simply wants to find out how much his offspring knows. Ho-san, looking at his son, states that he seems to know exactly why he was called here. Wai sullenly says that, as far as he understands, his father has already found out the identity of the intruder and established that he was connected to San Yang. Ho-san calmly looks at his son. He states that all this is natural, since it is directly related to the visit of the clan leader. Wai looks at the man from under his brows. He understands that he even knows about the plans to kill Tang Moon-hyuk. Closing his eyes, Ho-san states that if his son is not surprised, it means that he has already figured everything out himself. The man whose eyes we see states that he was told that Wai had changed a lot, but what he now sees is beyond all expectations. Ho-san says that he notices in the boy an inner energy, foresight, ability to think strategically, and all this cannot be developed in oneself even in a year or two. A snake is visible above the boy's head. Ho-san says that his son must have spent time in very deep holes. Smiling, the man states that Wai has deceived his father for a long time, and the boy's cunning is worthy of the name of the Tang clan. The boy, bowing low, thanks his parent for the words of recognition. The boy thinks that to someone they may seem an insult, but in fact, in the Tang clan, this is the highest form of praise. The father looks at his bowed son and says that he should not go further. The hero asks what the word further means in this case. Ho-san states that he will not interfere in any way with the war that is happening between the guy and Sanyang. However, the young man should not get involved with people who support this woman. The hero thinks that the man is not against the showdown for the inheritance within the family, but for some reason objects to someone dealing with the members of the cult, who are complete strangers. Wai does not understand what this cunning snake is planning. In front of us is Ho-san. The hero tells him that he understands everything. The young man passes by his father. He thinks that whatever his parents' motivation, it will not be possible to deal with the white bone wraith for now. Ho-san states that the conversation is over and the guy can go about his business. Wai, looking back at his father, asks if he wants to reward him for dealing with the one who invaded their territory. The man turns to his son and states that, as far as he understands, he wants to get something specific, something that he cannot get with his own hands. Looking at the young man, he offers to say what exactly he wants. Wai replies that he wants to train in the Twisted Forest. He thinks that this is an area full of poisonous insects and very strange creatures, and if he goes there, he will be able to quickly restore the mystical powers he had in his past life. Ho-san thoughtfully repeats the name he just said. Turning away from the young man, he says that only the head of the clan has power over the Twisted Forest. The man says that he can ask for a pass there when he sees Dark Sovereign, but he naturally cannot guarantee a positive answer. Wai realizes that his plan did not work. Ho-san reaches under the hem of his suit. In front of the hero, butterfly wings are visible. The insect sits on Ho-san's finger. The man says that perhaps his son will be satisfied with this reward. Tang-gon looks at Ho-san in shock. He seems to understand what he is passing on to his son. The head of the family looks back at the instructor with displeasure and demands that he remain silent. Wai looks at his father, trying to understand what it could be and why his mentor is so worried. The boy, looking at the butterfly, understands that it looks like just some kind of decoration. Ho-san, standing in front of his son, asks him if he likes the insect. The boy answers that he does. An energy circle is visible around the head of the family. The hero thinks that his father has put up a barrier around himself that he cannot pass through, and thus suggests taking the butterfly in some other way. The young man turns to ghost number 15. He flies after the butterfly. We see the antennae of the insect and Ho-san's face. Tang-gon, open-mouthed, looks at the butterfly taking off. It lands on the hero's hand. Ho-san looks at his son. He moves away from the boy and declares that she now belongs to him. The man turns to the instructor and demands that he go with him. Tang-gon, shaking his head excitedly, declares that he understands the order. The hero watches them leave. Wai, examining the butterfly, tries to understand what it is, and calls his father a bastard from the Tang clan. The elders look at the insect. One of them says that it looks like an expensive high-quality ornament. The other states that since it belonged to the scoundrels of the Tang clan, no one can guarantee that it is not some kind of murder weapon. Wai squeezes the heads of the two ghosts. He asks who asked them to give their opinions, and why none of them thought to follow Ho-san and Tang-gon. The elders disappear into the distance. Tang-gon, who is walking next to his commander, asks if it was even possible to do such a thing. He reminds that a blood butterfly, as far as he knows, is priceless to a man. Ho-san, looking up, says that it is indeed a great value, but the Wild Wind Squad has already been disbanded, and more than 20 years have passed since the Nine Dragons Division family was formed, and his son Wai has expressed his desire to continue the Wild Wind business. Tang-gon looks down thoughtfully. He says that he understands the reason why Ho-san gave the blood butterfly to young Master Wai. The man thinks that his commander must be regretting not being able to live up to Wild Wind Squad's expectations. Ho-san says that his other two offspring saw the insect, but showed no interest in it. Ho-san, smiling, states that Wai, on the contrary, managed to take the blood butterfly, although he does not quite understand how the boy did it. The man says that Tang-gon would probably say that the boy took the creature with the help of Wild Wind. The ghosts listen to the conversation. Ho-san says that this is why he believes the boy will be able to uncover the secret of the blood butterfly. We see the insect, The hero checks with the elders if his father really said such things. He states that he did not even think of using wild wind. The boy sits at the table. He asks if Ho-san said anything about what this entity is. One of the ghosts replies that, as far as he understood, it is an incredibly valuable item for the boy's father. The butterfly's body trembles. One of the ghosts states that when this creature moves, it consumes an incredible amount of spiritual energy, and most likely it is some kind of magical tool. The boy, looking at the insect, asks again in surprise. The boy shoos the ghost away with his hand and says that it should go away and let him check something. The hero's finger hovers over the butterfly. The boy states that it belonged to the bastards of the Tang clan, who do not even specialize in using spiritual power, and he is very interested in how much of this energy the butterfly can absorb. The insect flaps its wings. The hero and the elders look at it in surprise. The boy's eyes turn black. The hero's hands hang over the insect. He asks why it hurts so much to charge this creature. Streams of purple energy are visible around the butterfly. Its wings turn pink. Why? And the elders look at the winged creature in surprise. In front of us is the roof of the white pavilion. The hero utters phrases indicating that he continues to experiment with the insect. Why lies on the bed, holding his head. He says that he was so angry at the bloody butterfly that he could not sleep properly. The guy rubs the back of his head, declaring that if he cannot solve this mystery, he will just leave the insect alone. He thinks that if the old bastard White Bone Wraith finds out about the failure of yesterday's attack, he will try to do something else. The hero remembers his father, who says that the boy should not go beyond a certain line. Why understands that because of this warning he cannot act as he wants, especially hastily and thoughtlessly. The young man tries to think of a way to disrupt the plans of the White Bone Wraith without attracting the attention of his father. Tea is poured into the cup. The hero sits at the table. He thinks that the answers to his questions will not fall from the sky, and he must act carefully. In front of the hero appears a noticeably smaller parasitic vulture. The hero, looking at this creature, thinks that he almost forgot about its existence. Surprise appears on the guy's face. He looks at the funny creature, thinking that the parasitic vulture is a strong beast jiangshi, which, however, cannot withstand many unorthodox warriors. The hero clenches his fist. He thinks that he must strengthen this creature to be able to use it. There is blood visible above the boy's hand. The young man wants to use it to obtain a special item, Ghost King's blood, which has information about the Ghost King loaded into it using Reaper's sight. There is a red sphere in front of us. The elders are shocked. One of them asks if this is really the Ghost King's blood. The second says that he never thought he would envy some beast. The third demands that his colleagues keep themselves in shape. The fourth reminds them that they are ghosts and there can be no talk of any shape. Why thinks that since this item has information about the Ghost King loaded into it, it is an exclusive elixir for everyone associated with ghosts. The young man shows the red sphere to the bird and asks if it wants to eat it. The parasitic vulture makes loud sounds. Why asks what the bird did for him to deserve this pill. The little monster makes a very strange sound with its eyes bulging. The hero, smiling, says that if the parasitic vulture tells him where the Black Bone Ghost Valley farms are, where the beast jiangshi are grown, he will give the bird this pill. The small creature squeaks. The hero brings a red sphere to its beak and offers it to eat. We see the eyes of the parasitic vulture. A bright source of energy is visible in the bird's chest. Feathers fall from the wings of the feathered creature. The bird's head is transformed. The ghosts are amazed to hear that the parasitic vulture has completely transformed. A strong and dangerous bird stands before them. A horn flaunts on the forehead of the feathered entity. The hero says that, according to rumors, this wicked beast is the lucky bird that serves as the drum of war announcing the advance of the demonic fiends, the Jew. The young man, smiling, asks how this creature feels about its rebirth. It seems to him that it will be more useful than the beetle he had before. White streams rise above the hero's hand. An old man is seen behind Jew. The ghosts look at him in horror. One of them says that it seems that the elder Huan Mo was not destroyed. Huan Mo, looking at the hero, asks why he chose him. Wai holds up 3 fingers and states that he has exactly that many reasons. We see a beetle running away from Jiangshi. The hero states that firstly, he wants to reward Huan Mo for his loyalty. He states that at the time when some bastards, dying by his hand, cursed him, Huan Mo did nothing like that. We see the face of a young man. He states that the second reason is that Huan Mo wanted the hero to ensure the safety of his daughter. The old man looks at the boy in shock. Folding his arms across his chest, the young man asks the ghost how he is supposed to guarantee someone's safety when he does not even know what the person he is supposed to protect looks like, or his name. Wai, smiling, states that he himself does not want to waste time on this, and the old man can go to his daughter, and if necessary, protect her. Huan Mo looks at the young man in amazement. Smiling, Wai states that the third reason is that he understands the words of ghosts better than the sounds made by a bird. The boy realizes that he did not have to voice this reason. The old man, looking down, says that he thought that he finally got rid of his chains, but now he understands that he cannot escape from the hero. We see a man with his daughter sitting on his neck. Huan Mo thinks that after he lost his wife, he only had his precious daughter left in his life, and the moment the scoundrel Cheon Hajin kidnapped her, his life was ruined. Huan Mo kneels in front of Cheon Hajin. He remembers that in the end he betrayed both the head of the cult and his heir, but was still unable to protect his daughter. The man grits his teeth in rage. thinking that he has this opportunity again. Opening his mouth wide, the ghost says that the resentful demon swears allegiance to the heir of the cult. With his hands folded in a special way, the old man says that if he, the soul of Juan Mo, can serve Y, he will follow the path that the hero has marked out for him. The youth, looking down, asks the old man if he still has the memories that the parasitic vulture had, and if so, where is the farm he spoke of. The bird, with its eyes flashing, declares that if the hero gives the order, it will immediately fly there and tear the bastards who are there apart with the claws and beak it has just received. Y, with his left hand outstretched, says that the resentful demon must destroy the farms and notify the traitors of the coming of the divine cult. The bird, whose eyes emit purple streams, declares that it understands the order. She jumps up and flies out the window. 2 feathers land next to the young man. He thinks that when Ju starts destroying the farms, the white bone wraith will no longer have time to harm him, and this will give him some time. The hero remembers Ju's funny phrase about claws and beak. We see a carriage. Sanyang says that traveling at night was very tiring. The woman sees a sheet of paper and understands that it is a report from Mu Yang, and the folded corner means that the message is urgent. Sanyang reads it. The woman is amazed. The hero stabs his brother in the stomach. Sanyang learns that Yu Chang fought the bastard and lost to him. Now we have the scene of Wei and Gyujin fighting. Sanyang reads that the duel against her daughter ended in a draw. We have Ho-san. The woman learns that her husband watched both fights. She does not understand what the hell was going on. Gyujin appears behind the mother and calls out to her. The girl asks where Sanyang was. Fake a smile, the woman asks what her daughter is doing here at such a time. Sanyang stands in front of her daughter. She explains that she had to leave on urgent business. Gyujin states that she has little doubt that these matters are so important that her mother cannot discuss them with her. The girl angrily says that while her mother was away, Jiangshi entered the 9 Dragons Division family's territory and attacked Y. Sanyang states that she doesn't understand how that could have happened and suggests that it was just awful. She thinks that the girl she saw yesterday must have dealt with the bastard already. Sanyang grinds her teeth in anger. She thinks that it's too bad that advanced Jiangshi was discovered, but at least she managed to rid the world of the bastard. Sanyang states that she had to fight Jiangshi too. Sanyang asks in shock. She places her hands on her daughter's shoulders and asks why she did that when she could have gotten hurt. Gyujin states that she is perfectly fine. The girl, looking angrily at her mother, states that the attacker gave Sanyang away and didn't dare fight her. The woman thinks that she got involved with useless scammers who only set her up. Sanyang grinds her teeth in rage. The woman holds out her right hand and explains to her daughter that she is doing everything for her and Yu Chang, and that why, that bastard, is just an obstacle in their way. Gyujin asks if her mother really hates her stepson that much. The girl glares at the woman and accuses her of hiring Jiangshi, despite the fact that her daughter is a student of the Qingqing sect. Sanyang grinds her teeth in rage. She does not know what to say. The girl, turning her back to her, declares that if her mother is not going to turn away from the wrong path, she will simply not let her go further. Gyujin looks back menacingly. We see the woman's hand trembling. She calls out to her daughter. Sanyang, clutching her head, screams that Gyujin got it all wrong, and is doing all this for her own good. We see the woman's eyes, and then her mouth wide open. Sitting on the floor, Sanyang screams at the top of her lungs. Looking down, she states that this is all her stepson's fault, and she should have crushed that bastard a long time ago. Raising her right hand, Sanyang states that she must go to the temple immediately, and she is only doing this for Gyujin. Tengon, who is walking next to the hero, states that he is indeed a very brave guy. He asks if he is really going to go outside the mansion despite being attacked last night. Y says that if his mentor is going to continue whining, it would be better if he stayed here. Tengon, looking at the boy with annoyance, states that he cannot do that as he must follow the orders of the head of the family. The boy says that in that case, Tengon should stop complaining. Y and his companion are standing in front of a forge. Tengon asks if this is where the young man wanted to come. He replies that this is Lu Ban's forge, and this is where he needed to come. The hero thinks that the owner of this workshop must be very self-confident if he names it after the god of blacksmiths. Tengon enters the forge and asks if the owner is there. He is told that he is in one of the inner rooms. The owner, whose muscular arm we can see, says that it seems that Wild Horse has come to see him. The hero is perplexed as to where his companion could have gotten such a strange nickname. Before us is a stern old man. Tengon asks the hero for permission to introduce him, and says that this is the owner of Lu Ban's forge, Tang Chuk-yung. The young man, bowing, declares that this acquaintance is a great honor for him. The blacksmith asks if this is the second son of the stubborn blockhead. Looking up, the boy states that he is indeed Tang Woon Wai. The boy remembers that Chuk-yung knows his father from the Wild Wind Squad, but he finds it strange to hear him call his parent a fool. The old man, looking at Tengon, says that Wild Horse probably didn't bring this boy here just to introduce him to him. The mentor states that the boy wants to make something in this forge. Putting his left hand to the side, Chuk-yung says that most likely the boy is not satisfied with the weapons that the 9 Dragons Division family has, and he came to make something custom-made. He promises to make anything for the boy if he is given a blueprint. The boy thinks that he will have to spend money in this establishment. Since the blacksmiths are currently very busy due to the fact that many Tang clan members come here to test weapons before the Dark Sovereign's visit, The hero sees the filled-in applications on the table. He thinks that he would have been sent away from here for sure if he had come without Tengon. The young man, holding a scroll, states that his drawing is quite complicated, and the blacksmith might need his presence to get the necessary explanations. The old man, looking angrily at the young man, asks if he really thinks that this is the first time he has done something for a Tang clan member. He states that no matter how badly the drawing is drawn, he can create the perfect murder weapon. The young man, smiling, hands the drawing to the old man. He says that he wants to order not a murder weapon, but a sword. The old man asks again in surprise. Chuck-young asks if the young man really wants to become a Qingqing ascetic like his sister. Tengon, with his mouth wide open, asks what kind of sword are we talking about. He grabs his student and starts shaking him roughly. The mentor asks if they came all this way to order a sword and not a sophisticated murder weapon. The hero, drooling, says that he asked his instructor to show him an experienced craftsman and did not even mention that he wanted to make something sophisticated. Tengon cries, turning away from the boy, who pities his mentor. The old man, with his arms folded, says that Wild Horse must have high hopes for the boy. He disappears behind the curtain, saying that the hero should show how impressive his drawing is. Chuck-young unfolds the piece of paper. The hero says that he wants to remake the black sword into something new. Chuck-young, looking at the drawing in shock, asks if this is really what the boy wants. Tengon wonders what other sword his student wants. The drawing shows a fan. Tengon is perplexed and says that he does not see any sword there. Chuck-young, frowning at the drawing, says that in fact it is still a sword. The hero standing next to him understands that the old man instantly determined the purpose of the weapon, and he seems to be much more experienced than he previously thought. Chuck-young looks at the drawing in shock. He says that wire is used here. All this is incredibly interesting, and in front of him is an extremely cunning device. The young man thanks the old man for finding this design worthy of attention. Chuck-young is angry. He demands that the guy stop flattering him and simply explain the purpose of this disgusting weapon. The hero points to the drawings to the blacksmith sitting at the table. He explains what he needs. The old man, in turn, says what he will need. Wai and Chuck-young continue to discuss the order. They say something about gunpowder and whether the internal structure can withstand its use. One of the elders says that he could not even imagine that Wai is so well versed in such devices. The second says that he does not understand the meaning of what is being discussed at all. In front of us are two ghosts. The first of them asks why the sword should be shaped like a fan. The second says that the talk was about using gunpowder at all. He suggests that it may be some secret weapon of the Tang clan. Tengon listens to the conversation of the ghosts. One of the elders says that this may not be so, because the other members of the Tang clan also do not understand what is happening. Chuck-young, sweat running down his face, says that this sword will turn out very greedy. Wai replies that he has great hopes for this weapon. Chuck-young places his hands on the papers in front of him and states that he will probably have to make this weapon himself. Tengon asks again in surprise. The bearded man, looking at Tengon, states that the device that this cunning snake wants to receive is so sophisticated that it cannot be made by his students. We see the hero's eyes. He understands that the time has come. The guy hits his forehead on the floor and states that it is a gigantic honor to demonstrate a sword made by the best blacksmith during the visit of the clan head. Chuck-young looks in shock at the hero kneeling before him. He states that there are only about 20 days left until the visit of the clan head. Wai, looking slyly at the old man, asks if he can handle it in that amount of time. Chuck-young says something about his schedule. The young man states that he understands everything, and the blacksmith will not be able to do it in 20 days. Chuck-young looks at the guy with wild eyes and says that it is not completely impossible. Wai replies that he understands everything, and his order is probably too complicated to be completed in this time. We see the blacksmith's black eyes. The young man brings his sincere apologies to the great master. The old man's eyes fill with blood. He shouts that he does not know such words as difficult and impossible, since he is still Tang Chuck-young, nicknamed Lu Ban. The blacksmith shouts that 15 days are enough for him to make such a sword. Wai, smiling, says that this is why he is called Lu Ban. Tengon and the elders look at the hero with displeasure. They realize that another person fell for his cunning tricks. Wai thoughtfully rubs his chin. He thanks the heavens that the old man turned out to be much more talented than he thought. The young man remembers that the elder Huan Mo is currently destroying the beast Jiangshi farms, which means that there is only one thing left to do. Someone calls out to the guy. He looks ahead in surprise. Gyujin is standing in front of him. The hero asks his sister what happened. Looking down, the girl says that she wants to ask her brother about something. The young man feels the bloodlust that blue ghost face root emits. We see the eyes of the young man. He understands that his sister is extremely upset, and can no longer control one energy of heaven and earth. The young man guesses what this may mean. Brother and sister stand opposite each other. The girl says that her question may seem very strange, and asks what the young man thinks about the past. Wai asks again in surprise. Looking down, Gyujin clarifies that she wants to know if her brother has a grudge or other very unpleasant emotions against anyone. The boy, smiling, asks if his sister can tame the wind. She asks in amazement. Wai raises his right hand. He states that a person can temporarily grab the wind, but cannot hold it forever, because when the air stops moving, it ceases to be wind. The boy, clenching his fist, states that there is nothing important in the past, and for him what matters is what is happening here and now, and what is most important is what will happen in the future. The sister looks at her brother in shock. A smile appears on her face. She thanks the guy for helping her make a very important decision. Gyujin passes by the boy. She says that she has something to do, and she will not be here for some time. The girl rushes off, leaving her brother alone. The ghosts hang over the young man's head. One of them says that he could not even imagine that Gyujin could be so angry. The second notices that the thirst for blood of blue ghost face root has broken through the teachings of one energy of heaven and earth. The hero snaps his finger at one of the elders. He demands to stop chatting and states that both ghosts must follow his sister. They say that they understood the order. We see the back of the young man's head. The hero is almost sure that San Yang and Gyujin had a very unpleasant conversation, and it was this that upset his sister so much. The young man also understands that his stepmother will not sit idly by after this conversation. Y opens the gate. He says that in this case it is time to prepare to meet an unwanted guest. The hero smiles happily. In front of us is a multi-level pagoda. Someone tells the head of the family that young Master Y demands a meeting. Tang-gon looks around in bewilderment. Ho-san, looking at a piece of paper, orders his son to be let in and to tell him to wait a bit. Tang-gon, standing next to his student, asks what he is doing here. The young man replies that he wanted to show his respect to his father. The mentor says that if the boy continues to talk such nonsense, he can get the hell out. We see the faces of the two heroes. Y says that he is still the heir to the 9 Dragons Division family, so saying such rude words to him is very unwise. Tang-gon suggests that he should first not say words that deserve such an assessment. Ho-san asks his son why he came. The young man says that he wants to discuss the matter they talked about recently, and offers to make a deal. Ho-san looks at his son thoughtfully. He hints to Tang-gon that he should leave. The martial artist bows and says that he understood the order. The hero thinks that his mentor disappeared almost instantly, and with him the other people who were here unnoticed. The young man looks up. Ho-san looks at his son and says that if he continues to interfere in this matter, the Tang clan may get into trouble. The man folds his arms and says that his son must give him a good reason for permission. Y thinks that there is some unusual energy coming from the head of the family now, which he first felt from him at the training ground. Looking from under his brows, the hero says that he will try to convince his father. The guy thinks that Ho-san mentioned the plans of the Tang clan, so perhaps this organization is up to something. Sitting at the table, Ho-san states that the deal implies that each side receives something and parts with something. He asks what his son can give him. Y states that he has nothing right now, but he promises to give something very significant in the future. Ho-san asks again in surprise. The hero says that he will protect his older sister Gyujin. The father looks at his son in bewilderment. He says that his father knows very well what kind of people his wife has gotten involved with. The man looks down sadly, mentally asking his son to tell him. The hero looks at the man sitting at the table and realizes that he is using telepathy, because there may still be someone in the room. Looking at his father, Y mentally tells him that if San Yang's connection with the demonic cult becomes known, Gyujin and Yu Chang may be in danger. We see many eyes and 2 people sitting on the floor. Y states that if people around him begin to consider his brother and sister servants of the demonic cult, the attitude towards them will change in the most disgusting way. Father and son look at each other. Y says that Gyujin and Yu Chang will not be able to stay in Jianghu anymore. The head of the family reminds that he, Tang Ho-san, led the Wild Wind Squad that stopped the Demon Lord, and it is unlikely that anyone will be able to call his children servants of the demonic cult. Above the hero's head, suffering people are visible. He mentally conveys to his father that, naturally, no one will say anything in front of the head of the family, but this world does not forgive such mistakes. We see the upper part of the young man's face. He says that therefore he will do so that no label will stick to his sister. Ho-san, frowning at his son, says that he will not even ask how he is going to fulfill his promise. He wants to know what the young man wants in return. Y says that since his role in this matter will be huge, he wants his father to involve him in his plans. We see the faces of the 2 interlocutors. Ho-san asks if his son really thinks that he is already strong enough to work for his father. The guy answers that he will prove that this is really so. The man is interested in how the young man is going to do this. He says that the answer is White Bone Wraith. In front of us is the right eye of the head of the family. Ho-san hears that his son will bring the head of this demon. Y stands with his hands behind his back. In front of us is a bowl with 3 lit candles. Next to it someone is addressing Amateus. San Yang is standing behind the sorcerer. She asks why he took the matter so lightly and asks him to remember how much she paid the sorcerer. He calls her a follower of Namgum. The woman angrily asks if the sorcerer knows what nasty things her daughter said to her and declares that she is very interested in why the bastard is still alive. The sorcerer, on whose neck we see the balls, again calls the woman a follower of Namgum. The woman cries. The sorcerer, who has a staff in his hand, declares that he also feels that, judging by how it all ended, his mind has failed him. White Bone Wraith, grinning angrily, declares that he too has lost an apprentice, is not going to sit idly by, and will personally take care of this matter. An agitated Jiangshi appears at the door. She calls out to the abbot. The sorcerer asks why this creature is rushing in if it sees that Namgum's follower is here. Jiangshi says that it is a very urgent matter. White Bone Wraith, putting his hand on his knee, asks San Yang to sit down and wait. He says that, apparently, the news is really urgent. The woman sits on the floor. She thinks that she is not at all happy about what is happening, but she thinks that there is no doubt in the abbot's skills. A smile appears on Sanyang's face. She thinks that if he said that he would personally handle this matter, then her stepson can already be considered a corpse. White Bone Ray screams loudly, demanding that the news be repeated. The sorcerer grinds his teeth in rage. He cannot believe that someone is attacking Beast Jiangshu's farms. Ju hovers above the monsters. White Bone Ray thinks that the enterprises that have been secretly operating in Sichuan for decades have been destroyed by a single Ju, who has the same spiritual base as the parasitic vulture he created with his own hands. The winged creature towers over a mountain of corpses. Sanyang asks in surprise what could have made the sorcerer so angry. He calls her a bitch. White Bone Wraith extends his arm forward. He grabs the woman by the throat. The sorcerer slams the woman to the floor with all his might. Sanyang gasps for breath. White Bone Wraith insults her again and asks how she dared to deceive him. The sorcerer, with his mouth wide open, looks the woman in the eye and states that he is facing a high-ranking sorcerer who has enough power to make the parasitic vulture he personally created evolve. The old man screams that he will never believe that a vile bastard from a branch of the Tang clan could have such a powerful ally. White Bone Wraith braces himself on the floor. He screams that this is sheer nonsense and suggests that the bastards of the Namgung family have conspired with the sorcerer to stab him in the back. Sanyang, shedding tears, states that he has no idea what the abbot is talking about. He seems ready to kill his client. He asks if she really doesn't know or is she pretending. The sorcerer shouts that the bastards from Namgung seem to have too low an opinion of the Black Bone spirit. The woman's eyes widen in amazement. She understands that they are talking about a demonic cult. White Bone Ray stares into the woman's eyes. He understands that, judging by the surprised expression on her face, this bitch really doesn't know anything. It seems to him that the scum from Namgung decided to use this stupid creature and then just get rid of her. The sorcerer lets go of the woman and gets to his feet. He says that there seems to have been a small misunderstanding. The woman holds her hands to her throat. She tries to understand if she, Namgung Sanyang, really ended up connected with the head of a demonic cult and met him under the orders of her own family members. Tears flow from the woman's eyes. She understands that all this means that the Namgung clan is connected with demonic cults. The woman, trembling all over, sits in front of the sorcerer, who asks if her stepson's name is really Tang Woon Wai. White Bone Wraith says that the name of this bastard reminds him of someone, and now, even if there was no corresponding request, he has a reason to tear apart both this bastard and the sorcerer who supports him. White Bone Wraith smiles predatory. He asks if he can ask the woman for assistance. Sanyang, folding her hands in front of her, says that she made a mistake. Wai sits at the table in front of her. The stepmother declares that she is ready to apologize and fulfill any request of her stepson. Smiling happily, the hero declares that this is very unexpected, and he could not even imagine that Sanyang would begin to apologize. In front of us is the woman's left eye. She thinks that she was not going to apologize, but does it at the request of White Bone Wraith. The sorcerer, looking at the woman, says that they must make their enemies relax, so she must show favor to Wai. Sanyang tries to object. The sorcerer, showing off his magnificent teeth, says that in this case he will turn Sanyang into advanced Jiangshi and make her do what he needs. The woman, stretching out her hand forward, asks to wait, after which she agrees to fulfill the sorcerer's demand. Sanyang frowns at her stepson. She thinks that she must brainwash this bastard so that it would be possible to track down the sorcerer who is behind him. It seems humiliating to her, but she does it to save her life. Wai states that his stepmother behaves fearlessly enough. Looking at the woman, the guy mentally tells her that she seems to be afraid that the head of the family will find out that she has gotten involved with a demonic cult. Sanyang looks at his stepson in fear, trying to understand how he knows all this. The woman realizes that the guy is not just saying this, because his eyes are full of confidence in his words. In front of us is the upper part of the young man's face. Sanyang is shaking with fear. She thinks that she only recently found out that she is dealing with members of a demonic cult, and Wai already knows everything. The hero's face takes on grotesque outlines. He says that his stepmother looks completely broken. The hero approaches the woman. She thinks that for several months she thought that her stepson was supported by some sorcerer, but now he has the eyes of a person who is unlikely to be controlled by anyone. Sanyang is shaking. The hero, standing above her, smirks. The woman understands that her stepson acted alone from the very beginning. Sanyang looks at the boy. She thinks that maybe he doesn't fully understand the situation, and says that she has no idea what he's talking about. The boy, smiling, says that in this case she will have no problem telling her husband about everything. He mentally reminds her of the investigation that was conducted regarding Righteous Wind, as well as the strange shrine that the woman visits very often. Sanyang looks at the boy in amazement. He adds that the woman also has some items that are connected to the Namgung clan. The hero asks if it will be funny if Ho-san and, on top of everything, the members of the Namgung clan find out about this. The boy tries to look into the eyes of the woman, who has lowered her head. Sanyang looks down in horror. She understands that they will simply get rid of her. The woman thinks that the members of her clan will say that she herself got involved with a demonic cult and leave her to her fate. Sanyang, whose whole body is shaking, tells the hero that she is the wife of the head of the Nine Dragons Division clan, and it is simply impossible for her to be easily disposed of. The hero states that his stepmother is deceiving herself and is not sure of what she is saying. Sanyang looks at the guy with hatred and asks him what he needs. Why smirks. Raising his hand, he states that he needs quite a lot of things. In front of us are several items. The hero thinks that during the week Sanyang gifted him various treasures, heavenly silk robe, darkness gauntlets, pure marten leather boots and other expensive items. Acquiring all these rare things, his stepmother did not have time to make any plans against him. The movers unload the chests from the carriage. The hero stands surrounded by ghosts. He says that Namgung is a very rich clan, whose reserves simply do not end. One of the elders says that this is simply magnificent, and now the young man is dressed from head to toe in rare items. The second says that his stepmother is probably close to bankruptcy, and this fool deserves it for being at odds with Y. The young man, over whose head ghosts hang, says that it is not for them to talk about conspiracies and other evil things. The hero reaches under the hem of his suit. He takes out a greenish sphere from there and says that the most valuable thing he received is precisely this. Streams of energy rise around the hero's fist. The elders claim that they feel a gigantic poison energy. They ask what it is. The boy replies that it is a medicine created from wilting fungus, toxic flame herb and white life oil. One of the ghosts states that it looks more like poison. The second suggests that the hero is trying to raise poison dragon essence art to level 6. The young man, smiling, states that this is exactly how it is, and he is going to open middle dantian and raise it to the peak level. We see an open door. From behind it comes a phrase that wilting fungus is often used as an ingredient in various elixirs, but using it incorrectly can lead to the poisonous fungus starting to grow and killing the user from the inside. Y walks forward surrounded by ghosts. He states that in order to increase the toxicity, he combined wilting fungus with toxic flame herb and white life oil, resulting in a pill that is incredibly poisonous, and for someone who practices the poison dragon essence art, there is no better elixir. Y kneels down. One of the ghosts says that he understands the youth's intentions, but even for him, this substance may be too poisonous. The elder asks if the hero is sure that his body can handle this poison. Sighing heavily, the boy reaches under the hem of his robe. He says that for this reason he acquired another thing. In his hand is a case with a bluish sphere. The boy thinks that this is the divine azurite medicine pill. The hero examines the small ball. He thinks that this is an elixir that increases internal energy, and was created by the divine doctor of life and death. The boy swallows the blue pill, thinking that with its help he will increase his internal energy. A blue disc flashes above the hero's head. The guy feels a stream of pure energy rushing through his body, and it seems to him that this pill is considered miraculous for a reason. The guy has another ball in his hand. He thinks that it is time to take wilting fungus, which contains poison, which, according to the elders, is impossible to digest. The young man clenches his fist. In front of us is a greenish sphere. The hero thinks that with his current level of poison dragon essence art, he will experience unbearable pain. The sphere flashes with a bright light. It emits waves of greenish energy. The young man's face is distorted with pain. The guy screams loudly. Ghosts are visible behind him. One of them says that he feels incredible poison energy. The elders look at the guy with concern. They ask if Y is okay. There is a white sphere visible in the boy's abdomen area. He thinks that the mushroom poison exploded inside his body, and he must convert the poison energy into internal energy for poison dragon essence art. The ball emits purple streams. We see it in the hero's chest. The guy looks down. He thinks that he needs to condense the energy and deliver it to upper dantian. We see the hero's heart. A brightly glowing ball is visible in front of him. Powerful streams of energy are visible above the hero's figure. The young man, smiling, declares that he did it and received the poison dragon essence art of the 6th level. The ghosts hanging above the guy's head congratulate him on reaching a new level. One of them says that Y has reached the peak level in just 2 months of martial arts training, and this progress is unmatched. Y touches his chest. He thinks that the sensation is still weak, but he can already feel that the poison dragon essence art has taken root in him in middle dantian. The guy understands that he has endured 5 dragon crossings and reached the peak level. A dark figure appears on the roof. Its owner claims that he heard an explosion and came running here, thinking that it could be some kind of intruder, but now he feels some kind of unusual energy. Tangon, smiling, asks what his student did this time. The hero, smiling, replies that he took the elixir that Sanyang gave him. Tangon jumps down to the ground next to the hero. He says that he has no idea what kind of elixir it was, but he is sure that the hero robbed his stepmother in full. The mentor throws the guy a pull, saying that he probably wants to test how much stronger he has become. The hero, taking the weapon in his hands, says that he has an excellent martial arts teacher. The guy jumps up, declaring that he will not refuse the offer. Preparing to strike, the young man shouts that he will not hold back. Tangon looks at Y in shock and says that he seems to be able to imbue his weapon with energy. The teacher admits that the boy has incredible talent. The teacher and the student fight each other. Tangon, looking at the boy, says that his last blow had great power. He puts the pole towards the enemy, and says that now they will see how he copes with this blow. The boy thinks that before he could not keep up with the teacher's movements, but now he sees them clearly and distinctly. In front of us is the boy's left eye. Y thinks that, in addition to everything, he can now move much more freely. The boy parries the enemy's blows with the pole. He understands what the difference is between different levels of skill. Bright flashes are visible between the opponents. The boy realizes that now, when he imbues the weapon with energy, he has the same vision as Tangon. The hero holds the pole in his hands. Behind him, a monster with glowing eyes is visible. Tangon looks at the guy in fear. He asks if he can really use 12 fierce tiger steps with a spear. Y deals multiple blows to the instructor who is in the air. The participants of the sparring find themselves opposite each other. Tangon puts the pole in front of him. Looking tiredly at his student, he says that it seems that he can no longer act half-heartedly. Y points his weapon towards his mentor and says that he will squeeze every last drop of juice out of the teacher. Tangon and Y sit next to each other. The man asks if the hero has heard the rumors that have been circulating in the mansion lately. The young man asks again in surprise. The man clarifies that everyone is saying that the guy made peace with San Yang. The mentioned characters are seen above Tangon's head. He says that some people even say nonsense about the young man, amazed by San Yang's generosity, giving up the position of heir. Y asks what is wrong with this, and says that he might do it for the sake of harmony in the family. Tangon, looking at the guy in amazement, asks if he even knows the meaning of the word harmony. Raising his right hand, Tangon says that the rumors are related to the fact that the stepmother gives gifts to her stepson, but he is sure that nothing like this can happen between San Yang and Y. Smirking, the hero turns away from the mentor. He says that he cannot say that Tangon is wrong, but San Yang should behave in such a way that it is easier for him to get to the white bone wraith. Tangon understands that they switch to telepathic communication with him, and answers in exactly the same way. He asks who this white bone wraith is. The man's face distorts into a grimace. He understands that he is talking about one of the demons of Black Bone Ghost Valley. Y, looking at his mentor in surprise, asks if Tangon hasn't heard about this case from Hosan. He tries to say something. The hero says that the teacher must have been asleep during his last meeting with his father. Tangon thoughtfully rubs his chin. He says that everything is clear to him now, and the guy most likely found out that San Yang is connected with these bastards. The young man thinks that his mentor behaves like a real idiot most of the time, but becomes very serious when it comes to the cult. Raising his left hand, Tangon says that the guy plans to fight White Bone Wraith, but the sorcerers of Black Bone Ghost Valley always fortify their bases with spells. The hero asks if his mentor means Mystic Ghost Formation. Tangon angrily clenches his fist and says that the boy must know everything, and the formation mentioned makes those inside Jianshi even stronger. The man states that, to be honest, even if he tries his best, he probably won't be able to defeat the demon inside Mystic Ghost Formation. The hero states that he knows everything, and if they attack the demons head-on, they will suffer very heavy losses. There are monsters behind Jianshi. The hero thinks that according to the information given by Ghost Number 15, the temple's guards consist of 4 unorthodox warriors and a spirit-class warrior created by White Bone Wraith. In front of us is a sorcerer ready to fight. The hero thinks that this character leveled up shortly after Yun Woon Wai's death, and was most likely given power by the society. Tangon asks what the boy is going to do, and if he has any kind of plan. The boy smiles and says that he has a plan, and the last piece he needs will soon be in his hands. San Yang kneels in front of his stepson, and begs him to save her. The hero smiles and asks why the woman is asking him about this in the middle of the night. Because people can think God knows what. The boy gets out of bed and says that, as far as he understands, his stepmother is having a hard time because of the temple and the Namgung clan. The woman confirms this assumption. San Yang looks at the boy with a pleading look and says that he knows what situation she is in. We see the woman as a zombie. She says that the demon threatens to turn her into an advanced Jiangshi if she does not bring him information about the wizard who supports her stepson. Gritting her teeth in anger, the woman turns away. She says that if things continue like this, she will be finished. Y, smiling, says that he completely agrees with his stepmother, and her death will not be the most pleasant. San Yang cries. She promises to do everything that her stepson wants. The hero, looking at her greedily, asks if the woman will part with the position of heir, which she tried so desperately to get. San Yang looks down in despair. Clutching her dress, she declares that she will do it. She also promises to convince Gyujin and Yu Chang to give up their rights to inheritance. San Yang declares that she will go into seclusion and will never show herself to the young man again. The woman bangs her forehead on the floor and begs him to save her. The young man, behind whom a bright glow can be seen, agrees to the stepmother's conditions, but warns that San Yang will have to do as he says. The woman replies that she will do anything, just to get rid of the demon. Y, smiling, declares that in this case she will have to prepare something. He thinks that this is the last detail of his plan. The hero raises his right hand. He intends to destroy the White Bone Wraith. In front of us is a blacksmith shop. Someone inside says that he is in big trouble. Chuck Young, with his arms folded, says that he will have to work for half a month to make a black sword, and that this weapon must contain the energy of a ghost made of black steel. We see a curved blade. Chuck Young says that he cannot believe that the guy expects to use such a material in such a complex design. Behind the blacksmith, a smiling hero is visible. The old man says that he is still just a child, but in his cunning he is not inferior to a snake. Chuck Young understands that the young man seems to have outwitted him. The blacksmith frowns down. He understands that he will have to work day and night, and his students are not professional enough to help with anything. The old man clutches his head. He says that he does not have 2 bodies, so he will have to tell the young man that the order will be completed with a delay. Someone, appearing behind the blacksmith, declares that he is very surprised to see him in such thoughts. Chuck-young turns around in surprise. He asks in bewilderment what the man who just addressed him is doing here. We see the lower part of the face of this character. He asks why the blacksmith is so angry, because they have not seen each other for a long time. The gray-haired old man, smiling, says that the blacksmith is offending his older brother. It is reported that before us is Dark Sovereign Tang Moon-hyuk. Chuck-young, opening his mouth wide, shouts that his relative should be preparing for a visit to the 9 Dragons Division family, and asks why he appeared here without security. Moon-hyuk, showing a thumb, says that he slipped away from his guards. The blacksmith declares that his brother is always causing trouble for everyone. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Moon-hyuk states that the drawing he sees is incredibly interesting, and asks who brought it. Chuck-young, closing his eyes, states that it was the son of a soulless statue. Moon-hyuk looks at the drawing in surprise. He states that he heard that Ho-san's 3rd son is a genius of the shadow, but did not expect anything like this from him. Chuck-young holds up 2 fingers and states that it is not the 3rd, but the 2nd son. Moon-hyuk asks in surprise if his brother means why. He confirms this. The brothers stand at the table. Moon-hyuk says that from what he heard, this is a weak-willed youth who has no talent. Chuck-young says that he himself was surprised when he saw the guy here, and now he is convinced that it is a real snake. We see a fan in the hero's hand. The blacksmith states that the guy wants to use sword and fan techniques with just 1 weapon to confuse enemies, get to the right distance and attack with throwing weapons. We see how it should look ideally. Moon-hyuk, looking up from the drawing, says that this weapon corresponds to all the traditions of the Tang clan. Chuck-young, closing his eyes, says that if it were limited to this, then it would not be so difficult. He says that this weapon has 2 more parts. The old man points to a semicircular blade, after which he states that the hero left this magical tool made of black steel, and said that 2 more parts of the weapon need to be made from it. Moon-hyuk looks at the curved blade in surprise. The blacksmith says that the guy obviously studied magic and mastered cursed poisons. Dark Sovereign says in surprise that Y probably wants to give the properties of the cursed poison to his sword and throwing weapons. He asks what the last difficulty his brother was talking about. Tang-gon is visible behind Moon-hyuk's head. The blacksmith says that this guy is a student of this master, and the young man managed to trick this fool and learn wild wind dance from him. Moon-hyuk, whose ear we can see, is clearly surprised. The old man thoughtfully repeats the name of the art that was just heard. Chuck-young, sighing heavily, says that this young man not only wants the weapon to have many forms, he also demands that it be able to use curses and wild wind, so one can only be amazed at the greed of this impudent man. Moon-hyuk, smiling, states that he understands everything, then asks his brother if he really does not have enough time and labor to make this weapon. Chuck-young, crossing his arms over his chest, states that his brother understands everything correctly. Dark Sovereign has an epiphany. Raising his left hand, he states that he cannot wait for the boy to demonstrate this tool in real combat. Y and Sanyang stand next to the carriage. The stepmother tells her stepson that she has finished preparations. The woman shakes her head. She asks if they will go only the 2 of them. The boy says that the instructor Tang-gon will also be with them, but he needs to take care of something before leaving. The mentor appears behind the boy. Y says that they have waited for this companion of theirs too. Tang-gon, landing on the ground next to the hero, asks if it is really necessary to set off at such an inopportune hour. Y replies that now is the best time. Tang-gon, frowning at the hero, says that as he ordered, he neutralized Mu-yang. The young man, smiling, thanks his mentor for the excellent work. Sanyang in horror asks what exactly Tang-gon did to Mu-yang and why. The hero states that this scoundrel leaked information about the 9 Dragons Division family, the Namgung clan and even the temple. Sanyang, gritting his teeth in anger, says that he cannot believe how unprofessional the Mind Shadow Troop, the intelligence of the Namgung clan, is. We see the left eye of the woman. She thinks that Tang-gon not only found Mu-yang, whom they were hiding, but also found out something that even she did not know. Sanyang realizes that all this time she was a toy in the hands of others. Tang-gon, rubbing his neck, asks if they really will go only the 3 of them. The hero hands him the mask and answers the question affirmatively. Tang-gon looks at the item in amazement and asks if he really has to wear it. Y says that he simply has to. The hero smirks and states that everyone knows that he and Tang-gon are very similar to each other. Still smiling, the youth demands that his mentor finally put on the mask. As it is time for them to leave, the man pulls it on, complaining that this is all too confusing. The carriage travels through the forest. Someone inside notices that the fog is thickening, meaning that they are in foreign territory. Tang-gon, who is holding the reins, asks if young Master Y feels it. He says that he does. Beasts with glowing eyes are visible through the trees. The boy thinks that the enemies are hiding their presence with the help of a ghostly fog, but he clearly sees them through Reaper's sight. Red dots are visible behind the trees. The youth thinks that there are countless Jiangshi there, and the enemies must have strengthened their defenses after the beast Jiangshi farms were destroyed. The carriage drives through the forest. Y thinks that the rumors about White Bone Wraith increasing his level are most likely true, as his magic related to formations has become much more sophisticated. The hero looks to his right, thinking that something strange is happening with the flow of mystical power. The boy calls ghost number 15, who appears next to him, saying that he is listening to his master. Why? With his arms folded, asks the ghost if White Bone Wraith used the magic manual that Yun Woon Wai compiled. The ghost is shaking in terror. He says that he does not know the details, but he heard that 12 dark ghosts found some incredible treasure when they were cleaning the ruins of the house of the heir of the head of the cult. The elders pounce on their comrade in misfortune. One of them calls him a vile jiangshi, the second asks how he dared to steal the boy's knowledge. We see a powerful flash. The hero assumed that all traces would be destroyed with the Hellfire Soul explosion ritual. However, apparently, some parts of his grimoire still remained. Above the hero's head, a key is visible sticking out of the lock. The guy thinks that using spells against someone who knows the properties of your magic is like using a lock against someone who has a copy of the key. The boy understands that he must be careful with the use of spells until he restores his Ghost King grimoire. In front of us is a cartwheel. She arrives at the gate. Someone says that they have arrived. The boys take San Yang out of the carriage. She states that she understands everything. White smoke seeps out of the gate opening. Jiangshi greets the Namgung follower with a strange expression. She asks what brings her here today. The woman, behind whom one of her companions with chests is visible, states that she brought items that belong to an illegitimate bastard, as requested by the abbot. The girl, standing in front of the visitors, states that recent events have forced them to tighten security measures, and because of this, she will take the entire load to the abbot herself. She asks the woman to wait at the gate. Tangon asks the hero standing next to him what they should do, and whether they should just break through inside. Wai asks to wait a little. San Yang, looking at Jiangshi, states that she does not know what objects bear traces of spells. However, as far as she knows, mystical powers become polluted when they fall into the hands of the dead. She asks the girl if she is not afraid of polluting things with herself. Jiangshi looks at San Yang a little offended. She asks the visitors to follow her. San Yang and her companions enter the gate. Jiangshi approaches the door and, turning to the abbot, reports that a follower of Namgung brought the things he demanded. From behind the door comes an order to let the visitor in. San Yang, frowning, enters the open door. She greets the sorcerer. He declares that the woman is finally here. Joyfully looking at the hero's stepmother, the scoundrel asks if she brought him what he asked for. Turning to her companions, San Yang says that she cannot distinguish enchanted items, so she put everything that was lying in her son's room in the chests. White Bone Wraith praises the woman for her excellent work and says that this will certainly be much more reliable. San Yang looks back at her stepson. Wai and Tangon put the chests on the floor. The sorcerer reaches out to one of them and joyfully shouts that he feels a mystical power. Without even opening the containers, he praises Namgun's follower for her excellent work. White Bone Wraith opens the chest and says that he will try to track Wai right now. The sorcerer's eyes glow red. It seems he understands what is inside. There are ammunition. White Bone Wraith says that these are bombs with black powder. The sorcerer, bewildered, looks at San Yang and asks what all this means. Wai and Tangon grab the woman by the arms. They quickly run out of the room. The sorcerer holds a chest in which the fuse is already burning. 2 tiny red dots are visible in the eyes of the White Bone Wraith. The old man curses. Something flares up in front of him. An explosion occurs. The sorcerer's dwelling flies apart. Various objects and parts of the structure fly up. A powerful explosion occurs. San Yang and her companions cover their heads with their hands. Tangon, taking off his mask, says that this should have destroyed the mystic ghost formation. The hero, smiling, says that the spell, however, has not yet completely dissipated. The hero and his companions look at the burning structure. Tangon asks the young man if he wants to say that White Bone Wraith survived this explosion. He says that it is still Jiangshi. The young men are standing on a cliff. Wai says that he saw the sorcerer release his mystical power before the explosion. It seems to him that he could have lost an arm or a leg, but he definitely survived. Flying creatures appear above the heads of the guys. The hero says that these guys are definitely safe and sound. In front of us is the servant Jiangshi and several warriors who belong to the same category. The creature bares its teeth angrily and asks how dare the hero treat their sacred lands like this. Wai, smiling, says that Jiangshi is overdoing it, and they only blew up a house. Tangon says that it is natural to be angry about such things. Jiangshi, standing behind the servant, says that in front of them is Tangon, who is considered the second most powerful martial artist in the 9 Dragons Division family, and next to him is the second son of the head of the family, Tang Woon Wai, and the fact that they are here means that the cult's plans have been uncovered by the Tang clan. The hero looks over his shoulder at his mentor and asks if he can handle this alone. The Jiangshi standing behind the maid say that since they do not know their opponent's plans, they need to capture them alive. The girl angrily replies that she understands the order. A powerful blow flies at one of the Jiangshi. Blood splashes behind the girl's head. Tangon approaches the maid and asks how a baseless monster can pretend to be human. The girl looks at the man, thinking that her comrade may not have expected the attack, but to destroy the unorthodox warrior with one blow is a testament to incredible strength. Tangon glares at his enemies. The Jiangshi thinks that this is a martial artist at the supreme peak stage. Wai, flying over his comrade's head, says that he can be relied upon and states that they will meet later. The instructor sighs tiredly. In front of us are two Jiangshi. The one with the strange headdress asks Tangon where he thinks he is. The girl demands that the fighter ignore this enemy, who is not as dangerous as Y. Tangon is seen holding a whip. The monster standing behind the maid says that now they must make every effort to defeat this enemy. Tangon, smiling, asks if these zombies are really going to defeat him. He demands that they at least try to do so. From under the rubble of the house, someone crawls out. White Bone Wraith, whose face looks very dented, asks how dare this stupid bitch betray him. The monster leans his hand on the ground. He says that he won't be able to heal his wounds right away, and besides, the explosion damaged Mystic Ghost Formation. He thinks that he needs to quickly decide what to do, reconstruct Mystic Ghost Formation before the Tang clan forces arrive, or just get rid of all the evidence and escape from here. The hero appears near the sorcerer. He says that he came here from nowhere, and the damned White Bone Wraith is thinking about escaping from here. The guy, smiling, asks if the sorcerer doesn't think that he is behaving like a bad master. White Bone Wraith, who is still partially under the rubble, says that he recognizes the face of the bastard from the Nine Dragons Division family, and that now he understands that this was exactly the plan of the one who supports this bastard. The young man, smiling, says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, namely since he learned magic from the sorcerer. The hero and his opponent are seen not far from each other. White Bone Wraith asks what nonsense the young man is talking about. Y says that the old man has forgotten everything, and although they represented different sects, he still studied with the sorcerer for almost a month. The sorcerer looks closely at the boy and asks him again. Y says that the old man's manner of speech is simply disgusting. White Bone Wraith's eyes fill with anger. The boy approaches him, stating that the sorcerer did not recognize him even after he stole his magic. A huge monster is seen behind the hero. The boy says that the sorcerer insults his feelings. Horror appears on White Bone Wraith's face. He recognizes young Woon Y, the heir to the head of the heavenly demon cult. The old man raises his hand with crooked fingers. Powerful streams of white energy rise around him. Putting his left hand forward, the guy says that, as far as he can see, the sorcerer has really reached a new level, and everything would have been really bad if they hadn't managed to blow up the formation set up by this character in advance. We see the mask that White Bone Wraith wears. In front of us is a trace of a powerful blow. The hero defends himself by putting his hands in front of him. He asks what this is. The guy thinks that the enemy is not going to use spells, and he tries to understand what he plans to do. We see the boy's eyes. He thinks that whatever the spell is, he sees everything with his Reaper Sight skill. Surprise appears in the boy's eyes. A crater is visible in the ground in front of him. The hero asks in bewilderment where White Bone Wraith went. The guy turns his head, thinking that stealth is not this creature's strong point, and he himself does not feel any mystical power, so using an illusion is out of the question. Elders appear next to the guy. One of them shouts that the sorcerer is upstairs. Y sees a winged creature above his head. He tries to understand what is happening. One of the ghosts says that the sorcerer seems to be trying to escape. The hero and his charges look up. The young man says that he does not know what to do, start mocking this coward or praise him for the speed of his decisions and decisiveness of his actions. Putting a hand to his forehead, Y says that the old man chose the worst possible direction to escape. The bird, which has bones instead of a body, carries the White Bone Wraith. The sorcerer complains that his opponent was none other than the heir of the head of the cult. He does not understand how this damn parasite can still be alive. White Bone Wraith, who has a horn mask on his head, grins. He says that much more importantly, the guy demonstrated who he really is, and this means that this enemy has some reliable way to get to him. The color of the sorcerer's face changes. Above him, Gyujin is seen. The old man feels a strong energy directed against the demons, and then identifies his new opponent. Bright stripes are seen in front of the girl. The sorcerer hangs in an awkward position under the body of the bird. He opens his mouth wide. Gyujin attacks the bird and the jiangshi it carries. A white thread is seen in front of the hero. He says that the sorcerer gets what he deserves for ignoring both him and other living people. The sister runs up to her smiling brother. He greets her. The girl, looking at the hero in amazement, asks what he is doing here. Y, smiling, declares that he is destroying the followers of the demonic cult together with San Yang. The girl asks again in amazement. Y says that the jiangshi that his sister just threw out of the sky belongs to the cult of the heavenly demon, and he is only here to defeat him. Gyujin, looking down, states that she is only here because she was told that her mother was in cahoots with a sorcerer who lives in these mountains. The brother and sister stand next to each other. Gyujin states that she did not even suspect that this foul creature is also a follower of the cult. Y thinks that he understands his sister's feelings perfectly, but he needs to take care of the sorcerer before he tries to escape again. The young man looks at the funnel that is smoking in front of him. He tells his sister that he can take care of this creature. The hero points his finger at the fire visible in the distance. He asks Gyujin to help Tangon, who is currently fighting many enemies alone, protecting Sanyang. The girl asks in amazement if they really came here, only the three of them. The brother, looking at his sister, says that it was a secret attack, and she herself came here alone. The young man realizes that despite the scandal that happened, the girl continues to worry about her mother. Standing with his back to his brother, Gyujin says that since there is no time to waste, she will ask all the questions later. The girl advises the young man to flee if the situation becomes too dangerous. He says that he will do so. Gyujin, looking at his brother, says that in this case they will see each other later. The girl runs away. In front of us is the back of the young man's head. Y says that the sorcerer has rested enough while he was talking to his sister. The guy demands that his opponent come out into the light of day. Y looks at the smoke rising in front of him. He states that the sorcerer, belonging to the Black Bone Ghost Valley, is able to easily recover from the wounds he received. A hand emerges from the smoke. The hero says that the White Bone Wraith should not even think about catching him off guard. A sorcerer appears in front of the young man. White Bone Wraith grins angrily. He spreads his arms. Looking at Y with burning eyes, the sorcerer says that he still has the disgusting habit of mocking that he had in his past life. The old man, putting his right hand forward, declares that Y should be dead. He demands to explain why this bastard is standing in front of him alive. Streams of purple energy rise above the palm of the young man. He says that it is hard to believe, but immortality and reincarnation are the eternal dream of all sorcerers. The guy, smiling, asks if this is enough proof for the sorcerer. White Bone Wraith, looking at the hero, says that he is wearing the evil ghost battle robe. Opening his toothy mouth wide, the sorcerer shouts that this means that Y really was able to overcome death. The young man, on whose face is a mask, looks at his enemy. The hero, whose eyes emit a purple glow, says that he has a lot of questions for White Bone Wraith. He approaches the sorcerer and demands that he not run away like a coward. The guy offers to finish this as soon as possible. With his mouth wide open, White Bone Wraith shouts that it seems that the guy still has the same dirty mouth. He says that this suits him, and he will shut the hero's throat and then destroy him. The sorcerer stretches out his right hand. Traces of blows are visible in the air. Many monsters rush at the young man. The guy's hand emits purple streams. Y deals with the monsters with the help of the skills Wild Wind Dance and Wild Wind Frenzy, and approaches his main opponent. He punches the monster in the jaw. The monster realizes that martial arts are being used against him. Balls fly from the neck of White Bone Wraith. The sorcerer tries to hide. He thinks that his enemy is very fast, but according to rumors, he is just a bastard who has yet to reach the peak stage. A bright mark from the blow is visible under the sorcerer. White Bone Wraith looks at the rapidly moving enemy in confusion, realizing that he seems to have managed to raise his level in a very short time. We see the sorcerer's sparse teeth. He realizes that his enemy is able to use martial arts, and does not understand how this is even possible. The sorcerer, above whom Y is visible, screams deafeningly. The hero jumps back, stopping with his feet. Raising his left hand, he asks if the wizard has any other aces up his sleeve, because if this is all he can do, it will be an incredible disappointment. The sorcerer again extends his right hand. He demands that Y shut up. The hero, looking at the enemy in confusion, asks why he uses the same move. The young man stares at the enemy, thinking that the sorcerer's actions may seem stupid, but in fact they are not. White Bone Wraith throws out his fist and orders an explosion. The monsters surrounding the hero swell. Y says that the old man is using corpse explosion, and that was too predictable. A very powerful explosion occurs. We see a white trace. The sorcerer spreads streams of white energy around himself. He thinks that it is simply incredible that he has to waste priceless beast jiangshi, like ordinary bombs, while the monster understands that this way he can buy some time. The hero tries to reach the sorcerer rushing past him. He asks where he is going. The young man strikes, throwing the old man back. He screams hysterically. We see a white trace from the blow. White Bone Wraith shows his teeth, which really have become much smaller. The sorcerer is kneeling. He thinks that because his formation is destroyed, it will take him a long time to use powerful spells, while the enemy gives him almost no time to recover. Y slowly walks towards his enemy. He says that the old man stole his spell book, but it seems that he did not learn anything decent from it. The sorcerer's eyes glow red. He states that this is all because of Y. He blames the boy for blowing up his formation. The youth approaches the enemy. He states that he did it. However, this does not deny the fact that in front of him is just a sack of shit, who is only capable of running away from danger. The hero, whose mask glows with a scary grin, says that he expected much more after hearing that the sorcerer went to the next level, but he turned out to be a pathetic loser. We see the sorcerer's crooked nose. The monster's hands emit a pink glow, and the White Bone Wraith roars. He strikes. The sorcerer, transformed into a terrifying monster, rushes at the boy, calling him the heir of the heavenly demon. The ghostly hand of the old man approaches the boy's head, and Y asks if this is all that jiangshi can do after hearing so many insults and being mercilessly humiliated. The boy grabs his opponent's hand and says that he has seen more than enough. The sorcerer's hand trembles, and he calls the boy a rat. The hero strikes with his foot. A bright white mark is visible under his lower limb. The sorcerer is kneeling inside the funnel, breathing heavily. Y declares that this is the real jiangshi, who is incredibly stupid. The sorcerer, with his mouth wide open, screams that he surrenders, and is ready to tell everything he knows if the boy spares him. Y kicks again and declares that the White Bone Wraith seems to have an advanced case of dementia. The young man stands over his enemy. he states that he has the magic imprisonment chain, and he does not understand why he should leave Jiangshi alive. The boy, grabbing the old man by the neck, shouts that they will see each other again when he turns into a ghost. White Bone Wraith understands that he is about to die. He looks at his enemy furiously and shouts that he refuses to die like this. Y strikes again. The hero, looking at the enemy in surprise, asks what is happening. The young man stands on the shore of the ocean. He says that the sorcerer had such a trick hidden away as soul ensnarement. Looking around, Y says that, to be honest, he did not expect his enemy to overcome the mental protection of the robe and be able to use this spell. Above the boy's head, 2 elders are seen. One of them says that the sorcerer used high-level magic. The second states that it is one of the original spells of Blackbone Ghost Valley. Y states that the ghosts are right, and it is too difficult for White Bone Wraith. The boy thinks that all this proves that the sorcerer was connected to the society. The boy looks to his left, where someone calls him the heir of the heavenly demon Yunwun Y. The boy, next to whom the ghosts are seen, clenches his fist. He is told that he is now locked inside the soul prison. Above the hero's head, an incredibly strange creature is seen. White Bone Wraith states that even Y cannot undo the spell that he used, offering his life in exchange. The sorcerer curses the boy for forcing him to take extreme measures. The boy asks the enemy why he is angry with him. The hero claims that it is the sorcerer's own fault for not protecting the mystic ghost formation. White Bone Wraith, who has turned into a ghost, demands that the guy shut up. The hero says that the sorcerer needs to take anger management courses. One of the elders asks the guy to try to find a way out of here instead of teasing Jiangshi for some unknown reason. Y puts his fist in front of his face. The sorcerer says that he will pull his soul into his soul and dissolve it there. The hero flies down, leaving a white trail behind him. The ghost hanging above the guy's head says that the earth has disappeared, and he had no idea that his former master had such a spell. Y and the ghost end up in the water. The boy thinks that he is in the sea, and from such a realistic artificial space, it is unlikely that it will be easy to find the exit gate. A white trail is visible behind the boy. Y thinks that it seems that it all comes down to whether he can analyze this spell before he drowns. He realizes that everything around him looks the same, but he can see the mystical power that the currents carry, and this gives him the opportunity to read the texture of the spell. Y dives into the ocean. He thinks that if the wave he saw earlier can be called the blocking gate, then the ocean currents are the enclosure gate, and if he follows them, he can reach the central gate, from where he can see the entire space. The boy looks up. He thinks that even from here he cannot see the death gate and the life gate. He remembers that the old man sacrificed himself to cast this spell. A bright light source is visible in the sorcerer's mouth. The hero thinks that White Bone Wraith's words show how much he valued life, which means that he does not want to kill him, but rather steal his body. The young man looks at his palm. He thinks that in this case the gate of death in this space will be his drowning. We see the hero's hand. A bright flash occurs inside the guy. Blood gushes from the young man's back. One of the ghosts asks the guy in horror why he is committing suicide. The young man, looking at the elder, asks not to jump to conclusions. He says that the gate of exit here is death, which did not occur from drowning. The guy asks White Bone Wraith to confirm this logical conclusion. The hand squeezes the heart. The ghosts are frightened and try to shout to the hero. The young man's eyes turn white. He holds his own heart in his hand. The sorcerer calls him a crazy bastard. We see a bright flash. Tangon is surrounded by streams of white smoke. He strikes his opponents. They scream in pain. The maid calls out to one of her comrades. The fighter in the strange headdress declares that they will not last long, as Tangon continues to fire projectiles at them between his attacks. The maid shouts that she knows about it, and she needs to make sure that she can break in and attack. The girl grinds her teeth in rage. She does not understand how a mere person can be so strong. Tangon, smiling, says that his enemies have brought everything they have down on him, but still have achieved nothing. In front of us is the whip of the hero's mentor. The maid blocks the blow with her hands. She angrily shouts that she is different from her comrades. Tangon, continuing to spin his whip, says that then she must try to withstand the next blow. The man rains down blows on his enemies, using the skill's 100 triumphant whips and graceful blossoming. 2 white marks are visible behind the maid. She thinks that even she, a spiritual warrior, could barely withstand this attack. Jiangshi looks at her allies with anger. She thinks that they are just unorthodox warriors and they will not be able to hold out for long. Her allies are barely able to stand. She thinks that if this continues, they will all be quickly destroyed. The girl tells her comrades that she will sacrifice the 3 of them to take Tangon's life. Raising her right hand, she demands that the unorthodox warriors sacrifice themselves. We see the face of one of the potential suicides. He says that he will do as Baekdong ordered. Tangon asks in surprise what his opponents are going to do. He senses strange emanations. We see white marks. 3 Jiangshi charge at the martial artist. Tangon smiles and asks if they really think they can defeat him if they all jump on him. There is a mark near the head of one of the Jiangshi. The monsters are approaching the man. Tangon looks at the enemies in confusion. He does not understand how they can attack when he just cut off their arms and legs. Fear appears on Tangon's face. He understands that he is in serious danger. We see the man's eyes. Baekdong flies up to him, ready to strike. Tangon does not understand when she managed to get so close. Then the instructor realizes that she must have used the other jiangshi to block his view. Baekdong raises his right hand to strike. A sharp weapon approaches the man's head. He curses, thinking that he can try to dodge it, but he will still lose at least an arm. A bright white mark is visible between the two opponents. The sword is stuck in the ground. Tangon looks to his left in confusion. Baekdong grits her teeth in rage. She senses the anti-demon energy and realizes that its source must be Gyujin, a Taoist from Qingqing. The girl who just threw the weapon asks if Tangon's uncle is okay. The man, still fighting Jiangshi, shouts that the girl just saved him. The instructor's eyes emit a red glow. Baekdong looks at the enemy in resignation. She looks up and calls out to her mentor. The girl collapses in front of Tangon. Gyujin approaches the man and asks if there are more Jiangshi here. The instructor says that he just finished off everyone who was here. The man looks at the girl in confusion and asks what she is doing here. Gyujin replies that it does not matter, and they, if possible, should go to help Y. Tangon says that the guy ordered him to wait at the temple while he deals with Jiangshi, since he wants to defeat the boss alone. Gyujin looks at his interlocutor in surprise. Tangon, whose top of his head we can see, says that the young man looked very confident in his abilities, so he should be fine. The hero dives into the water. White Bone Ray screams that the guy is a real maniac who tore out his own heart. The sorcerer asks how many lives this monster has. Y replies that it was an exit gate, and he just used it. The hero looks at his heart, inside of which an eye is visible. He says that if he drowned, the sorcerer would steal his body. White Bone Wraith says that this is a logical conclusion, but committing suicide is still madness. He calls the hero a vile animal. Y squeezes his heart. A bright white flash is visible around it. We see the eyes of a young man. The young man says in bewilderment that the sorcerer almost instantly changed the space. The hero stands in the middle of a dense forest. He sees that this time he found himself in the jungle. Y walks through dense thickets. The sorcerer says that this place is teeming with poisonous creatures, and he cannot wait to see the boy writhe in agony, poisoned by many poisons. The hero lowers his hand. He says that first there was water, and now poison. The boy mockingly asks if this is really all that White Bone Wraith can extract from such a powerful spell. Y throws his right hand to the side, striking. He is clutching some kind of lizard in his hand and demands that the sorcerer stop using cheap tricks. The reptile emits a bright glow, cursing everything in the world. Surprise appears on the young man's face. He falls down, stating that this time he found himself inside the heavenly abyss. The guy looks to the left and up. Above his head, a cloud emitting streams of energy is visible. The hero understands that the sorcerer must be there. A huge eye appears in the sky. White Bone Wraith asks in confusion how the guy was able to find it. Y sees a desert in front of him. His enemy asks him to assess this situation. The same thing happens among the glaciers. And then next to a fire-breathing volcano. Y stands looking up. He says that it seems that after going through many worlds, they again ended up where they started. The guy states that the enemy seems to have run out of ideas. A terrifying creature is seen above the boy's head. The sorcerer asks what kind of tricks the boy is using and how he manages to constantly find the exit gate. Y states that it would be logical to assume that there is a genius standing in front of White Bone Wraith. The boy walks forward. He says the phrase capturing a soul within a fake world. The boy's face is calm. He uses the soul ensnaring mirage maze skill. White Bone Wraith, whose red eyes we see, asks in shock if the boy actually even knows the name of his skill. Y calmly says that the sorcerer was too confident in his spell, and talked an incredible amount, thanks to which it was possible to fully analyze the spell. The hero, raising his hand, says that the name of the spell is not just a set of meaningless words, and unlike martial artists who shout out the names of their techniques, wizards try their best to hide the names of their spells because they are much more effective if few people know about them. Y leans his hand on the ground. He says that the name of the spell is a condensed description of the nature and structure. Everything collapses around the hero. We see the guy's eyes. He says that if someone understood the nature and structure of the spell, it can no longer function as a prison. Many red lights are visible above the hero's head. The sorcerer screams that it is simply impossible that he exchanged his life for such a useless spell. We see many red eyes. White Bone Wraith calls the enemy Junior Heavenly Demon. Y, grabbing the sorcerer by the neck, says that he has finally returned. Looking at the enemy, the boy declares that thanks to him he learned an interesting spell. The spirit that crawled out of the sorcerer's mouth asks if this is really death. White Bone Wraith, with spikes sticking out of his back, is kneeling in front of the boy, who asks him if the old man is glad to see him after death. The ghost, with his mouth wide open, asks how Y was able to reincarnate. He promises to tell everything he knows if the boy tells him the secret. The hero grabs him by the face. He slams the sorcerer into the ground and says that he seems to think that if he is treated well, then he can be impudent. The boy declares that the old man is in no position to bargain. The trembling ghost buries his head in the ground. White tells him that he will ask questions, but he should just answer. White Bone Wraith declares that he understands everything. The hero, whose clothes we see, reminds that 6 years ago he died. A young man sits with his legs crossed, asking what happened in the Tian Shan mountains. A sorcerer sits in front of the hero, his head hanging down, who demands that the old man tell everything he knows, without hiding anything. We see a powerful explosion. It is reported that 6 years ago, after Yun Woon Wai died along with many elders, the heavenly demon cult plunged into internal strife. In front of us are the emblems of 5 organizations. The ghost says that 5 of the 9 demon factions united and rebelled. In front of us is a burning pagoda. The old man says that these groups defeated the ancient demon Celestial Mythos, who protected the gallery of the cult leader and even invaded the main palace. In front of us is the cult leader lying on a bed. The hero learns that the rebels wanted to capture him. The young man remembers himself in a past life. When he drank poison, he learns that the conspirators, having eliminated him, tried to capture his mentor, and only revered demon god Mythos rebelled against them. There is a broken weapon on the ground. The sorcerer reports that other factions submitted to the rebels, and they were able to come to power, but then an internal war began, and if you believe the rumors, the rebels failed to capture the hero's mentor. Wai looks down sadly. We see the right eye of the young man. Wai asks the ghost what happened to the head of the cult. White Bone Wraith is horrified. He cannot believe that the eyes in front of him can belong to an ordinary person. He understands that this bastard has some monstrous abilities. A terrible monster is visible behind the guy. The sorcerer thinks that Wai controls the dead, being alive, and is the real king of ghosts. White Bone Wraith trembles all over. He understands that now, having become a ghost, he feels an uncontrollable feeling of fear, and if he cannot resist the hero, he must try to avoid disappearing. White Bone Wraith, his mouth wide open, begins to talk about the head of the cult. Suddenly, he begins to dissolve into thin air. Wai is amazed. The boy, looking around, says that someone is approaching them. A black whirlwind swirls around the ghost. The sorcerer, whose face is distorted with fear, seems to understand what is happening. The elders shout to the hero that something is wrong here. The young man jumps back. White Bone Wraith stretches out his hand and begs that the heir of the head of the cult save him. Streams of black energy appear in front of the ghost. The sorcerer promises to tell the boy everything he knows. A strange red creature is visible above the hero's head, which seems to consist only of a mouth. In front of us are the teeth of this creature. They slam in front of the hero. The guy says that this monster seems to have devoured the soul of the White Bone Wraith. Wai, next to whom the elders are visible, asks what kind of creature this could be. The ghosts advise the guy to stay away from this creature, which is probably incredibly dangerous. He understands that perhaps this creature is called to keep the secrets of the society. In front of us is the top of the monster's head. It begins to move. Wai tries to understand what to do. In front of the guy is visible a stream of black energy. A trace of the same color is visible on the ground. White smoke rises from a black hole in the ground. The hero and the ghosts surrounding him stand in front of the hole. The young man says in surprise that it seems that this creature appeared solely to devour the soul of the White Bone Wraith. The ghost of Jiangshi tells the heir of the cult that he heard about something similar from the sorcerer, and it seems to him that this is desire. The young man asks again in surprise. A terrible monster is visible behind the ghost. He explains that desire is not a monster, but rather a mysterious anomaly. We see the hero grab the sorcerer by the neck, as well as the creature's teeth. The ghost says that this creature gives great power to the one who makes a contract with it, but if it is treated incorrectly, it can absorb the soul of its ally. The young man goes forward. He says that, as far as he understands, the contract with desire has a higher priority than his abilities as the king of ghosts. Jiangshi replies that, apparently, this is exactly the case. The guy gets down on one knee. He says that the fact that someone dared to steal his soul, which he bound as the king of ghosts, is simply nonsense. Sand pours out of the guy's hand. Wai says that he needed to hear so much from the sorcerer, and they just took away an incredibly important informant from him. A small black spot smokes in front of the young man. Wai thinks that this is not the end, as he still feels the remnants of the White Bone Wraith's personality. Wai puts his right hand to the side. The guy, gritting his teeth in anger, says that he will get information, even if it is just scraps. We see white fragments in which White Bone Wraith is reflected. The hero thinks that the memories that were in the head of the sorcerer at the moment when desire absorbed him must be the brightest of all, and they were probably connected with the society and the events that took place when the old man made a contract with desire. The hero sees several characters bowed down. He understands that he sees the gallery of the palace of the head of the cult, and in it the elders of Black Bone, Ghost Valley and White Bone. Wai stares into the distance. We see the face of the young man. He understands that he feels great tension even in these fragments of memories. A man in his underwear sits on the throne. The hero realizes that the bastard from the society, Divergent, is in front of him. A bald man stands before us. The hero looks closely. He realizes that the face is not clearly visible, and it must be a fragment of White Bone Wraith's memories. The young man is kneeling behind the sorcerer. He realizes that he is not seeing what is happening through the old man's eyes. In front of us is the young man's right eye. And now the same organ of vision of Divergent. Wai realizes that the sorcerer's memory only imprinted the fact that Divergent had eyes with inverted yin and yang. The fragment, inside which Wai is visible, is destroyed. The guy thinks that he was able to extract from the remains of his memories only what he saw, but the distinguishing feature that will help identify the opponent's forces is incredibly important, and now he knows it. Wai is kneeling, leaning on the ground. The youth looks into the distance, declaring that he can't get anything more here, and now all that's left is to clean up. The hero notices something. Dark streaks are visible on his fingers. A black substance is rising up the hero's right arm. Y looks at his limb in fear. He realizes that he lowered his hand into the rift from which desire emerged. The man sitting on the throne appears before him again. The boy understands that all this is dangerous, and the Divergent Lord found him when he was checking the memories of the White Bone Wraith. The youth is alarmed. He realizes that his enemy may have learned of his existence, and that the situation could be much worse. Blood spurts from the youth's mouth. We see the hero's hand. The black circle emits powerful jets of white energy. The hero, surrounded by ghosts, jumps back. The elders ask the boy with concern if everything is okay. One of them says that Y is covered in cold sweat. The hero asks his charges not to worry about him. The young man remembers the unusual eyes of the head of the society. He says that he almost got caught, but received very important information. The ghosts, surrounding the young man, joyfully exclaim that the heir of the head of the cult is simply incredible, and was able to obtain data simply from the remains of the sorcerer's thoughts. Y looks thoughtfully into the distance. A meteor shower is visible above his head. The boy thinks that no matter how well the society covers its tracks, it will still get to him. Ho-san examines some document. A man appears in front of him who says that the father is probably worried about his son. The head of the family asks again in surprise. Here we have Gwij Tangan, the housekeeper of the Nine Dragons Division family. She says that the man has not been able to concentrate on his business lately, namely since he found out that his son went somewhere with San Yang and Tangon. Ho-san, sighing, says that Gwij looks worried. The woman holds a fan in front of her face. She states that if Y brings the head of the White Bone Wraith, it will be incredibly interesting. Folding her arms over her chest, the man asks if Gwij really thinks that is possible. Covering her mouth with her fan, the housekeeper states that she thinks the guy is capable of doing it. 24 asks Gwij why she thinks so. The woman turns away, waving her fan, and states that the guy's behavior lately speaks volumes. The hero stabs his brother in the lower back. Gwij states that just 2 months after rumors began that the guy had changed, he defeated Yu Chang. We see the moment of the hero's fight with his sister. Gwij states that he then fought Gyujin and held his own with her for a long time, and then completely defeated the monsters that had entered the estate. The hero, squatting, looks at his sister. Sanyang hits his forehead on the floor. Gwij reminds that the guy then brought his cunning stepmother to her knees, and it was he who created many incomprehensible variables in the housekeeper's plan of action. Covering her mouth with her fan, the woman says that thanks to all this, she was able to track the secret actions of the demonic cult and the Namgun clan. We see the hero smiling. Ho-san says that then his son said that he was going to attack White Bone. Gwij says that it was a real headache for her. The man asks why she did not try to stop Y then. Tang-gun theatrically folds her hands. She says that she would never do that, as she likes to follow exciting events happening one after another. Standing in front of the head of the family, Gwij asks if he knows where the head of the Tang clan is now. Ho-san asks in bewilderment what Moon-hyuk has to do with all this. The housekeeper tells him that he is now in Lu Ban's forge. The man looks at Gwij in bewilderment. She, standing in front of the interlocutor sitting at the table, says that the head of the clan is now enthusiastically forging with the blacksmith, her brother, and they are creating a special weapon on the order of someone. Ho-san asks for details. We see 2 old men. Tang-gun says he doesn't know the details, but young Master Y has provided them with a blueprint that has completely captured the imagination of the clan leader and his brother. We see their faces. Gwij says that's why she thinks Y will be able to bring back the White Bone Wraith's head. Ho-san replies that he thinks everything really points to that. The clan leader turns his back on Gwij. She says that they should think about what to do now. She asks the clan leader if they should tell the hero all the details of the plan, and if they do decide to do so, they need to think about what role to give the guy. Ho-san thoughtfully says that he thinks Gwij is leaning towards leaving the guy in the dark. She replies that Y always exceeds expectations. Ho-san, placing his hand on the windowsill, says that Tang-gon told him something recently, and perhaps it would be better if they left things as is. Ho-san, looking at the woman, says that the instructor reproached him for always trying to control the situation and often going too far. Gwij says that these are too harsh words, and she will put Tang-gon in his place. Covering her face with a fan, the woman says that for now she will believe that young Master Y must defeat the White Bone Wraith, and will make her plans based on this. Gwij bows to the man who is not looking in her direction. Ho-san, looking at the moon visible through the window, says that the woman is doing everything right. Sanyang, Gyujin and Tang-gon stand in front of the destroyed building. The hero appears behind his mentor. The allies turn to the guy who flew up to them. Tang-gon says that Y was late, and he was already starting to think that he will not see him again. The young man, smiling, says that the mentor should have more faith in his student. Gyujin excitedly asks if the hero is injured. He replies that he is fine. Tang-gon points to the bundle in the hero's hand and asks what is in it. The youth, smiling, replies that it is the head of the White Bone Wraith. His mentor turns away in disgust and demands that this abomination be removed from him. The man, seething with indignation, asks why the boy brought this, and whether he wants to impale the head on a pike like the followers of the demonic cult. Y replies that he will do so, since people need to know about his exploits. Tangon furiously shouts that he will never allow this. He reminds that they belong to a normal clan and he is very curious about where the boy learned such things. Gyujin, looking at his brother in surprise, thinks that he actually defeated the elder of the demonic cult. The girl realizes that Y did not look strong at all when he fought her a few days ago, but the aura that emanates from him now seems incredibly powerful. Y smiles. The girl thinks that the guy has advanced significantly in martial arts, but more importantly, he managed to involve her mother in the implementation of his plan. Sanyang frowns down. Gyujin thinks that she never imagined that these two could work together, and she wonders what Y did to achieve this. The creature that appeared behind the girl giggles, stating that the guy is from the same breed as it. Gyujin is confused and asks if this means that Y has soul streak. The creature replies that it is not about that, but about gigantic talent. Gyujin is surprised and asks what the words about the same breed mean in this case. She also wonders what is remarkable about her brother's talent if he already had remarkable skill. The grinning creature states that all this makes the guy just perfect, but in fact, he is a demon, or rather, the king of demons. Gyujin, behind whom the grinning hero is visible, is shocked. The creature tells her that this man will absorb everything that gets in his way. Gyujin covers her ears with her hands. The creature begins to go crazy. This time it screams that Y is a man, and it is completely unclear what could be common between them. The hero's sister thinks that she is about to go crazy. The creature hanging next to her head asks the girl not to get in the guy's way. We see the strange appearance of this entity up close. It says that it wants to feed on itself, and is against being fed on. Gyujin is saddened. She cannot believe that spectral streak behaved this way. We see the hero's back. The girl thinks that the demonic cult has started acting again, and Y will become famous in Sichuan as the one who destroyed the enemy's outpost. Gyujin thinks that her brother's feats are incomparable to what she has achieved, and most likely, he will be considered a suitable heir to their family. Sanyang bites her nails. The girl tries to understand what her mother will do now. Gyujin puts his hand on his sword. Y approaches the remains of the dwelling. Tangon says that the guy blew up this lair, and is now trying to find something there. The young man asks the mentor not to rush, and says that the white bone wraith told him something. Y turns to the ghost and asks him where the sorcerer could have kept the letters and his treasures. Number 15 rushes to one of the corners of the destroyed building. He says that there was a room there that only white bone wraith and Baekdong could enter. The ghost thinks that this is where what the young man is looking for will be. The hero stretches out his right hand. He says that he sees some kind of device, and there may be something underneath it. Tangon and Y stand above the roofless room. The hero says that this is most likely the sorcerer's secret storage. The student and mentor jump down. Tangon, examining the shelves, says that, as far as he can see, the documents and valuables are laid out in perfect order. The man opens one of the books and says that the old man used a code from a demonic cult, and it will be very difficult to decipher all of this. Tangon, looking at his student in amazement, calls out to him. In front of us are stacks of books and the eyes of a young man. Y reads a note that says that 3 members of the demon god mythos have been found and that they must be captured before the faction leader arrives. The hero looks thoughtfully at the piece of paper. He understands that he has found what he needs. We see books, scrolls and treasures. The boy thinks that they have searched the vault, read the notes on how the sorcerer managed to settle in this area and the messages that the old man exchanged with his superiors. In addition, they took the treasures that he had accumulated. Sanyang looks at the chest in shock. The hero thinks that they have also managed to find an archive marked with the name of the Namgung clan. The boy declares that they must take all this out before the demonic cult and the Namgung clan manage to stop them. Y, looking at his allies, says that they won't be able to take everything out now. He asks Tangon to guard this place, and his mother and sister to bring people here who will evacuate everything valuable. His sister, looking at her brother, asks what he is going to do himself. The guy answers that he must check another clue that White Bone Wraith left him. Gyujin asks again in surprise. Y says that he found some information when he fought the sorcerer, and is going to check it before it is too late. The girl, looking at her brother in surprise, asks if he is afraid of falling into a trap. The young man states that even if it is there, he still needs to check everything, since this information can radically change the plans of the Tang clan. Tangon, folding his arms over his chest, sadly says that it seems that he will not be able to stop his student. He warns him that at any moment another of the 12 black ghosts can appear, and declares that he will go with the guy. We see the hero. He thinks that Tangon is right, and he is unlikely to be able to defeat another black ghost as easily as the White Bone Wraith. But if he takes someone with him to search for people from the revered demon god mythos, he will take on an unnecessary burden. Y tells his teacher that he must guard the ruins of the house, since it will be a great loss for the Tang clan if they cannot protect what they have obtained. Tangon looks at the boy with bewilderment, and agrees to fulfill his request. The young man tells his sister that she is the only one who can convey the information correctly. The girl asks again in surprise. She glances at her mother and understands what her brother means. The woman is shaking with horror. Gyujin thinks that even if Tangon or Y go with her mother, she will still be able to twist the information to present everything in a favorable light for herself, and only Ho-san's daughter can tell her father what really happened. The young man, smiling, declares that wherever he goes, he will leave traces behind him, He says that as soon as all the business in this place is finished, his sister will be able to send him help. With a sad sigh, the girl agrees. Tangon and Eugene stand in front of the hero. The girl says that after finishing her business, she will find her brother, so he should not get into trouble. The mentor promises to protect the ruins of the house at any cost and asks the guy to take care of himself. The young man says that they are too worried about him. Smiling, the young man says that he must go. He breaks away, leaving a bright trail behind him. Exactly the same one can be seen in the forest. The elder, hanging next to the hero's head, says that no one trusts the young man more than Tangon and Eugene. Another ghost appears nearby. He says that he feels sincerity in the concern they show for the guy, and if they were in the same faction, he would gladly drink with these people. The young man, smiling happily, says that these are really very good people. Y rushes forward. He thinks that if these two were not in the Nine Dragons Division family, his new identity would mean no more to him than his current physical body. Streams of purple energy swirl around the young man. He thinks that now there are people next to him that he wants to see next to him. But the business he is currently doing is not the responsibility of Tang Woon Y from the Nine Dragons Division family. In front of us are the eyes of the young man. We see a white trail and falling leaves. The hero thinks that this is the business of the heir of the cult Yun Woon Y. People are visible next to the hero. It is reported that he is in Daocheng County. The guy notices that this area is very crowded. Ghosts are visible around the head of the young man. One of them says that all the Nine Dragons Division hotels are overcrowded due to the upcoming visit of the Dark Sovereign, so people are staying in neighboring areas. Y says that now he will need more time to find who he needs. A bright white flash is seen near the guy's head. The hero demands that the ghosts split up and start looking for traces of his surviving followers and their pursuers from Blackbone Ghost Valley. The elders indicate that they understand the order. The young man looks up. He thinks that if it is too crowded here, he needs to climb higher to get a better look. He notices a tall building and realizes that it is perfect. A young man approaches the hero and greets him. Y asks if there are rooms on the top floor of the inn. The answer is that there is only one left. The young man says that he will take it. Folding his hands in front of him, the man asks the hero to follow him. He points his finger away from himself and states that there is a great view of the city from here. We see the guy's shoulder. He thinks that the demonic characters that roam the city will be able to easily hide their aura, but fortunately, traces of their energy still remain. Sitting at a table, Y looks out the window. He realizes that those he is looking for have not yet left Daocheng County. A waiter approaches the table. One of the ghosts says that he has found a secret observer. This is an assassin who was hiding nearby. The hero demands to know in which direction this person went, since the allies should be where he went. Next to the hero's head hangs a ghost. He says that he overheard a conversation. The young man asks to convey the content of the conversation. In the guy's hand is a teapot. The elder says that the pursued seem to know that they are being hunted. They erase all traces behind them, and therefore it will not be so easy for the pursuers to find them. Y asks how many fugitives the ghost noticed. He answers that 3. When asked how many pursuers in total, the answer follows that only 9 such characters have been identified. Tea pours from the teapot into the cup. The ghost says that he is not entirely sure, but one of the pursuers seems to be a demonic entity from the 9 Demon Mythos faction. The young man puts the cup on the table. He understands that it is a faction that is an ally of Blackbone Ghost Valley. The young man says that it must be Blade Demon North Sea Mythos. In front of us are blocks of blue ice. The young man knows that 9 Demon Mythos settled in the north, among the glaciers and snow. This faction was once called the Golden Sword Sect, but it declined, and its remaining members joined the divine cult. In front of us is a frozen-to-death man. The hero thinks that the cold that the members of this cult generate around themselves could freeze anything, so the members of this organization were quickly able to enter the 9 main factions of divine cult. In front of us is a white sphere. Y thinks that the most valuable asset of Blade Demon North Sea Mythos, Ice Essence, contains an incredible amount of energy, which is the most important material used by Blackbone Ghost Valley to create advanced Jianshi. There is a man sitting on the throne. The young man thinks that because of this, Blackbone Ghost Valley swore allegiance to Blade Demon North Sea Mythos, and became nothing more than their watchdogs. In front of us is a long-haired old man. The hero comes to the conclusion that, therefore, Blade Demon North Sea Mythos is behind the attempt to kill Dark Sovereign. He asks the ghost how strong the follower of this faction seems. The elder answers that this man hid his aura, so it was not possible to determine his strength. Y thinks that a character who can perfectly hide his aura is a peak-level master, so it will be very difficult to deal with him. The hero orders the elder to more accurately determine the location of his allies. He rushes off, declaring that the order has been accepted for execution. Y looks at the city. He thinks that the sun is already setting, and that the search is dragging on. Someone nearby loudly asks if there really are no more free rooms here. A young man stands in front of the hotel employee. He hears the apologies, after which he declares that they do not suit him. The hero thinks that the 3 visitors are young people of about his age. They are well dressed, and most likely are the offspring of influential families. The hero pays attention to 2 girls radiating a rather powerful aura around themselves, approximately equal in strength to the one he saw from his sister. The young man shouts that he is Hyuk Woogi from the Golden Sword Sect, and demands to be let in, promising to politely ask one of the guests to move out. The young man remembers that he heard about the Golden Sword sect when he was still a member of the cult. It was formed only 30 years ago, and it never lacked money and power, since it was engaged in trade with the western regions. Hyuk Woogi grabs the man by the collar. One of the girls standing behind the guy says that it's okay that they won't get a room, and they still haven't tried the famous Daocheng County tea. Hyuk Woogi looks very unhappy. The hero thinks that this guy really wants to impress the girls, but it only gives the opposite effect. Hyuk Woogi notices something to his left. The young man, smiling, looks at the hero. He says that in front of him is Tang Woon Wai from the Nine Dragons Division family. The guy asks the hero how he feels. Wai curses, realizing that the fact that he was recognized greatly complicates the situation. Hyuk Woogi, looking at the hero, says that there are no free seats here, and he hopes that the guy will not mind if they sit at his table. Wai thinks that, judging by the behavior of this guy, they were not friends. The hero brings a cup to his mouth and allows them to sit at his table. He thinks that in another situation he would have simply punched this rude man in the face. But now he has no time to do such things. The guy expects to leave here as soon as the spirits give him information about the location of his followers. Hyuk Woogi waves his hand to the girls and says that he found a place for them. He thanks the hero for letting them into his table. A bright white trail stretches towards the window. Hyuk Woogi demands to bring the menu and says that the aroma of tea in this place is simply incredible. The ghost tells the young man that they have found followers, and there are exactly 3 of them, as stated in the report. In front of us is the hero's profile. He understands that what he was waiting for has finally happened. The young man stares somewhere. We see a gray-haired old man, putting his hands in front of him. He calls someone sir and says that he should not behave like that. The old man is driven out of the way. The man puts his hand on his shoulder and says that he has business here, so no one should move. Frowning fighters are standing at the door of the restaurant. Hyuk Woogi looks at the man who entered in amazement and asks what is going on here. The ghost says that, judging by the aura and the same weapons, all these people are swordsmen from Lion Sect. The squad leader walks forward with determination. The hero thinks that the Lion Sect, as its name implies, is known for the aggressive behavior of its members. An unpleasant man looks at one of the girls and asks if this is really Sima Sun-yi from Chunghwa Cabin. The hero asks the ghost next to him what kind of Chunghwa Cabin this is. The ghost replies that from what he heard, the Clear Sky Sword Emperor has a late daughter, and it seems to be her. The girl looks to her left with concern. The hero says that the Clear Sky Sword Emperor is one of the 10 strongest martial artists, along with Tangon and Dark Sovereign. The ghost says that the head of the Lion Sect challenged the Sword Emperor to a duel about a year ago. In front of us are 2 participants in a duel. The hero says that most likely the head of the Lion Sect was quickly defeated. The ghost states that as far as he knows, it only took 10 exchanges of blows. The young man says that then the members of the Lion Sect want to take revenge on the Emperor's daughter. The girl boldly looks at the fighters who entered and asks them what they will do if it really is Sima Sun-yi in front of them. The man folds his hands in front of him, greets the girl, and then declares that he is Baek Doyang of the Lion Sect. Looking at the girl strangely, the man says that as a representative of the Lion Sect, he challenges Sima Sun-yi to a fight. The 2 customers look at Baek Doyang in amazement. One of them says that this man always seems to want blood. He cannot believe that the second disciple of the head of the Lion Sect is here. One of the girls, looking at the man, asks if he doesn't think that challenging a girl to a fight without a special reason is some kind of wildness. Baek Doyang, frowning at her, says that if she is here with Miss Sima Sun-yi, then it means that in front of him is the junior disciple of the head of the Ame sect, Miss Yu Sumin, nicknamed Clear Moon Lady. The girl looks at the man defiantly. Wai looks to his right with displeasure. He realizes that the 3rd member of the group is a martial artist from Ame sect. Baek Doyang, smirking, states that this is a long-standing feud between Lion Sect and Chunghwa Cabin, and it would be very wrong for Ame sect to interfere. But if Miss Sima Sun-yi thinks that she cannot handle it on her own, then he does not mind her friend also participating in the duel. We see the faces of the 2 girls. Sun-yi, looking at Baek Doyang, declares that she agrees to accept the challenge. Sumin tries to stop the girl. She asks him not to worry about her. Defiantly looking at her opponent, she declares that if she always avoids such challenges, she will not be able to call herself the daughter of Clear Sky Sword Emperor. Baek Doyang smirks happily. He says that the girl is very brave, and nothing else could be expected from the heiress of the Sword Emperor. Sparks fly between the opponents. The man asks if they should move their duel to a more suitable location. He says that the backyard of this tea house is quite spacious and is perfect for a sword fight. Wai rises from his seat. The ghost tells him that the situation seems to be resolved now. The boy states that they are really wasting time on something completely useless. The elder reports that the hero's followers have disappeared into the alleys and the other ghosts have split up to track them. Wai asks to be led to the ally who is closest. The youth approaches the fighters standing inside the establishment. One of them puts out his hand and, apologizing, says that until their commander's duel with Miss Sima Sun-yi is over, everyone should remain in their places. The hero asks again in surprise. Baek Doyang smugly raises his right hand and declares that all the customers of the tea house will witness the duel, especially those who seem to be acquainted with Sima Sun-yi. The man points his finger at the hero. Wai pushes one of the fighters aside and walks forward. The hero has a sword pointed at his neck and is asked to take his place. The fighter, looking angrily at the back of the guy's head, says that he heard Baek Doyang's order perfectly well. The young man grabs the bastard by the face. He throws him aside. Baek Doyang looks at the guy in fear. We see the faces of the two girls. A purple glow appears around the hero, and he orders everyone to disperse. Smiling predatorily, Y asks why no one ever listens to him. The ghost behind the hero says that these degenerates got involved with the heir to the cult at the most inopportune time, when the young man was on edge. The two fighters glare at the hero, one of them curses him, and the other asks how the guy dared to touch a member of the lion sect. They swing their swords. Y, whose eyes turn black, asks who else dared. A predatory smile appears on his face. The young man clenches his fist. The head of a bald fighter is visible in front of him. This character opens his mouth wide and shouts, "What kind of crime against the lion sect is this?" The fighter looks at the scattered sword in bewilderment, not finishing his previous sentence. Y kicks. One of the opponents falls to the left of the guy, and the second rushes at him with the sword. The blade approaches the young man's head. The guy's fist crashes into the enemy's eye. It leaves a noticeable dent in the enemy's face. The fighter flies back. Baek Doyang looks at his comrade lying on the floor in bewilderment. The bald warrior lies motionless. His comrade has noticeable gaps in his teeth. Baek Doyang thinks that the hero easily defeated two members of the elite lion sect, which consists of the best fighters and makes it easy to rule Guizhou. Y stands in front of his enemies. Baek Doyang reaches for the ball. He says that he did not want to interfere, since he already had a duel scheduled, but now he must show why he is called the Crimson Lion. The villain strikes with his sword. He screams loudly, jutting out his huge chin. The hero calmly looks at the enemy. He thinks that in any case, he would have simply disarmed this fool, but both he and his friends greatly miscalculated, messing with him when he is in a bad mood. Baek Doyang strikes, but it hits the floor in front of the hero. We see the hands holding the weapon. Baek Doyang admits that his opponent is doing a good job of dodging. He charges forward and delivers another series of blows, declaring that if his blade ever touches his opponent, he will be finished. Baek Doyang opens his mouth wide and angrily asks if the boy really only knows how to run away. Raising his weapon above his head, he demands that Y fight like a man. The hero declares that he is bored now. Baek Doyang opens his mouth so wide that it seems like it is about to break. His fighters and one of the girls look on in shock. The hero stops the blade, which immediately begins to crack. The young man says that Baek Doyang delivered his blow, but it did not work. He asks what his opponent is going to do now. Baek Doyang is shocked. He says that this simply cannot be. Y clenches his fist. He punches his enemy right in the jaw. He flies up. Sunny, tears streaming down her face, says that the boy has defeated one of Guizhou's most outstanding talents, and he did it easily and playfully. Baek Doyang's head is stuck in the ceiling. His fighters are trying to shout to their commander. They grab their swords and ask the hero how he dares to do such a thing. Y, who has many blades pointed at him, calmly says that his enemies seem fixated on the question of who dares what. The boy's eyes turn white. He approaches the last conscious opponent, and says that he is the only one left. The boy, whose face has become shapeless with horror, calls the hero a monster. Y clenches his fists. He says that the fighters' comrades themselves asked for a good beating, and now this fool calls him a monster. The boy humbly apologizes, begging for forgiveness just this once. The hero looks into the eyes of his opponent, and says that in return for this favor, he will pass on a message to his friends, who are now unconscious. Y, smiling, looks at the fighter. He sees a terrible monster with huge fangs in front of him. The hero says that he will leave the guy alone, but if he and his friends get in his way again, he will show them what hell looks like. Foam comes out of the fighter's mouth. He stutters, saying that he will definitely pass on this message. The guy falls to the ground. The hero immediately jumps into the air. The girls are amazed. One of them states that the hero simply disappeared, leaving behind a terrible mess. Summon says in fear that they seem to have no time to drink tea. Sunny agrees with her. The girl's face is amazed. She understands that a new martial arts master has appeared in their area. Who is their peer? The sun is shining between the houses. The girl remembers that this young man, it seems, was called Tang Woon Y. A fighter with a sword is visible behind the frightened guy. A dull white stripe is visible in front of the pursuer. The fugitive, having received a blow to the back, falls to the ground. The pursuer approaches him and touches his face. A dagger is sticking out of the fugitive's back. The villain says that he has finally caught the young man. We see the faces of the participants in this action. The pursuer, who is missing many teeth, declares that he will do the same to the rest of the scoundrels. His victim demands that the scoundrels shut up, and calls him a damned heretic. The ugly character, putting two fingers to his temple, declares that he really wants to hear the guy's screams when he begs to be saved. He tells someone that he immobilized the target, then asks for someone to come and take her. The fighter's face becomes confused. He asks if anyone can hear him. The pursuer opens his mouth wide. He screams loudly so that at least someone will answer him. At the end of his tirade, he switches to completely obscene expressions. The fighter is standing next to a high fence. He has a terrible grimace on his face. The scoundrel thinks that all this is very strange, and even if someone has fallen asleep or walked away, there should still be at least one person who will answer him. The freak takes a sword from behind his back. He seems to begin to understand what is happening. Someone nearby asks if the fighter is scared by the fact that his squad members are not answering. The pursuer shudders in fear. The fighter turns his head, trying to find the one talking to him. He asks how this person managed to get past all the protection, and who he is. His interlocutor, who is still invisible, says that he cannot believe that the fighter still uses spirit contact bond. The freak understands that the one talking to him knows about this means of communication. Then he realizes that the interlocutor's manner of speech is well known to him. A dark figure appears above the fighter's head. Its owner says that the warrior makes decisions too slowly, unlike his friends, who reacted much faster. The fighter looks up in amazement, not understanding when the enemy managed to appear above his head. In front of us is the hero, already dressed in the evil ghost battle robe. Trembling with horror, the freak recognizes both this item of clothing and purple eyes, as a result of which he understands who is in front of him. The hero jumps to the ground in front of the enemy, and says that he seemed to be getting real pleasure when he was chasing a member of demon god mythos. Y grabs the enemy by the neck. He squeezes his hand, stating that his people should not be the ones being hunted, and that the victims should be the traitors. There is a man standing on the roof. The blonde looks over his shoulder. He bows to his interlocutor, and says that he sees that the young master is already here. The long-haired brunette asks if the matter is finished. The blonde states that it seems that it will take some time because of potential witnesses. The brunette states that the jiangshi are completely useless. Folding his hands in front of himself, the blonde apologizes for making the young master wait. The young master replies that everything is fine, and the longer he waits, the louder the screams of Yun Woon Wai's damned followers will be. The blonde looks at his master and wants to say something. The brunette interrupts his subordinate, and says that he realizes that he is a coward. However, according to him, he still clearly remembers the face of that son of a bitch. The young man's face distorts with anger. He says that all this happened in the days when he was one of the 10 pillars of the demonic path and fought to become the heir. An explosion occurs. The brunette lies trembling on the ground. Someone comes up to him and asks what this pathetic and weak creature is doing here. The brunette, wiping his mouth with his hand, says that his opponent does not know martial arts, but is still capable of an incredible amount. The blonde, covering his mouth and nose, asks not to say anything, since weakness can be contagious. The brunette, looking at the guy, asks again with an offended expression. The blonde, rubbing his neck with disgust, says that he will not fight some weakling. He demands that the young man get out of his sight. The brunette falls to his knees and slams his fists on the floor, thinking that he, the second son of Northern Sea's demonic path and one of the candidates to succeed Heavenly Demon Cult, lost everything after suffering just one defeat. We see a clenched fist. The brunette thinks that he later grew to the supreme peak level, but that damn bastard died before he could take revenge. The brunette, who has a completely insane face, declares that if he kills all of Yun Woon Wai's followers, Yun Woon Wai will feel at least half of the bitterness that he himself had to endure. The blonde, who is standing with his master on the roof, declares that he will do everything in his power in the rest of his life to help the young master realize this dream. The brunette replies that he appreciates it. The young people look at something together. In front of them, they see the city houses. The brunette calls his subordinate by name, Baek-san, who states that he feels the energy of the magic of the revered demon god mythos, and it seems to him that among the representatives of this faction there should be a wizard. The brunette looks very displeased. He says that the character they are talking about is quite weak. However, the swordsman Jiangshi from Blackbone Ghost Valley is unlikely to be able to defeat him. The blonde, bowing, says that if his master allows, he will take care of this matter. The brunette gives the corresponding permission. Baek-san takes off, leaving a bright trail behind him. The brunette grits his teeth in anger. Clenching his fists, he says that the energy he feels is damn similar to the one that Yun Woon Wai possessed. The hero holds the ugly fighter by the face. He asks how he dares to raise a hand against his follower in front of him. Jiangshi, who is shaking from the tension, explains that he only did what he was ordered. The hero, whose back we see, states that he understands perfectly well that he is a worthless pawn. The ugly entity thanks the guy for this understanding. Blood splashes are visible near the hero's hand. Y plunges his hand into the enemy's chest, who asks why the guy is doing this. The youth's eyes emit a purple glow. He states that this is divine punishment for those who betrayed the cult, and no one should forget about its inevitability. Y, raising his hands, says that the fighter's comrades will soon follow him. The hero, clenching his fist, promises to kill all the traitors. A huge hole is visible in the ugly fighter's stomach. Y stands raising his left hand. His eyes emit the same glow. The fugitive, looking out from behind the wall, says that he sees the evil ghost battle robe and purple eyes in front of him. The youth comes out from behind the corner and stands in front of the hero. The boy's eyes fill with tears and he asks if he really is the heir. Y, smiling happily, asks who else the boy thinks it could be. A smile appears on the young man's face. He rushes to the hero, calling him young master. The boy hugs Y and declares that he is incredibly glad that the hero is okay. The boy's head is shaking from worry. The hero says that the boy held up well. Y puts his hand on his follower's head and declares that he does not need to say anything, since he understands his feelings perfectly. The fugitive hugs the hero and, sobbing, calls him by his title. Y frowns to his left. He moves away from the boy, declaring that he would like to stay and talk longer. However, as it seems to him, an incredibly interesting character should appear here soon, so the boy should move away. A black figure is visible in the sky behind the hero. The blonde lands on the ground. He looks at the mangled corpse and says that he never imagined that such a high-level character would be here. Streams of white energy rise up around Baek-san. He states that they seem to have caught a very large fish. The hero, calling him by name, says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and that he didn't know that the living corpse of the Northern Sea was still in business. Baek-san looks at the hero in amazement, who states that if the blonde guy is here, then Gu Min-chai must be nearby somewhere. He asks how the weakling is doing. Baek-san, frowning at the hero, says that the guy's clothes look familiar, and there was only one person who called the young master a weakling. Y, smiling, says that he is absolutely sure that he is the person Baek-san thinks he is. The blonde guy, with his mouth wide open, shouts that he is a young heavenly demon. The ghosts hanging in the air next to the hero warn him of danger. One of them says that Baek-san emits incredible cold energy. The second states that before them is a blade demon and bodyguard of the second son of the head of Northern Sea's demonic path, who is believed to be the second most powerful of all blade demons. Y and Baek-san stand opposite each other. The hero says that he finds it surprising that an ice ghost, who usually only live for about 10 years, is still alive. He states that the blonde must be about 15 years old now. The blonde replies that Y should have died 6 years ago, and he too is surprised to see him here alive and well. Baek-san smiles. He states that all this time he has been sending the hero's followers to hell, where he believed Y to be. The hero stares at the enemy. The latter says that it seems all these people never met him in hell. The fugitive looks out from behind the wall. Trembling with fear, the boy states that while the hero was gone, the second son of the Northern Sea's demonic path was possessed by the revered demon god Mythos. The hero grimly says the name Gu Min-chai. Ice is visible around the blonde's hand. He says that he sees that the hero is barely alive, and that his energy is inferior not only to Min-chai, but even to himself. Baek-san screams like a madman, that he simply cannot miss this opportunity. The hero calmly declares that Baek-san is very wrong. A man with white hair is visible behind the guy. Y says that his whole life has always been filled with difficulties, but he has never known the bitterness of defeat. The young man raises his right hand and calls Baek-san to attack, declaring that he gives him 3 seconds. An ice blade is visible in front of the blonde. He declares that he will see how long Y can last. A bright beam of light flashes. Approaching the hero, Baek-san loudly screams that he will now shut his opponent's filthy mouth. Y calmly looks at the blonde. His eyes emit a purple glow. Baek-san, approaching his opponent closely, looks at him in amazement. The hero says that his enemies seem to be completely unteachable. Baek-san, who is surrounded by a white whirlwind, asks when the hero managed to prepare a ray. Grinding his teeth in anger, the blonde says that Y seemed to be expecting his attack. The youth states that due to the proximity of death, his enemy's mind seems to have completely clouded. He asks what kind of idiot do you have to be to immediately pounce on a wizard. An ice sword is visible in front of Baek-san. The blonde is standing in the fog. He asks what kind of haze is this and suggests that the hero is using Black Bone Terror's Thorny Ghost Fog enchantment. The boy asks if Y really thinks that will be enough to trap him. The hero says that Baek-san is a little mistaken. The blonde puts out his left hand. He jumps back to avoid the blow. Baek-san, kneeling, says that this is an unusual Thorny Ghost Fog enchantment and asks if this spell is enhanced by some other magic. The hero replies that this is exactly the case and he specially prepared this tactic for guys like his opponent. Y uses Soul Restraining Fantasy Net. A very unusual monster is seen above the hero's head. The young man thinks that he has a very complex spell in his possession, created using the mystical techniques of the society, which requires a huge amount of energy to activate, and in the world he is currently in, he simply does not have enough energy for this. However, he does not see any reason to use Soul Restraining Fantasy Net in its pure form. The ghost of the young man is seen behind the enemy. Y stares at his opponent. He thinks that his eyes can effectively and quickly activate such spells. Smoke rises around the magical formation. The hero realizes that his eyes are able to prevent too much energy from being expended, and in addition, he used Thorny Ghost Fog enchantment, as this spell works perfectly with Soul Restraining Fantasy Net. Hieroglyphs are visible above the hero's head. He uses the Purple Fantasy Net spell. Baek-san, holding his sword forward, smiles happily. He says that his opponent seems to be using a very advanced spell, but he simply does not have enough energy to resist his opponent. The hero replies that this is why he is going to limit the blonde in his actions. Baek-san looks at his enemy in bewilderment. Blood gushes out of his mouth. Raising his left hand, Baek-san asks in amazement when the hero managed to poison him. He replies that he mixed poison with ghost fog, and if the blonde tries to use energy now, his condition will only worsen. Baek-san grabs his face with his hand. Y says that the blonde has no choice but to hold his breath and start the circulation of energy in his body to get rid of the poison. The ghost's faces blur. Y warns that even this will not work on his enemy, since his ghost poison is special, and normal energy circulation is not enough to stop the poison from spreading too quickly, especially in a body that is filled with energy. Streams of purple energy are visible near the blonde's feet. The hero thinks that his opponent's body is the best environment for ghost poison. Still covering his mouth with his hand, Baek-san demands that Why stop hiding like a coward and show himself. The hero's eyes glow. He declares that the word coward is a compliment for him in this situation. The silhouette of a young man is visible behind Baek-san. He begins to cough. The blonde, gritting his teeth in rage, declares that he was supposed to die soon anyway. With his legs spread wide, he shouts that he would rather kill himself and his enemy than die from such stupid tricks. The blonde's eyes turn white. A bright white stripe is visible in front of him. Baek-san uses Eye Soul Blade technique and Heavenly Eye Slash. A bright flash occurs above the hero's head. Why says that he knew that his spell would be destroyed because he activated it hastily. The young man stands in front of his enemy. He states that he is a little disappointed, but the poison still did its job. The hero's eyes continue to emit purple energy. Baek-san looks at the boy, wiping blood from his mouth. He assumes that the hero closed the distance when the magic was destroyed. Why asks indifferently. He raises his left hand and blocks the enemy's blow, after which he states that he is even too close to activate any new spell. Baek-san, with blood flowing from his mouth, realizes that the hero is now using the properties of Evil Ghost Battle Robe, then states that the boy should not have as much energy as before. The opponents clash in close combat. Why asks if his opponent thinks that he should have taken the decrease in energy into account beforehand. Mystic Energy Reinforcement Evil Demon Descent is cast. The boy's arms are enveloped in streams of energy. Why thinks that, on top of everything, he has changed a lot. Baek-san looks at his opponent in confusion. A bright flash is seen above the hero's head. Tempest Dance Northern Wind Blizzard is cast. Grinding his teeth in rage, Baek-san says that Why is using martial arts, then states that he always thought that the boy's Dantian was destroyed. The blonde seems to understand something. The hero crouches slightly and spreads his arms. Baek-san realizes that he is not using martial arts for self-defense, which means that he is now at his true peak. A powerful flash occurs. Why strikes. He thinks that he has strengthened his internal energy with the Evil Ghost Battle Robe and the Ghost Fog, and used the Purple Fantasy Net to drain the enemy's internal energy, and weakened him with the Ghost Poison. But even this may not be enough. Baek-san rushes to attack. He strikes, the mark of which is visible on the ground. Why is sitting under the wall. The ghost hanging near his head worriedly asks if everything is okay with the youth. One of them says that the blonde must be in a terrible state after the poisoning, but he still continues to attack. The second says that most likely Baek-san has a great disgust for Why. Smiling, the hero takes off. The elders try to shout to him. The young man thinks that all this is insanely fun, since he can test his skills and abilities. Why stretches his right hand forward. He makes several jumps and again finds himself in front of the enemy. The young man smiles. He thinks that in such a battle he can track the improvements in his skills. Why understands that the world of martial arts is a new platform for him, and such fights help to identify the shortcomings of 12 fierce tiger steps. Near the blonde's face, traces of blows are visible. The opponents exchange blows. Why thinks that enlightenment, which is achieved by breaking down the technique into tiny segments, helps to identify shortcomings and eliminate them. The opponents simultaneously push off the ground. A purple sphere appears in the hero's hand. He thinks that martial arts are just a tool for expressing yourself. The boy smiles happily. He thinks that instead of copying other people's techniques, he should create his own. But now he has too little information to do so. Why deflects the opponent's blow with his shoulder. Baek-san opens his mouth wide. The hero thinks that he has a great example to follow, and is especially interested in the Eye Soul Blade technique that the blonde uses. Near Baek-san's face, streams of blue energy are visible. The hero thinks that his opponent's movements are slightly different from those used in the original technique. Snow falls over the strange circle. Why realizes that the blonde's contribution to the Eye Soul Blade technique is like a snowstorm. Baek-san is very fast and sharp, and the opponent who cannot pass through the blows will be buried under the snow and freeze to death. Why is seen inside a huge ice crystal. Baek-san deals many blows. The hero thinks that his opponent's blade art is based on the Eye Soul Blade technique. There are traces of many blows in front of the youth. Why wants to copy the trajectory of the sword, breathing, steps and all other techniques of his opponent. Why and Baek-san meet in close combat again. The blonde looks surprised. Looking at the hero, he asks if he really uses the Eye Soul Blade technique. Baek-san can't believe that Why copied it just by watching his actions. We see the purple eyes of the youth. Baek-san jumps back. Why thinks that he should choose the trajectory of movements that suits him the most, and then use 12 fierce tiger steps. A grinning tiger is seen above the guy's head. Together with Why, he quickly approaches Baek-san. The hero uses the skill Snow Tiger's 12 blades. The hero's blows, judging by the splashes of blood, reach their target. Baek-san looks at his opponent in shock. He says that the hero combined his own technique with the one he spied on him, and also adapted other people's fencing techniques. The blonde screams deafeningly that there is a real monster in front of him. Why, flying up to Baek-san, says that he does not understand why the blonde is trying to insult his enemy. Blood gushes from Baek-san's chest. Why says that he can simply call him a genius. Baek-san falls down, losing a huge amount of blood. The blonde's eyes turn black, and he declares that if he dies in such an inglorious manner, he will no longer be able to look his master in the eye. Baek-san throws his palm forward and uses the Ice Soul Divine Palm skill. The blow hits the hero's stomach. A powerful flash is visible around the two silhouettes. Baek-san touches the hero's chest with his hand. Y flies far back. The blonde giggles, spreading his legs wide. He declares that his opponent has relaxed a lot. Opening his mouth, the blonde asks the guy how the ice poison tastes. Y touches his chest. The ghosts look at the young man worriedly. One of them says that the demon that confronts the guy simply refuses to give up, and if things continue like this, the hero's blood vessels will freeze. Y, looking at his opponent, declares that this ice poison is different from the one before. Baek-san, grinning angrily, asks if the hero actually noticed this. He states that he calls this variation heart-corroding ice poison, and it eats the heart until the victim dies. The blonde man's nose is bleeding. He states that there is no antidote for this poison. Y looks at his opponent carefully. He begins to understand why his enemies have chosen the Tang clan as their target. The youth asks Baek-san if this poison was obtained from the society. Baek-san looks at the hero in shock. Standing in the middle of the hole in the ground, he states that this means Y already knows about the society. He says that he did not expect anything else from the guy, and it is very good that they can get rid of this enemy now. Y asks the blonde man why he thinks he can get rid of someone. Purple balls are visible in the guy's hand. He thinks that on the way here he destroyed 5 Jiangshi swordsmen. Y swallows the balls. One of the ghosts asks fearfully if it is possible to use them all at once. He warns that it is very dangerous. The hero looks down. Powerful streams of purple energy rise around him. Baek-san smiles predatory. He declares that trying to save himself is useless, and there is no antidote to heart-corroding ice poison. Y lowers his gaze. He thinks that what is happening is not an attempt to remove the poison from the body. The guy's heart beats madly. He thinks that the energy of these balls will resume blood circulation in his freezing vessels. The artery is entwined with streams of energy. A bright blue glow is visible near the hero's hand. He expects to absorb heart-corroding ice poison. Y thinks that this is a great weapon, but under the influence of powerful energy, it turns into just a powerful source of energy. The cloak flutters behind the hero. Baek-san looks at the boy in amazement. Emitting a powerful blue glow, he can't believe that Y seems to have converted the cold energy of heart-corroding ice poison into his internal energy. The boy, smiling, asks if the blonde really intended to kill him, a ghost king filled with energy, with ice poison. The boy's eyes glow with joy. He says that his opponent's mental abilities really seem to have deteriorated greatly. The blonde sinks to the ground. He says that the hero stole the ice soul blade technique from him, and now the ice poison as well. Baek-san opens his mouth wider than usual. He screams that Y seems to have just been mocking him this whole time. The blonde's eyes turn completely white. He collapses to the ground in front of the hero. Smiling happily, the hero says that for someone of his rank, it was a rather useless death. The boy has a knapsack in his hand. He says that he has the prey in his hands and can move on. The boy thinks that he should take care of the corpses with true fire technique to cover up all traces. A purple cloud rises above the blonde's corpse. The boy, who is hiding around the corner, says that he never thought he would be able to see something like this with his own eyes. Looking at the hero tensely, he states that this seems to be a great honor. A bird is seen in the sky. The boy raises his index finger and shouts to the hero that he feels the energy of Black Bone Ghost Valley, and this is a new enemy. Y asks the boy not to worry about this creature. Ju flies up to the hero, who states that this bird is an ally. Ju, opening his beak, states that he has returned, having carried out the order he received. The ghosts fly up to the winged creature. One of them says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The second asks how many vile creatures the bird managed to eat. The third notices that Ju looks much better than before. Y shoos the ghosts away with his hand and asks if all of Advanced Jiangshir's farms were destroyed. Ju answers in the affirmative. The bird states that it still needs to tell him something. A large red crystal is visible in Ju's beak. The bird says that it found it when it was destroying the farms. The hero examines the gem. Worry appears in his eyes. He says that they need to hurry. Another person is seen next to Min Chai, whom he asks if they are really heading in the right direction. Min Chai's companion smiles. It is reported that it is Redbone Terror, one of the 12 black ghosts of Black Bone Ghost Valley. He says that there is no need to worry, and the bodies of Beast Jianshi are filled with dark mana that cannot avoid detection by lamenting soul tracking. Min Chai asks with displeasure why the monstrous bird was not captured if it could be easily tracked. Redbone Terror, looking at his companion with an offended expression, states that there was outside interference here and it is not their fault. Min Chai says that he does not need excuses and demands that Redbone Terror continue to show the way. The black ghost, wrinkling his nose in displeasure, thinks that the guy has delusions of grandeur, tells him where to go next. Min Chai and Redbone Terror land. The ghost begins to say that the monstrous bird should not have left this place, but then notices something. The ghost asks in amazement what happened. Shivering from the cold, he follows Min Chai and asks if he feels the cold energy of Blade Demon North Sea Mythos. The brunette tells him that he ordered Baek-san to track revered demon god Mythos. Redbone Terror looks at his companion and says that judging by the battle marks, there were very good fighters here. Ice crystals are visible under Min Chai's feet. He recognizes the ice poison, as well as heart-corroding ice poison, the brunette understands that it takes a huge amount of internal energy to activate the substance named the latter, while its use will be the last in the life of the one who uses it. Min Chai stands with his fists clenched. He thinks that Baek San had little time left on this earth, and the fact that he used this poison means that he died. The young man remembers his meeting with the blonde on the roof of the building. Redbone Terror says that all this is strange, and according to Lamenting Soul tracking, the monstrous bird should be somewhere around here. Min Chai grabs his companion by the throat. He, hanging in the air, asks why the brunette is doing this to him. As Min Chai continues to strangle the black ghost, he explains that he followed Redbone Terror on orders from his faction leader to kill a monstrous bird that was destroying farms, and now he sees no feathered creatures here, only traces of a battle. Min Chai grabs his sword. He states that he trusted his companion to follow him, and now he cannot prove that anyone ever left this place, despite the fact that there are traces of heart-corroding ice poison being used here. Min Chai raises his sword, threatening his companion with it. He says that the owner of the monstrous bird and the remaining members of the revered demon god mythos are somehow connected, and he must figure out what unites them. The brunette says that Redbone Terror must tell him everything he knows about the bird's owner. Min Chai glares menacingly at his companion, stating that if he does not, he will learn the workings of the life-sucking sword. Redbone Terror gasps and states that the bird's owner is a member of the Nine Dragons division, and that the monstrous mutant Jew they are hunting is a mutated youngster sent to kill the head of the family's son. Min Chai looks at Redbone Terror with disgust, thinking that the Nine Dragons division is a branch of the Tang clan, and that the plan to kill Dark Sovereign is to be carried out in this family's territory. He demands to know more details. Sanyan stands before the sorcerer. Redbone Terror reveals that they tried to recruit the wife of the head of the Nine Dragons division to their side in order to infiltrate the Nine Dragons division's territory, but the woman demanded that they kill her stepson. Ju stands on top of the corpse mountain. The black ghost says that the assassination was carried out by Jiangshi, who for some reason mutated and began attacking their own farms. Min Chai lets go of Redbone Terror and asks if this useless creature has any idea why this happened. Redbone Terror, holding his throat, says that a cursed white bone instructor is currently investigating this matter, but they have not been able to fully infiltrate the Nine Dragons division, so it is impossible to find out all the details. Min Chai states that everyone knows how cautious the bastards from the Tang clan are. Holding his chin, Redbone Terror states that this is why everything is taking longer than it should, and another problem is that they cannot figure out what organization is behind the bastard from the Nine Dragons division family. Redbone Terror recalls the metamorphosis that is happening to the hero. He says that just a couple of months ago this bastard was not taken for a person, and then he suddenly changed and began to directly affect their plans. Min Chai sullenly says that all this is very suspicious, and asks what the name of this bastard is. Redbone Terror, looking at the brunette from under his brows, answers that it is Tang Woon Wai. Min Chai grinds his teeth in anger. He thinks that the wizard from revered demon god mythos, who killed Baek San, made Jiangshi from Black Bone Ghost Valley mutate, supporting the guy who constantly ruins their plans, is named Woon Wai. Judging by the expression on his face, Min Chai understands who he will have to face. Three young creatures look at the hero. Standing in front of them, Wai hears that three Kunlun chicks are greeting the heir of the cult leader. The young man thanks them for holding out for so long, smiling. Wai asks worriedly if the cult leader is okay. The young man's followers are confused. The hero asks worriedly if something happened to his mentor. The young blonde man states that they all thought that if the heir was alive, the cult leader would be with him. Fear appears on Wai's face, asking to explain the situation. The conspirators stand in front of an empty bed. The hero learns that when the five factions rebelled after the hero's bloody battle with the elders, it turned out that the leader of the heavenly demon cult and the guards were not in his chambers. The young blonde man carries a white flag. Wai hears that after the loss of both leaders, the revered demon god mythos was expelled from the Tian Shan mountains, and its members scattered across the country. Arrows are visible on the map. The hero is informed that the members of the revered demon god mythos were trying to find the cult leader without being seen by the society. Wai remembers leaving a mark under the table at the inn. He learns that it was found 6 years later. The hero looks at the three young men. They say that they were sent here to confirm its authenticity. Raising a trembling hand, Wai states that a leader must be with his followers even in the most difficult times. Closing his eyes, the young man asks to forgive him for his weakness. The young blonde begs the boy not to say such words, as they are grateful to the boy for returning. Wai, looking up, says that as his followers have already realized, the leader of the cult is not with him. The young men sadly lower their eyes. The hero, turning away from them, states that he was not even able to recover to the level he was at 6 years ago. The young man looks down sadly. He thinks that the squad of demons that protected the cult leader may have also disappeared, but this is understandable, since his opponents were the society and the 5 demon factions. Wai also thinks that if the cult leader was okay, he would have taken all the followers with him, including those who are now next to the hero. Wai remembers his mentor standing under the moon. The long white hair of this man attracts attention. He is wearing a long purple robe. The hero mentally asks his teacher what he should do now. The young blonde man, kneeling behind the hero, asks what they should do now. The young man thoughtfully looks to his right. He sees 3 pairs of eyes in front of him. Wai understands that for him only a few months have passed, and they waited for 6 whole years. The guy remembers his mentor and his words about how the leader of the heavenly demon cult should act. The moon now shines over the hero himself. He tells his followers that all demons must bow before them. The young creatures look at the boy in shock. He raises both his hands and says that they must be revered. The boy's hands emit energy. He declares that the divine fire that was born in Sichuan must reach the Tian Shan mountains and burn all enemies. A source of energy flares up between the hero's hands. The young creatures look at their leader in shock. Ghost and Ju are close to tears. Raising his hands, Wai declares that he will accept the 3 young people under his command on behalf of the head of the cult. The boy's eyes glow. He says that together they will prepare the throne for the return of their master. The boy looks down thoughtfully. He asks if his followers will believe in him again so that he can do everything he promised. The young people fall on their faces and beg him to lead them. The hero thanks them for their trust. The hero's mouth is slightly open. The guy thinks that first he should gather followers who are scattered across the nearby lands. He asks the young creatures who currently leads their organization. A dark figure is visible behind the blonde. He replies that the head is now one of the 5 sword captains, Vampiric Rector. The hero says that it is a real blessing that the head of the vampire sect is still alive. The young blonde, looking at the hero, says that they will immediately go to Vampiric Rector to tell him the good news. The guy's companions, looking at him, say that he should stay with the heir to the head of the cult, and the 2 of them will tell the good news to whoever needs it. Wai, clenching his fists, says that the new head of revered demon god Mythos will be waiting in the village of the Tang clan. A carriage is driving through the forest. 2 ghosts are visible in front of the hero. He asks if everything is really that bad. The boy's allies surround him with concern. One of the ghosts says that Wai has severe internal injuries, since he released energy without even a second to think about processing the new knowledge. The second elder says that chi deviation can overtake the hero at any second. The elders and Ju look at the hero with concern. One of the ghosts says that the connection between the boy's body and soul is unstable. The second says that the hero overstrained himself trying to process the poison. The bird adds that he does not understand at all why its owner is still conscious. Wai, looking at his comrades, says that the leader of the faction should not just be a ruler, but a real god. The ghosts ask again in surprise. The young man remembers his mentor hovering above the stairs. He says that this is exactly what his master taught him, and adds that it is customary to worship the one who has literally ascended to the heavens, and if this character falls, then the field of vision of his followers also drops to the very ground. The youth, clenching his fist, says that in the absence of his master, he must become a beacon, guiding his followers. The youth states that this path can be very difficult and lonely, but he is ready for these hardships. Wai sighs heavily. He thinks that when he first heard these words, he could not fully understand the meaning put into them by the master, but now he feels a tiny part of the very loneliness that the head of the cult spoke of. Putting his hand to his chest, Wai says that the most important thing now is to restore the body. Ju states that this will require at least a month of rest. The hero states that he does not have that amount of time, as there are only a few days left before the Dark Sovereign's visit. Ju states that in this case, the hero must clear the Yin energy and relate his new insight to the abilities of this body. The hero, who is being watched by many eyes, states that this means that this is the only option and there is nothing to be done about it. One of the elders asks if the guy really decided to circulate energy in the shaking carriage. Sighing sadly, the guy says that he must deal with this before the Yin energy makes the situation worse. We see tangled energy of different colors. The hero thinks that the reason for the internal damage is that he tried to replenish it before he achieved a full understanding of his body, as a result of which the different energies could not balance and simply tangled. The energy threads are separated. Wai thinks that he must unwind this ball, throw out all the unnecessary energies, correctly distribute those that he actually needs, and ultimately form a new Yin essence, free of unnecessary impurities and belonging only to him. Pure blue energy falls into the liquid. The young man thinks that the resulting product should be placed in the central core. Streams of blue energy rise around the young man. Ju and one of the elders look at what is happening in shock. The bird says that it simply does not believe its eyes, as Wai unravels one energy after another and purifies them. In its opinion, this is simply amazing, and only the heir of the head of the cult is capable of such things. The youth's face is peaceful. His companions say that the Yin energy is stabilizing, and the youth must have finished the purification process. Wai opens his eyes. His companions congratulate the hero with admiration. They cannot believe that he created a new cultivation method using the central core. Wai looks at the bird and the ghost in confusion. He asks what they are even talking about. Ju raises both wings and asks if the youth has transferred the energy of his central core. Wai replies that he has successfully done so. The bird says that this is the ultimate goal of learning the central core cultivation method. Wai looks at Ju in surprise. The winged creature states that the mystic art is in the upper core, the martial arts energy is in the lower core, and the energy from heart-corroding ice poison moves according to the hero's desire. Wai lowers his eyes. The bird says that in this way, the youth created a central core cultivation method personally for himself. He allowed the Yin essence to flow through himself and rebuilt what he could disassemble. Wai puts his fist to his chest. He asks if this was truly his personal central core cultivation method. The two young men stand with their backs to each other. The hero thinks that his upper core contains the Phantom King tome that he used in his previous life, while the lower core will contain the Heavenly Demon Warding Heart arts that he will focus on mastering later, and learning both will be more than enough to turn into one of the top 10 strongest masters. However, this power will only be effective against the enemies he may encounter in this land. The youth recalls his opponents and realizes that the beings he must face now are the Divergents that have reached the Astral Heaven realm. The hero thinks that using the Phantom King tome and Heavenly Demon Warding Heart arts separately will not allow him to surpass them in combat. The youth smiles. He thinks that if this central core cultivation method is combined with mystic and martial arts into one, it can produce results. The bird looks at the boy and states that it will be a difficult journey, but given everything it has just seen, he will definitely achieve his goals. Why? Whose right eye we can see, states that he has already chosen his path. There is a sphere hanging above his hand. The boy says that it looks like flowing water, the breath of a black dragon, and a purity that resembles true energy. A black dragon is seen above the boy's head. Y says that with the help of black dragon water true energy, the result of cultivating central core will be black dragon chi arts. People come out of the building. Someone says that they are ready to leave. Eugene thanks the commander of Righteous Wind for personally coming to help. The man states that this is what his squad should do, and if Tangon had reported everything properly, everything would have been much easier. A carriage pulled by 2 horses pulls up. Someone asks what it is doing here at such an early hour. A young man approaches a blonde man driving a carriage and demands that they stop, asking what brought the carriage's passengers to 9 Dragons Division at this hour. A man steps out of the carriage. He asks again in surprise upon hearing the question. The hero states that he is returning from a mission. The young man who stopped the carriage recognizes the guy. Eugene looks at her brother with sad eyes. She throws herself on his neck. Y says that he did not think that she would wait for him here. The girl examines the hero and asks if everything is okay. He calms her down. Eugene sighs sadly. She thinks that if her brother has already returned, then he must have failed to do what he planned. But she is glad that at least he returned safe and sound. Y, showing off his knapsack, says that he killed one of the North Sea Mythos members. Eugene looks at her brother in bewilderment. A loud scream is heard under the green trees. The girl can't believe that Y has already finished his work. Someone is screaming inside the building too. Baek-san is chained up and trying to reach the heir of the cult leader. Y, raising his left hand, declares that the bastard should be grateful for being left here. Baek-san, with his mouth wide open, begs to just be allowed to dissolve. One of the ghosts says that the hero tore the bastard's soul apart while torturing him and then used his powers to bring him back to life again and again. The second elder declares that becoming a ghost is a much happier fate than he previously thought. Y says that he now has enough information about the North Sea Mythos, then notes that it is almost noon. An excited Tangon appears at the door. He calls out to his disciple. Y says that the man has arrived just in time. Tangon approaches the hero and states that he is said to have gotten into trouble again. Y replies that he killed a member of a demonic cult and made his family's name famous. Tangon, looking at the boy with displeasure, states that he does not mean this at all, but that he started a war with the Lion Sect members. The young man replies that this seems to be true. He thinks that he completely forgot about it because the event seemed insignificant to him. Raising his right hand, the young man smiles. He says that it was just a small squabble, and he does not think that the Lion Blade King himself will come to ask him. Tangon angrily says that everything will be exactly like that. Looking at his student, he states that the Lion Blade King will personally come to deal with the hero. Y, looking at his mentor with a puzzled expression, asks if a man who is considered a great ruler would really come personally to deal with someone who started some pathetic fight in a restaurant. Tangon states that the guy has already heard everything. Y rubs the back of his head in displeasure. He says that he expected to hear a lot of compliments, but instead he is yelled at again. Tangon states that in any case, this problem needs to be dealt with. We see the top of the door. The hero, folding his hands in front of him, says that he has returned, having completed his mission. Ho-san looks at his son with displeasure. In front of us is the head of a sorcerer. And now Baek-san, with his mouth wide open, Ho-san says that his son brought not only the head of White Bone, but also the Blade Demon from the North Sea Mythos. Above Ho-san's head is a battle scene. The man says that on top of everything, Y managed to turn the Lion Sect against himself and bring the head of this organization here. The boy states that the conflict with the Lion Sect was inevitable, and he can report another potential confrontation. Ho-san asks what he is talking about, surprised. The hero reaches under the hem of his suit and pulls out a piece of paper, which he says contains all the details. He hands the document to his father and says that it describes everything that the North Sea Mythos is planning. Smiling, the boy asks if this is enough to take part in his father's plan. Ho-san goes down the stairs. The hero thinks that if he knew about the existence of such a place, he might have sent a spirit to watch his father. Then he realizes that this was impossible, since he was supposed to watch San-yang, and even that he failed to do properly, since he lost track of all the scoundrels from the Namgun clan. Ho-san goes to the door. He opens it. A light falls on the hero's face. The boy thinks that what he sees exceeds all his expectations. The young man finds himself in a spacious room. He cannot believe that such a huge room can be underground. A ghost, behind whom a map is visible, asks the hero to look at it. The elder says that the whole world is depicted here, and in the smallest details. The ghost looks at the huge map in amazement. He says that Sichuan is in the middle, Haidong on the right side, Xinjiang in the west, and there are even India and Europe. He says that the map shows the most insignificant sects and organizations, and also indicates their relationship with the Tang clan and measures that can be taken to improve diplomatic relations. Y stands in front of the map. He thinks that it even shows the Tian Shan Mountains, where the heavenly demon cult and the half-transcended towers are located. The young man continues to look at the map. He thinks that he seems to now understand what the Tang clan is planning. Tang Gun appears next to the hero. He says that he is very impressed, and did not expect that his master would bring his son here so quickly. The young man thinks that he was always wondering where this character went, and it turns out that he spent his time here. Covering his face with a fan, Tang Gun asks the boy what feelings he experienced when he saw the Wind Evolution Center. Y, looking at the map, says that judging by the name of this hall, his father plans to bring the wind to this world. The hero and Tang Gun stand next to a huge map. The young man states that he sees all of his father's goals and understands why this map was created. He says that the intentions extend beyond China to the entire world, and this is a real global network. Tang Gun, clenching his fists, whispers something to the head of the family. He looks into the eyes of his master and asks him to hand over young Master Y. The blonde man says that this guy's head seems to be blessed by divinity. The youth has a great intellect. He is incredibly brave and smart, and has impeccable moral qualities. Y frowns at Tang Gun, trying to figure out what is wrong with his morals. Tang Gun excitedly says that the youth is perfect, and that he is a magnificent rough diamond. He claims that if he is handed over to him, then in 20 or even 10 years, the Tang clan of Sichuan will become the most powerful organization in the world. Tang Gun angrily asks what all this is about. Clenching his fist in indignation, the man shouts that the guy is a real warrior, and his place is not at the table. Covering his mouth with a fan, Tang Gun states that martial skill is not the most important quality of a Tang clan member, and that what is more important is the corrosive desire to achieve the goal at any cost. He says that martial arts and strategy are just means to get what you want. Tang Gun angrily asks if Tang Gun is going to lock the boy in the room with him, despite the fact that the boy has incredible talent as a martial artist. Tang Gun and Tang Gun look at each other with hatred. The blonde says that he does not understand what room they are talking about, and the boy should choose the path of a ruler. According to him, anyone can improve martial arts in their free time from other activities, and the talent for ruling can only be nurtured by taking responsibility for others. Tang Gun asks again in bewilderment. Ho San demands that the young men stop their ugly squabble. He approaches the disputants and states that Y should choose his own path, and all discussion should be postponed for later. Ho San looks back at his astonished son and says that he has guessed correctly and that the Wind Evolution Center was created by the Tang clan to unite the world. The man states that the people of Jianghu view the Tang clan as a barrier that blocks the path of outside forces. A terrifying monster is seen above the people's heads. The father and son stand in front of a map. Ho San states that neither he nor the clan leader intend to leave the Tang as some kind of wall. The sun rises over the mountains. Ho San, smiling, states that the clan aims to become a magnificent castle that towers over the entire world and discourages any thoughts of climbing it. Ho San turns his back on the youth. He states that in order to build such a castle, one must first become an impregnable fortress that no demonic cult would dare to approach. Ho San places his hand on the table. He states that 6 months ago, news came that the followers of the demonic cult dared to plot the assassination of the clan leader, and the Namgung clan tried to use these scoundrels to kill Tang Moon Hyuk. The man says that at first they tried to prevent the assassination, but the clan leader opposed it. Ho San recalls his conversation with the old man, who states that by preventing the assassination attempt, they would be chasing the tail, and they need the head. The old man, smirking, says that he is taking on the role of bait. We see a map of the area. Ho San states that this is how the plan to destroy the demonic cult was devised. The father and son stand in front of the table. The young man says that from what he understands, his father intends to use the assassination attempt as an excuse to attack the demonic cult that has already infiltrated Jianghu. So it is time to mobilize all of the Tang clan's forces. The young man thinks that Tang Moon Hyuk is a real psychopath if he is going to personally expose himself to such an attack. While the young man notes the old man's ability to gather information and make very responsible decisions, Y looks down sadly. Standing next to his father, he states that this plan will fail. The bald man extends his hand towards the hero and his father. The young man realizes that Ho San and Moon Hyuk do not know about the biggest variable in this entire plan, namely the society. Ho San looks at his son in surprise, who says that the plan will fail. The man frowns, stating that the boy better choose his words carefully, and he should explain his thought process. Tang Gun squeezes in between Y and Ho San, stating that the boy may not know this, but they have done a lot of preparation for this attack. The blonde opens the fan above his head. He states that everything has been planned out, from the mechanisms and battle formations to the use of mystic arts and the maneuvers of the clan's troops. The youth says that everything he saw on this table allowed him to appreciate the excellent abilities of the Wind Evolution Center specialists who collected data to develop this strategy. Tang Gun asks why then escalate the situation and anger those around him. The hero takes out a piece of paper and says that this is the information he managed to obtain. Tang-gun looks at the contents. He says that it seems to be the location and orders that the members of North Sea Mythos and Black Bone Ghost Valley, who infiltrated the territory of the Nine Dragons Division, have. Ho-san looks surprised. He asks how well this all agrees with the information they have. Tang-gun points his hand over the map. He says that 90% of the data is similar, but 10% is different, while all the plans he sees are within the framework of the predicted probabilities. Tang-gun says that the accuracy of the information he sees implies that it was obtained directly from within the demonic cult. Ho-san, raising his left hand, says that according to his son, this is the complete plan of the North Sea Mythos. The hero replies that this is exactly how it is. The head of the family places his hand on the map. He states that he can confirm that the hero has provided reliable information, but reminds him that earlier, the boy said that the strategy developed by the Wind Evolution Center was excellent. The father, frowning at his son, asks why then thought the plan would fail. The hero, holding a piece of paper, says that it is quite simple, and that the Wind Evolution Center is misjudging the demonic cult's strength. He states that this organization is a level more powerful than his father and the Wind Evolution Center believe. Ho-san asks irritably if his son really thinks that the Wild Wind Squad and himself have never fought the North Sea Mythos. He states that even the possibility that the demonic cult has grown stronger as a result of internal conflicts has been taken into account. The boy, raising his right hand, states that all this is not enough. We see a map of the area. The hero is amazed that the plan that his father and the Wind Evolution Center came up with could guarantee victory even if the enemy forces were at their peak. But he realizes that it only considers normal enemies. The sorcerer, surrounded by orbs, grins predatorily. We also see Baek-san holding his sword in front of him. The boy thinks that, thanks to the society, both of these characters were significantly stronger than they were 6 years ago. The hero stands on the seashore. He thinks that the soul-restraining fantasy net requires a huge amount of mystical energy, but it is almost impossible to escape from it. The boy remembers the touch on his chest. He thinks that heart-corroding ice poison consumes an incredible amount of internal energy, but this skill kills anyone who is infected. Y imagines a pagoda with a hieroglyph hanging above it. He thinks that given all this and the other actions of the society, the current plan will not even come close to stopping the enemy. Ho-san, looking menacingly at his son, says that he claims that the Tang clan is incapable of defeating the demonic cult. The boy replies that according to what he saw, this is exactly the case. The man sullenly states that in this case, his son will have to prove that the Wind Evolution Center's predictions are wrong, and that he himself is right. Streams of blue energy rise up behind the man. He states that his son will have to put his life on the line. Raising his right hand, Ho-san states that he has limited his strength to the typical level of the enemy captain, as predicted by the Wind Evolution Center, and if the members of the demonic cult are indeed a level stronger than the analysis suggests, the hero should win, as he did with Baek-san, who was second in command of his sect. The man's fist glows green. Ho-san states that if the predictions are true, but the man is unable to finish. The hero, looking at the fist, interrupts his father and states that in this case, he will die under the influence of the secret art of the Tang clan, namely the Thousand Clan Poison Hand. Tang-gun screams in fear that Ho-san's methods are too rough. Tang-gun tells the hero that if he apologizes now, the clan leader will surely forgive him. Y decisively says that, as he thought, the assessment of his interlocutors was wrong. Streams of blue energy rise around the guy. Tang-gun, looking at the guy in fear, says that only a week has passed since he unlocked the central core. Ho-san asks what exactly is wrong in his assessment. The man says that he takes into account the level of his son's aura, but it should be weaker than the aura of their enemies, to which he limited himself. Father and son stand opposite each other. Y states that his father was not mistaken, but that the Baek-san he killed had an aura that was a level higher than what Ho-san is currently emitting. The man whose eye we can see asks how his son defeated this opponent then. The boy holds out his right hand and states that it would be better if he showed it in practice. Ho-san holds out his right upper limb and states that he appreciates that his son has not demonstrated the full range of his capabilities yet. A mark from the jump is visible on the ground. Tang-gun and Tang-gun are surrounded by many similar marks. Tang-gun, covering his mouth with a fan, looks at something in surprise. Tang-gun grabs him by the hair. The blonde demands that he let him go immediately. A green mark from the blow is visible behind the hero's back. The boy realizes that his father is not using full force. Y rushes past his opponent. He thinks that the man's eyes are tracking the potential trajectory of his movements, but he attacks a moment too late. Between the opponents, a trace of a blow is visible. The hero thinks that Ho-san is really holding back, imitating the probable strength of the enemy captain. A green spot is visible on the shoulder of the young man. Having made a jump, he lands on the floor. The guy looks at his father with displeasure. He thinks that he wants to prove that the information collected by the Wind Evolution Center is absolutely accurate, but this whole circus infuriates the young man beyond belief. The hero throws forward his left hand. Ho-san says that the guy uses the martial art of the sword demons. Father and son get closer. Ho-san thinks that this is not a simple imitation, and Y skillfully integrated someone else's technique into his own style. The man strikes. Frowning at his son, he says that he noted the level of his skills, but the guy still could not prove that he was right. The father's hand approaches his son's chest. A bright flash occurs between them. We see many white marks. Tang Gon will try to shout to his student. Ho San states that he does not like this. Taking his son by the collar, he says that when the poison reached the boy, his blood circulation partially stopped, after which he vomited out the poison part of his blood. In front of the man, 2 hands are seen touching. The head of the family says that, in addition to this, his son wanted to receive an indirect blow from the Thousand Clan poison hand in order to strike back, but the sword demon North Sea mythos would not die from this. The young man, smiling, states that he was able to do this because he understood that Ho San was not fighting at full strength. Ho San replies that this is exactly why he does not like all this. Tang Gun hopefully asks if the head of the family and his son have finished their fight yet. He offers to kill him if they are going to continue to destroy the Wind Evolution Center. Tang Gon calms the sobbing Tang Gun behind Ho San. The father reminds his son that he was sure that the plan he developed would fail. Looking at the hero, the man asks if he has any solution. Y replies that of course he does. The man asks him to state this plan. The young man calmly looks at his father. In front of us is a magnificent pagoda. Someone says that he needs to go. Ho San looks at his hand in amazement. There is a purple spot on his palm. The man thinks that he must have been holding back his inner energy. But even so, it is simply incredible that Y was able to infect him. Ho San, looking at his subordinates, asks what they think should be done. Tang Gun begins to make excuses, but the head of the family irritably asks how long it will take to come up with a new plan. Tang Gon tries to say something, but Ho San interrupts him, stating that he already knows his opinion. The hero's mentor screams in fear that Ho San is being too cruel. The hero gives a fiery speech, putting his hand to his chest. Ho San says that when the boy demonstrated his talent and said that he would revive the Wild Wind Squad, Tang Gon became attached to him with all his heart. The boy's mentor opens his mouth in amazement. Closing his eyes, Ho San declares that he is not going to be angry that Tang Gon puts an equal sign between him and Y, and he understands perfectly well that the instructor is here because of the Wild Wind Squad. Tang Gon sadly lowers his gaze. He remembers the time when Ho San was his commander on the battlefield. The head of the family declares that someday something similar may return. Tang Gon looks at the commander standing in front of him. Ho San says that for now the instructor should just trust him. The hero's father says that with this, he will no longer be able to become the head of the Wild Wind Squad. Tang Gun, bowing, asks Ho San's permission to ask one question. The blonde man stands in front of the table where the head of the family sits. He asks if Ho San is going to appoint Y as his successor. Y asks why they need to bring this up now. Tang Gun states that if Ho San does not fully believe in his son, then he should not give him any authority. The blonde man says that if a father doubts his son, then he should leave him alone. But if he wants to use him, then he should not doubt him. Since the riskiest thing in this world is to entrust a task to someone you do not believe in. Ho San, looking at his advisor, states that there is an old saying, do not hire someone you doubt, and do not doubt someone you hire. Tang Gun throws his hands up. He says that if a man doubts the information that young Master Y brought, then he should just let the guy do what he did before, because according to the available analysis, they will be able to repel the attack of the demonic cult. Tang Gun folds his fan. Holding it with both hands, he reiterates that if a father trusts his son, he must do so completely. Tang Gun, raising his index finger, says that the man should remember that Gyuji never showed any interest in inheriting the 9 Dragons division, while Yu Chang is simply not worthy. Ho San states that he understands that Tang Gun is trying to make him believe in his son. The man looks down sadly. He remembers his conversation with his son. When asked if he had a solution, Y replied that he did. Y, smiling, states that it is very simple. Placing his hand on his chest, he says that they should entrust the whole matter to him, and he will carry out the plan. Closing his eyes, Ho San states that he has made a decision. It is reported that a day after this conversation, a huge notice was posted in the main square. The villagers, looking at the text, learn that the second son of the 9 Dragons division family, Tang Woon Y, is declared the first heir. The hero looks at the rich table in surprise. The young blonde apologizes to his master, saying that there was almost nothing in the kitchen, so this is all they could cook. Y asks again in surprise. The young man decisively clenches his fist. He says that he just sent young Sam for groceries, so they will soon be able to cook dishes that are more to the hero's taste. One of the elders, smiling, says that the guy is extremely sincere and simply admires the hero. Y, looking at the ghosts with displeasure, says that the guy is different from some characters in this way. The elder asks the hero to remember that they have changed a lot. Y sadly says that he asked his father to transfer control of the operation to him, but he simply burdened him with all the responsibilities of the head of the family that need to be performed before a significant event. The boy clutches his head. He realizes that he should be busy with the North Sea Mythos plot, greeting guests, negotiating with other Tang clan members, preparing food for Dark Sovereign, working out the Green Honor Squad schedule, preparing for the festival, and just thinking about it already gives him a headache. Someone's hand appears in front of the boy. A remark is heard that someone has arranged a real banquet here. Gyujin, holding a bottle, smiles happily. She congratulates her brother. Folding her hands in front of her, the boy thanks his sister for the congratulations. Exhaling the smell of alcohol, Gyujin asks what's wrong with Y's face, and if he's happy to see his little sister. The boy replies that she seems to have already gotten pretty drunk. Gyujin raises the bottle above her head and shouts that this is indeed the case, because today is a wonderful day when her brother has finally received recognition. Y spreads his fingers and declares that this is also the day the girl was freed from the position she hated so much. Gyujin taps his head with his finger and declares that her brother is absolutely right. Y says that the girl is more suited to the Qingqing sect than the Tang clan. The sister, turning her head towards her brother, confesses that the days when she was training in martial arts in Qingqing were the happiest in her life. Gyujin smiles happily. Y looks at his sister thoughtfully. He thinks that she is not irresponsible, and even when she was training in martial arts in Qingqing, she probably did not skip classes when she was trained to be an heiress. Gyujin looks dreamily into the distance. The young man understands that all the training she went through was in vain, but even so, his sister is sincerely happy for him. The young man, pushing back his chair, declares that one of his subordinates will soon bring more food, so the girl can eat with him. Gyujin happily shouts that she was waiting for this invitation. She puts a bottle on the table and declares that she brought good wine. The hero looks at the bottle in confusion. He understands what is in it. Gyujin says that it is daughter in red, and the guy should know how rare this drink is. The lid of the bottle glows. Y thinks that in Sichuan there is a tradition of making wine after the birth of a daughter, and then burying it to open it when the daughter gets married or does something truly wonderful in her life. People clink small glasses. The hero has almost no doubt that this bottle was planned to be opened when Gyujin becomes the heir to the head of the family. Y, looking at his sister, asks if she is sure that she wants to open the bottle. The girl, who is reflected in the bottle, confirms that she is absolutely sure, because today is a very happy day, and it is probably better than the one that would have been if she became the heir to the head of the family. The hero wants to say something, but Tang Gon appears behind him, loudly congratulating the young master Tang Woon Y. The boy points at the door. The instructor asks the boy not to be such a bore and says that he brought a whole mountain of booze. Gyujin, peeking out from behind his brother, greets the instructor, who, laughing, greets the girl. Tang Gon understands who is in front of him. Looking at the girl with fear, he says that he suddenly remembered that he has things to do. The hero tells him that his sister also came to congratulate him. A joyful smile appears on Tang Gon's face. He says that he was just worried about interrupting a very important conversation. The man, looking at the bottle, asks if the brother and sister have already drunk. Y says that it is daughter in red. It seems like the instructor is being struck by an electric shock. Gyujin reaches for food. She says that Tang Gon should not worry, since she is very happy that she got rid of the position of the heiress. Wine pours into the cup. The man laughs. Y smiles and holds out his cup. He says he will pour some for his mentor. He agrees. Gyujin is reflected in the wine. She says that the drink has a wonderful aroma. The girl raises the cup above her head and makes a toast to the future of Y and the Nine Dragons Division family. The young people joyfully clink glasses. Some of them reach for their chopsticks for food. Gyujin puts the food in his mouth and says that it was prepared by an excellent chef. The hero looks at his sister as if he remembered something. The girl answers him with a puzzled look. Touching his ear, Y asks what happened to the girl's relationship with the senior disciple in Qingqing. Gyujin spits out what she just put in her mouth. Jumping up from the table, she asks how dare her brother remind her of this person. Tang Gon says in surprise that it seems like they are talking about Li Chiol-san now. The instructor points his finger at the girl, who indignantly shouts that everything is not as Tang Gon and Y think. Tang Gon gets up from the table and starts to leave. He says that they need to discuss the matchmaking, and first report everything to the head of the family. Gyujin angrily shouts that this is not at all what the instructor thinks. The girl tells the departing man that she is not going to get married. Sadly hanging his head, Gyujin declares that after the end of the festival he intends to leave the clan forever. Tang Gon, looking at the girl in amazement, asks what she means, and whether this is connected with the scandal that happened between her and her mother. Gyujin sadly says that she has been thinking about this idea for many years. The girl remembers her classes. She says that when she was in Qingqing, it took her only a month to become a good master, and in the Tang clan it would have taken a whole year. The young people stand around the table. Gyujin says that she has always been best at handling a sword. Tang Gon says that, to be honest, it is very difficult for him to understand all this, because, as everyone knows, he has been part of this clan his entire life and is imbued with the spirit of Tang through and through. Smiling, the man says that, however, he understands that the girl has thought about this plan very deeply. The hero joins the conversation. He apologizes for what he is about to say, since they are celebrating after all. The young man, looking at his sister, says that, as she already knows, he will need a sword before the visit of Dark Sovereign, after which he asks Gyujin if she will become this sword. The girl says that if her brother is talking about destroying a demonic cult, then of course she agrees. The hero's hand appears in front of Gyujin's face. He says that they will have to destroy not only a demonic cult. The girl understands that he is talking about her mother. Holding his hand out towards his sister, the hero states that if this sword cannot find the will to kill a certain enemy, however, he does not finish the sentence as the girl finishes the sentence for him. She takes the boy's hand and says that in this case, she will have to find another sword, Y says that this is true and promises to help his sister leave the clan before the festival if she feels that she is not capable of becoming that sword. Still holding his hand, Gyujin states that he is sometimes very cruel and that she has always been on his side, even if it meant conflict with her mother. Y states that she is saying this to her sister because his position in the clan is changing. Gyujin releases her brother's hand. She says that she decided this for herself a long time ago. Putting a fist to her chest, the girl states that if there is one thing she learned from both the Tang clan and Qingqing, it is righteousness. Gyujin walks forward. She looks into her brother's eyes and states that her standards for decision are based only on whether someone is righteous or not, and that she only seeks justice. Then she says the word, however, and her brother interrupts her. He frowns at his sister and states that this means she will not join him. We see the girl's right eye. She states that she realized long ago that her mother was doing something that was completely wrong, and that is why she always had conflicts with her. The brother and sister stand next to the table. Gyujin states that if Y doubts her faith, then their paths will diverge here and now. The young man thinks that he would never in his life think of such a factor as righteousness. Y imagines very unpleasant characters. He thinks that by righteousness the people around him always meant something like selfishness. Gyujin stands with his hand on his chest. The young man thinks that she is talking about something completely different, and there was sincerity in her voice. The hero looks down and apologizes. Admitting that he made a mistake, he realizes that the girl was ready to break even family relations for the sake of what she considered right. Gyujin, looking at her brother, declares that, in her opinion, he, as the heir of the clan, has the right to what he said, so she agrees to become his sword. The girl, holding out a cup, declares that she will become a sword that lives and dies for Y until the very end. Brother and sister clink glasses. The hero says that he will try to make sure that this sword is used only for pure purposes. Tangon, looking at this lovely picture, declares that the guy and the girl have completely forgotten about him. The young people clink glasses together now. The sun shines over the building where all this is happening. Now we have another building in front of us. It is reported that it is in a fortress city belonging to the Gold Sword sect. The young man throws something on the floor and screams the hero's name, asking how this loser could become the heir of the Nine Dragons division family. Sunny and Summon stand over Hyukwugi. The guy says that because of this bastard, he was humiliated in front of the girls. Angrily clenching his fist, Hyukwugi shouts that now he must offer him a gift at the festival, which Dark Sovereign will attend, and also apologize, although it is Y who should apologize, not him. Hyukwugi trembles with rage. He shouts that if he was also born into a famous family, everything would be completely different. The guy throws away the crumpled paper. He declares that he would be much stronger than the hero and would have achieved much more. A dark silhouette appears behind Hyukwugi. Its owner says that it seems that he was in the right place if someone is going to give a gift to Tang Woon Y here. Hyukwugi turns around and asks who is in front of him. He is told that it is absolutely not necessary to know. Powerful waves of energy spread around the dark silhouette. The young man approaches the knockdown Hyukwugi and states that he needs to meet Y, so he will use the guy. Here we have Gu Min Chai, asking if Hyukwugi minds. The brother and sister are sitting on the roof. The hero asks if it is right that the model girl from Qingqing drinks from the bottle like some alcoholic. The girl gets angry. She says that she is not a model girl at all, and what the boy means is called a Taoist. Y sadly says that he has long wondered why his sister has always been so kind to him. Gyujin looks at the boy in surprise. She puts the jug aside, saying that she wanted to talk about it anyway, but apparently today really is the right day for it. Looking at the boy, Gyujin says that she made a promise. The boy asks to whom exactly. The girl replies that the hero's mother. Gyujin, sadly looking down, says that she was a very kind woman. The little girl runs to the hero's mother and screams that she is here. The woman smiles, covering her mouth with her finger. She says that she is very happy to see the young lady Gyujin. The little girl sits next to the hero's mother. She says that this woman taught her, always tired after the hard training of the Tang clan, how big the world is outside the mansion. The girl takes food from the plate. Gyujin remembers that the woman told her about the majestic mountains and showed her how delicious candied fruit can be. Gyujin greedily eats the delicacy. In her hands, the little girl holds a cup with some liquid. The girl says that she once learned that Sanyang mixes poison into the hero's mother's medicine. The girl sniffs the liquid and realizes that it has a very specific smell. The hero's mother puts her finger to her lips. The little girl looks at the woman in amazement and asks why she drinks this medicine. Although she knows what is inside, she replies that the poison has no effect on her. The woman stands up and says that she has an incurable disease. The girl looks at the woman in shock. The hero's mother, smiling, says that thanks to the head of the family, she managed to contain the disease for some time. But after the birth of Y, she is getting worse and worse, and the medicine she is now drinking only speeds up the day when she will have to leave this world. The little girl looks at the woman in shock and asks why she does not want to stay with them as long as possible. The hero's mother replies that she does not want to create unnecessary problems. The little girl looks down in shock. The woman squeezes the girl's hands. Looking at her with a loving gaze, she says that in the Tang clan it is very difficult to keep any promises, but she still wants to ask the little girl for something. The woman asks that Gyujin be friends with Y after her death. Crying, Gyujin screams that she will not make such a promise because she wants the hero's mother to live. The woman hugs the little girl. Holding her head to her chest, the hero's mother says that the girl will definitely become a great person when she grows up, and she must not lose the warmth that is inside her and must keep a heart full of compassion. The grown-up Gyujin looks up. She tells the hero that she did make a promise to his mother before she died. The girl sadly says that even after that, her own mother did not stop. People are walking on the streets. Gyujin reports that Sanyang spread false rumors that defamed Y and his mother, and everyone in the Nine Dragons division believed them, in particular, that Y was a child who was born due to a mistake made by his drunken father. In front of us is the face of the head of the family. Gyujin says that this, of course, was completely ridiculous, because it is simply impossible that Ho-san, who by that time had already reached the peak of his development, could not control his craving for alcohol. Below Sanyang, Gyujin and Yuchang are seen. The girl says that the rumors spread were tarnishing Ho-san's image, but Sanyang continued to spread them to further humiliate the hero and his mother. The boy and the girl are sitting on the roof. Gyujin, apologizing, says that it must be unpleasant to feel that she was kind to the boy only because he was humiliated and offended. Y says that the girl is wrong. Gyujin looks at her brother in surprise. The hero, smiling, asks if the girl was not warm to him even before his mother asked her to, and before she found out about her own mother's machinations. The guy says that his sister is simply a very kind and good person. Gyujin thanks his brother. The boy looks at his sister with admiration, thinking that it is a mystery how she grew up so kind with a father who never shows emotions and a mother who is an absolutely terrible woman. Y declares that he should be the one to thank the girl. The boy looks sadly to his left. He remembers Sanyang kneeling. The boy does not understand only one feeling that Tang Woon Y had. The young people are standing with their backs to each other. The hero thinks that Namgung Sanyang should be completely indifferent to him now, since the situation has changed a lot, and she will go to prison as a traitor after the visit of Dark Sovereign, even if he does nothing more. But internally he still feels the emotions left over from the previous owner of the body, and in particular, the deep disgust that Tang Woon Y kept in his heart. The boy stands inside the beam of light. The hero understands that this boy felt grief and despair, which Yun Woon Y does not understand, since he grew up as an orphan in his previous life. Y remembers himself sitting by the stone wall. The hero's mentor takes him away with him. The hero seems to begin to understand the roots of the heavy feelings that Tang Woon Y experienced. The boy clenches his fist. Standing up, he says that he has to do something, so he must go. Gyujin says goodbye to his brother. The hero flies into the air, saying goodbye that if when he returns, the girl continues to drink, he will tell the senior disciple Li Chiol-san about everything. Gyujin angrily asks why he must constantly remember this idiot. The girl sighs heavily, sitting on the roof. A sword appears in her hands. The moon shines above the girl. Clouds float above the houses. It is reported that the event takes place the next day at the Sanyang Pavilion. The woman, biting her nails, says that the bastard has not only been recognized as the heir, but has also been appointed as the deputy head of the family. She thinks that this means that her own children have been thrown to the wayside. The woman, gritting her teeth in anger, says that she must do something about this. Then she realizes that righteous wind fighters have appeared next to her. Sanyang angrily shouts that she has nothing more to say. It turns out that it is not the righteous wind members who have come to see her, but her own son. He calls out to his mother. She asks how he got here if her chambers are supposed to be guarded by the righteous wind squad. The young man says that he asked his father for permission. Sanyang states that it is very good that he came. She grabs his shoulder and asks him to listen carefully. Looking into the eyes of her son, Sanyang states that they will not be safe as long as the bastard is the deputy head of the family, and Yu Chang should go to her parents' family. The boy calmly says that all the people from the Namgung clan who were with her are under surveillance by the righteous wind squad. The woman reaches under the hem of her robe. She says that almost everyone has indeed been caught, but there is still hope. The woman hands her son an object, saying that if he leaves this mark in the southern corner of the backyard of the Righteous Wind Pavilion along with a message to come to the Scarlet Pavilion, the boy will be found by the right person at night. Yu Chang angrily crumples the paper. He asks his mother if she really has been hiding someone from the Namgung clan from him until now. The woman looks at her son in bewilderment. He says that he understood perfectly well that she does not trust his sister, but why she does not trust him, the boy does not understand at all. Yu Chang slams her fist on the table. The woman, apologizing, says that this is not important at all now. The young man, sobbing, asks why his mother got involved with the demonic cult. Yu Chang, raising his hands, looks at his mother. She tries to understand how her son found out about this. The guy shouts that he wanted to achieve everything himself both in martial arts and in his position within the clan. With his mouth wide open, the guy shouts that the help from the Namgung clan was also intended to serve his advancement, but he wanted to prove himself what he was capable of. The young man, covering his eyes with his hand, says that he wanted to win while remaining a member of the Tang clan. Sanyang tries to say something, but Yu Chang says that this conversation, as it seems to him, has come to an end. The woman looks at her son in bewilderment. The hero, behind whom Gyujin and Tang Gun are visible, says that there are still spies from the Namgung clan in the Righteous Wind Pavilion. He asks what his companions think about this. The blonde answers that As it seemed to him, he took care of all these scoundrels, and now he is quite ashamed. The young men approach San Yang and Yu Chang. The woman lists everyone she sees. The mother looks at her youngest son with suspicion. Looking angrily at the hero, she shouts that it was he who made Yu Chang do this. Scowling at his stepmother, the young man reminds him that she promised him that if such a wish were expressed, she would step aside and renounce her children's inheritance rights. Yu Chang, who is standing next to his mother, is shaking with anger. She shouts at her son not to believe the words he just said. Eugene looks at his mother with disdain and demands that she stop lying, as Yu Chang has already seen all the evidence he needs. Raising her right hand, the mother looks at her daughter in amazement. The woman sinks to the floor. Someone from the people who came to her room says that she can give all the details at the Righteous Wind Pavilion. Tang Gun says that San Yang must understand that nothing can be done now. The woman looks at the people standing in front of her. We see the faces of Gyujin and Yu Chang. Their mother says that she understands that it is over. San Yang sits on the floor, his head down. She looks up in anger and screams that she can't accept this. A bright flash is visible in front of her. The hero covers his face with his hand. He realizes that he feels demonic energy. Gyujin and Yu Chang look at their mother in amazement. The guy tries to shout to her. There are two ghosts hanging next to the hero. One of them asks if this is really what he thinks. The second confirms that this is indeed the demonic art explosive reverse blood flow, which is forbidden even in heavenly demon cult. The hero looks at his stepmother in shock. He realizes that the elder was not mistaken in his analysis, and that the named spell increases internal energy many times over. However, after deactivation, it leads to the loss of reason and the ability to reason sensibly, as a result of which a person begins to consider everyone around him as an enemy and ultimately dies. San Yang, clenching his teeth, growls, "Why thinks that this spell is used as a last resort?" The hero and his ghosts look at San Yang, who is emitting a red glow around herself. San Yang angrily shouts that Tang Woon Wai is to blame for everything. The hero calmly says that it is more likely the Namgung clan that introduced the woman to the White Bone Wraith. He asks why she is angry at him at all. San Yang extends her right hand to the side, demanding that the guy shut up. She throws a table at him. The boy calmly hits the piece of furniture with his elbow. Yu Chan watches in amazement as the table shatters into pieces. The guy sadly says that his mother uses demonic arts. Eugene steps forward and asks her brother to step back a little. He asks again in bewilderment. The girl stands in front of her mother and asks her not to aggravate the burden of her sins. The hero sullenly says that it is too late to convince San Yang, since she has managed to lose her mind. Blood flows from the woman's eyes and mouth. Red energy rises around her. She screams that Eugene never listened to her anyway. San Yang charges forward, saying that she doesn't need a daughter like that. The girl places her hands on her weapon. She takes out her sword and swings it sharply. San Yang flies back. There are ghosts hanging near the hero's head. One of them says that he expected nothing less from the Qingqing Taoist, who just dispelled the demonic energy with her anti-demon energy. The second says that San Yang is just wasting his strength. The hero thinks about those words. Wai looks at his stepmother standing in front of him. He thinks that even if she didn't know that explosive reverse blood flow was a demonic art, she should have guessed that it would cause her irreparable harm. San Yang prepares to charge forward again. The boy can't understand if she used this skill only because she wanted to harm him. Gyujin, Yu Chang and Wai look at the woman. There are marks from multiple blows in front of her. The woman screams loudly. The young men stand calmly in front of the woman who is throwing blows. Gyujin, looking down sadly, states that her mother is selfish until the very end. We see the lower part of the girl's face. She says that San Yang knows very well what choice her daughter should make. Gyujin states that she will remain true to herself. A splash surrounded by blue energy. The girl takes out a sword. She holds the weapon in front of her. Holding the blade in front of her face, the girl says that Qingqing, heavenly blade, unified chi of heaven and earth and concealed sword leader favor her, after which she declares that she will begin the ritual of destroying demonic forces. San Yang stands in front of her daughter. She declares that she will kill her. The woman opens her mouth wide. She rushes forward. Eugene leans on her leg. She throws a blow, hitting her mother right on the head. The girl sadly lowers her eyes. Then she closes them. It's raining. One of the ghosts hanging next to the hero asks if he saw San Yang's face before she died. Yu Chang holds a box in his hands. One of the elders says that he is experiencing rather heavy feelings now. San Yang rushes at his daughter. The woman's eyes emit a red glow. However, then this veil disappears and the woman begins to cry. The ghost says that this expression on her face was more motherly than anything she has shown before. We see the back of the hero's head. Wai thinks that San Yang wanted to kill her stepson because of a deeply perverted motherly love that ultimately harmed her own children. Wai touches his chest with his hand. One of the ghosts calls out to the guy. A bright source of light is visible under the hero's hand. One of the elders says that the spirit and flesh of the young man are harmonizing. Wai understands that the gap between his soul and body has disappeared. The boy looks down sadly. He mentally tells Tang Woon Wai that the deep disgust he felt has finally disappeared. Yu Chang passes by Wai. Tang Gun, covering his mouth with a fan, says that it will be announced that the First Lady, along with her son, is going to the Namgung clan to restore. Yu Chang thanks the advisor for preserving his mother's honor. Wai looks thoughtfully ahead. His sister stands in front of him. The girl does not turn to her brother. Tang Gun, as is his habit, holds a fan in front of him. The hero thinks that time passed quickly after that, and after the death of Namgung San Yang, all the remaining spies of her clan were caught. The brother and sister sit in front of many scrolls. The boy thinks that Gyujin dealt with her emotions after the death of her mother and helped him with the duties of the deputy head of the family, as the visit of the Dark Sovereign was inexorably approaching. A carriage approaches the gates of the estate. The hero calls out to his sister standing next to him. Looking at her, he declares that they need to talk. Gyujin asks about what exactly. Raising his hands, the guy says that he does not think this position was intended for such an immature person like him. Wai admits that he is just a child, so it seems to him that a responsible, mature and loving girl, his sister, is much better suited for the role of deputy head of the family. Gyujin declares that this is complete absurdity. Ghosts talk behind the young man's back. One of them says that they are seeing a very rare sight. The elder admits that he has been watching the guy for 10 years, but has never felt such pride for him as now. He hopes that the brother and sister will maintain this relationship until the very end of their lives. Wai grabs the two talkative ghosts and declares that it is time to fill the spirit sphere. The elder apologizes to the guy in horror. Two girls approach the brother and sister. One of them greets Gyujin. Sunny and Summon smile happily. They say hello, after which one of them says that they have not seen each other for a long time. Summon looks at the hero in amazement. He, continuing to torment the ghosts, turns around. The girl, looking at the guy standing behind her sister, says that this seems to be Tang Woon Wai. Gyujin asks in surprise how the girls know her brother. They recall their meeting with the young man in a tea house. Summon reminds the hero that they met in this very establishment. Wai apologizes for showing himself in a less than attractive form. Gyujin, smiling, asks permission to officially introduce the young people to each other. She points to Sunny and says that this is Clear Moon Lady from a May sect, and they met at a meeting called Mount Shu Teachings. Sunny says that she is glad to see the hero again. Pointing to the second girl, Gyujin says that this is Sunny, also known as White Sword Mulan from Azure Flower Mountain Manor. Putting her hand on her brother's shoulder, Gyujin says that this is her younger brother Tang Woon Wai, who is currently the deputy head of the Nine Dragons Division family. The guy states that he is glad to see both girls. One of them is surprised that Gyujin's younger brother is acting as the deputy head of the family. The hero's sister, smiling, states that this is exactly how it is. Summon remembers that her friend always complained that she did not want to take this position, and it seems that she really was relieved of this responsibility. The girls, whispering among themselves, laugh. Why, looking at Sunny, asks why she is acting so strange. The girl replies that she is fine. Summon puts her hand on Sun Yi's shoulder. She shudders in fear. Summon pulls her friend along. She says that the brother and sister seem to be very busy right now and promises to talk to them later. Gyujin waves his hand at them. Wai crouches tiredly, hoping that these two girls were the last ones he had to meet today. Gyujin says that the sun is already setting, so most likely no one else will come. The girl notices something. Several more carriages are approaching. She tries to figure out where they are coming from. The flag of the Gold Sword sect flutters over one of the carriages. The fat man bows and greets the young people on behalf of the sect leader and his wife. He says that he is an advisor, and his name is Na Jin Bei. Wai, folding his hands in front of his face, states that he is the deputy head of the Nine Dragons Division Tang Woon Wai family. The guy says that the man's journey must have been very difficult. He also draws attention to the fact that the carts are overloaded. Jin Bei knocks his hand on one of the chests and says that the head of the sect was saddened by the fact that Wai did not take anything with him during his visit to them, and therefore instructed him to apologize. The man opens the chest. Filled with shiny objects, he states that this wealth will help the Nine Dragons Division in its noble cause. Jin Bei looks to his right. Baek Doing, with the most humiliating look, asks for forgiveness for the last time. Wai recognizes the guy, who, as far as he remembers, also belongs to the Gold Sword sect. The hero thinks that he needs to play along a little and accept the gifts. Smiling, the young man says that, of course, he forgives his family's guests. The man and the guy thank the hero. Wai notices something. The guy asks the servant to show the newcomers to the guest house, since they are most likely very tired after a long journey. The young man says that he will do it. The delegation gets out of the carriages. Wai thinks he felt traces of demonic energy for a second. A young man with a bag on his shoulders passes by the hero. The guys frown at each other. We see the brunette we already know. Wai understands that the demonic energy belonged to Gu Min Chai. Sunny and Summon talk to each other. Summon says that she saw how her friend looked at Wai. She replies that everything is not as it seems. Smiling happily, Summon says that she thinks she understands everything correctly, and Sunny can hit on the guy. The girl pulls her friend's cheeks. She says that the young man smelled like a sword. Summon asks again in amazement. Sunny says that the guy has never smelled like that before. Summon looks at her friend and asks if she means that Wai has learned to wield a sword in the short time since they met. Sunny replies that it is possible. However, that smell seemed to come from someone who had been training for many years. The girl looks down thoughtfully. She realizes that it was not even years, but rather decades. It seems that the girl realizes something. She clenches her fists. realizing what that smell was. The girl quickly rushes forward. Sumin asks excitedly what is happening to her. Sunny thinks that they should get to Y and Gyujin as soon as possible. In front of us is the girl's left eye. She thinks that the smell of the sword was exactly the same as the man who fought her father. Y looks over his shoulder at the people passing by the mansion. He realizes that Gu Minchai is among them. The hero thinks that this bastard may be trying to hide his demonic energy, but he is unlikely to succeed. Minchai looks askance. The ghosts surrounding the hero ask who he is looking at. The boy says that Gu Minchai is here. The elders are incredibly worried. They ask if this is 7 Seconds Killer, the second heir to the North Sea mythos. They cannot believe that he was already able to infiltrate the territory. Y communicates with the ghosts. One of the elders says that he knew that an attempt to infiltrate would be made, but did not think that it would be so quickly. The second asks what the hero is going to do. He replies that getting rid of the villain now would be a very bad idea. Min Chai covers his face with his hand. The hero thinks that he would like to tear this bastard apart for what he did, but the plan will be too seriously damaged if the North Sea mythos gives up on the attempt on the Dark Sovereign. The youth angrily clenches his fists. He thinks that he will give Min Chai some time. Gyujin, standing next to his brother, says that it seems that no one will come after Gold Sword Sect. Y replies that the sun has already set, so even if someone is late, they will most likely have enough tact to wait until the next morning. The brother and sister look towards the gate in bewilderment. The hero experiences a very strange sensation. A blue sphere appears in his hand. Spears fly in front of Y. His sister calls out to him. The hero demands to give him a spear. The ghosts rush from their place to bring the weapon that their master needs. The spears tumble in the air. One of them ends up in the young man's hand. Y, surrounded by streams of purple energy, looks up. Gyujin asks what happened. She assumes that this is an attack. The girl notices something to her right. She looks fearfully at the black trail that is visible in front of her. Y jumps into the air. Someone says that this whole performance was arranged in order to scare the guy and make him run away, but he, on the contrary, attacks. The young people look up in amazement. An old man, with his mouth wide open, shouts that he really likes the guy. The hand holds a shiny weapon. 2 dark silhouettes are visible in the air. The hero grinds his teeth in anger. Streams of black energy swirl around the hand. Crossed blue lines are visible behind the young man. A clash of 2 types of energy occurs between 2 tiny figures. The people on the ground cover their faces with their hands. Gyujin does the same. She says that her brother is fighting someone in the air, but they raise a huge amount of dust here on the ground. One of the fighters asks in horror what is happening here. The second suggests that this is an attack by a demonic cult. A white cloud rises behind the people. Baekdoing frowns at what is happening. A dark silhouette is seen in front of the hero. Its owner states that it was a rather weak attack, but he did not think that the boy would reflect it so easily. Y thrusts his sword into the ground. He is breathing heavily. Folding his hands in front of him, the young man states that he, Tang Woon Y, the deputy head of the 9 Dragons Division family of the Tang clan, greets the head of the Lion sect, Grandmaster Weiji Humyang, the Lion Blade King. The old man, laughing loudly, leans on his sword. He says that he heard that the Storm Swordsmen raised quite talented children. Humyang, looking closely at the young man, states that he is indeed not bad at all. The old man puts the sword aside a little and says that the young man is worthy of fighting face to face with his student. The old man shouts that he really wants to see this fight. The spear stuck in the ground in front of the hero trembles. The boy thinks that by fending off the attack, he has worsened his internal wound, and now he understands how strong the martial artists of the highest peak are. Streams of green energy are visible near the hero's head. A smile appears on the boy's face. He understands that the old man is not going to stop anytime soon, but fortunately, he will not have to deal with him. A man emitting a yellow glow appears behind Y. He states that if he knew that Humyang would show up here, he would have come out to meet him personally. Ho-san asks why Humyang appeared here without warning. The ghosts surrounding the hero are shocked. One of them says that Ho-san emits an aura that is no weaker than that of the Lion Blade King. The elder says that he assumed that the hero's father was hiding his true power, but it is surprising how huge it turned out to be. Humyang and Y stand opposite each other. The old man turns to the boy's father and says that from what he's heard, people are calling the man an idiot from the 9 Dragons Division. Humyang, with his mouth wide open, states that the man may not be showing his face on the battlefield anymore, but his storm has actually become much more powerful than it was. Ho-san, looking down at the old man, asks who cares what people call him. The man's eyes glow green. He states that what's more important is that he sees the old man in good health again, and the old man seems to have some kind of grievance against his son. Ho-san suggests that they talk to Humyang alone inside the mansion. The old man, smiling predatorily, asks why they need to be alone, and if Ho-san is afraid that something will happen to his son. 2 types of energy collide above the people below. Ho-san says that he is not happy with the fact that there are too many prying eyes watching all this action. Humyang continues to smile. The people behind him grab their weapons. The old man says that he is happy with everything. Ho-san raises his left hand. He says that then he will act symmetrically. We see the right side of the hero's father's face. He says that if the old man wants Y to be held accountable for what happened in the capital, he will have to try hard, since first he will have to fight the boy's father. The old man's eyes emit streams of red energy. He says that even if Ho-san says the most correct things, he will still not convince him. Wai looks at what is happening, shocked. Ho-san and Hum-young glare at each other with hatred. Wai doesn't understand why he has a feeling that these old degenerates are about to duel in front of everyone. The hero stands in front of Hum-young, who is emitting flames. One of the ghosts tells him that the storm troop is ready to use even scattering slaughter bows. That is, ready to engage in a full-scale battle. Wai asks again in surprise. Explosions are visible behind the elder. He explains that these bows shoot special explosive arrows that were used in battles with a demonic cult. Dynamite sticks are attached to the bottom of the arrow. Wai calls the Tang clan representatives sick in the head bastards. Hum-young angrily says that by using scattering slaughter bows, the storm troop is breaking the treaty. Ho-san states that the storm troop is now entering righteous wind, and furthermore, the scattering slaughter bows are not a breach of the treaty as they will only be used in 9 Dragons Division territory. The old man, around whom the flames continue to rage, states that Ho-san has always been good at speaking and asks if he really thinks he can fool anyone with these words. The head of the family replies that it would be a shame if they didn't convince Hum-young to come to his senses. The ghost hanging next to the hero's head states that some kind of agreement must have been signed when the storm troop was disbanded. Wai realizes that this means that there is an interest from another party that he didn't even know about. We see the hero's right eye. The young man thinks that the more important thing is that Ho-san and Hum-young are manipulating words in order to justify themselves if a battle breaks out. The old man smiles and draws his sword towards the hero, declaring that he is aiming for this boy anyway, who he was told defeated his wayward disciples. Hum-young, looking sternly at Ho-san, declares that he is going to check whether the head of the family's son has the right to do this to lions anyway. Ho-san, whose eyes are emitting streams of green energy, declares that in this case, the old man will have to fight him first. Hum-young, smiling predatorily, says that this is fine with him. Energy emissions and a ghostly green snake are visible in the air. Wai, looking down, says that it seems that he has no choice. Streams of white energy rise up around the boy's legs. He puts out his left hand. A powerful white beam shoots into the sky. Eugene looks at what is happening in shock. She thinks that Ho-san and Hum-young have not fought yet. However, their aura was incredibly thick, but nevertheless, the hero managed to break through it. One of the fighters looks up in amazement, thinking that the boy was not this strong when he saw him in Daoqing County. The Righteous Wind squad leader tries to figure out when Wai became so strong. Gu Min-chai is visible behind the two men. The bastard frowns, feeling the cold energy. The young man, looking at his father, says that the great master Hum-young is their guest. Ho-san looks at his offspring with displeasure, and says that the old man has ceased to be a guest since the moment he showed his hostile intentions. The young man, turning to his father, says that Hum-young seemed to say that he came here specifically to see him, so only he can determine whether to treat Hum-young as an enemy or not. The old man looks at the boy in surprise. A smile appears on his face. He makes strange sounds. Hum-young, with his head thrown back, laughs. He asks if Wai is really going to treat him like a guest, then declares that the swordsman of the storm has a very brave son. Ho-san remains silent. He lands next to the hero. Looking at the youth, Ho-san says that as he must have noticed, the old man does not know when to stop. He asks if Wai is sure of what he is doing. The boy replies that he will try his best. Closing his eyes, Ho-san declares that he will allow his son to do as he wants. The man raises his right hand. Grabbing his sword, Hum-young says that if the boy treats him like a guest, then he will have to undergo the test that is prepared for him. Wai answers in the affirmative. Putting his hand to his chest, he says that he received internal injuries during his training in Daoqing County, and they have not yet healed, so now he is in an unfit condition for the test. The old man, looking thoughtfully at the young man, says that this is very bad. Hum-young, looking back at someone, asks if these idiots really lost to an opponent who was in such a disorganized state. The old man angrily calls the people standing behind him idiots. They humbly ask for forgiveness. Hum-young, stroking his beard, asks the hero if all this means that he needs time. Wai answers that this is true. The old man asks to say how many days the guy needs to recover. He answers that 10. Hum-young says that the Tang clan has excellent doctors, and they will cope in 3 days. Wai, looking at the old man from under his brows, says that he agrees to at least 5 days. He raises 4 fingers up and says that he is giving the hero exactly that many days, since he cannot wait longer. Wai agrees, promising to prepare for the test. Ho-san, standing next to his son, states that if the old man creates even one problem during these 4 days, Hum-young, not letting the head of the family finish, states that he understands everything and will behave quietly. The hero, looking into the eyes of his opponent, states that in this case he will accompany him to the estate. Wai approaches the man standing behind his father and asks Master Mu for a favor, who states that he does not understand what the hero can ask for when the sun is already setting. The hero whispers to his interlocutor that he should check if what the young man ordered is ready. Mu says that he understands everything. Wai invites the old man to go inside. Hum-young looks at the two girls strangely. Sunny and Summon lower their heads in respect. The hero says that he will order food to be prepared, since the old man is probably very hungry. Hum-young, laughing loudly, states that the young man knows how to talk to guests. He confirms that he is indeed dying of hunger. Sunny watches the old man leave. Eugene approaches the girls and says that it must have been unpleasant for them to see what happened here. One of them says that it was a great opportunity to see the power of martial artists. Sunny says that she is very glad that Hum Yang did not pay attention to her. Eugene asks again in surprise. The girl thinks about it. She realizes that the students from the Lion sect threatened Sunny, who is the daughter of the Clear Sky Sword Emperor, and why just happened to be in that place at the right time. But the Lion Blade King showed no interest in the girl, despite the fact that she was the cause of this discord. Eugene tries to understand if Hum Yang really does not make any aggressive plans towards the Clear Sky Sword Emperor. Sunny calls out to the hero's sister, then asks what sword technique Y uses. Eugene is perplexed that her brother has never trained in swordsmanship. Sunny, shocked, states that this is simply impossible. Eugene rubs her chin thoughtfully. She says that this is all very strange, since Tengon asked her exactly the same question a little earlier. Sunny asks if they are talking about the great master called Fierce Wind Knight. Eugene is puzzled. She confirms that Tengon teaches Y. Sunny asks if his sister ever taught her brother martial arts, or maybe gave him books of a similar nature to read. Eugene turns around and runs away. The girl asks Tengon if Y showed interest in martial arts. The man replies that the guy learned 12 fierce tiger steps on his own. He suggests that the hero may have some secret connections, which, among other things, are hinted at by various rumors. He asks the girl why she asks him these questions. Tengon clutches his head. He says that he showed the guy Lu Ban's forge, which is located in the town of Righteous Wind, and Y ordered a sword there. Eugene asks again in surprise. Tengon tells the girl standing next to him that the guy asked to teach him the art of handling a spear, so when the hero suddenly ordered a sword, he thought that he had learned to use this weapon before or he wanted to learn this art. Eugene stands with her fists clenched. She cannot believe what she heard. Eugene, looking at Sunny, says that she told everything she knows. Her interlocutor says that she can no longer remain silent. She grabs the hero's sister by the hands and begs to let her talk to Y. Eugene, smiling, says that she will tell her brother about this request. Sunny thanks the girl. Summon approaches Eugene and says that Sunny has been looking at Y very strangely lately. The young man's sister asks again in surprise. Summon, blushing, says that Sunny has never been interested in anything except plants and swords, but now she cannot take her eyes off the young man. Covering her mouth with her hand, Summon whispers in secret that Sunny will make a great wife. Eugene says that the girl is the only daughter in a noble family with many sons. Eugene says something in Summon's ear. She screams in horror. Both girls look at Sunny strangely. Summon mentally pities her friend. Someone enters the gate of the estate. A greeting sounds. Eugene looks around, trying to understand who came at such a late hour. She recognizes the bearded old man as Chuck Young. The servant asks where he should take the man. The old man calmly passes the servant and asks where he can find the second son of the Nine Dragons Division family. He replies that he will take the old man to the White Pavilion. Eugene looks at Chuck Young in surprise. She says that it seems the blacksmith made the sword on order of Y. Sunny asks in surprise who is in front of them. Summon replies that it is Tang Chuck Young, who made her sword. Summon points her finger at the old man in surprise and asks if he is the owner of Lu Ban's forge. The girls talk among themselves. Eugene whispers that this is their chance to see what sword technique the Y use. They decide to follow Chuck Young. The hero, bowing to the old man, says that he could not even imagine that he would come here himself. The man lifts the bag and says that it was the hero who sent some loser to hurry him up. The young man replies that he just wanted to see how things were going. Since the order deadline was very close, Chuck Young angrily demands that the young man shut up, since he can only say all sorts of nonsense. Y, smiling, replies that if the old man came here himself, then this can only mean one thing. Chuck Young irritably says that he is here because he completed the order. The hero looks at the box that the old man opens. It contains a very strange weapon. Chuck Young says that it is the sword that the young man ordered. Chuck Young, placing his hands on the drawing, says that he has not been involved in the implementation of such an interesting project for a long time. He examines the weapon depicted on the paper and says that the young man managed to look into the essence of the Tang clan's martial arts at such a young age and combine them all into one weapon. Chuck Young, smiling, imagines a fan. He says that this weapon is essentially a sword, and he is very interested in how the son of the head of the family will handle it. The moon shines above the forge. Closer to the tip of the sword, a bright eye is visible. The hero stands in front of the blacksmith, who asks if he likes the end result. The young man, smiling, replies that everything is even better than he imagined. The old man happily declares that this is quite natural. Y examines his weapon. He thinks that it looks like a fan, but can be used as a sword, and also hides a lot of other useful functions, and this is exactly what he wanted. The young man squeezes the weapon in his hand. He thinks that what impresses him most is the balance. Because if in ordinary metal fans the center of gravity is at the base so that this device can be quickly swung, then here it is located in the middle to allow the use of the sword function. The hero swings his new weapon. Y tightly squeezes the sword. He throws it forward sharply. The fan opens. The young man looks at the open device with admiration. He understands that the balance here is really so good that he can use this weapon as an ordinary fan without any problems. The guy looks at the details of the design in shock. He understands that he sees ivory. Chuck Young, looking into the eyes of the young man, says that he has a very keen eye, and the tusk of a black mythical elephant was really used in its manufacture. Y asks again in surprise. The young man understands that this is an extremely rare material that is used to create witchcraft artifacts. The blacksmith declares that the handle is made of rosewood. Ghosts circle around the hero's head. One of them says that the handle is actually made of iron heartwood, which means that the rosewood is at least 500 years old. The blacksmith asks to pay attention to the cords at the bottom. Y still cannot believe that Chuck Young used incredibly rare materials in his work. The boy understands that everything here may not be as simple as it seems. He continues to examine the fan. Chuck Young brings his fist to his mouth and says that the most important thing to pay attention to is the functionality. He says that the young man can change the operating mode by pulling one of the cords at the bottom of the handle. At the bottom of the fan are 3 ropes that the master talks about. He invites the hero to try them. Y takes one of the cords. We see many sharp details. The blacksmith standing in front of the young man tells him to point the fan at the ground and pull the cord. Y puts his right hand forward. The guy sees a lot of small projectiles in front of him. He says that, as far as he understands, if you pull the cord sharply, the mode will change, and if you pull smoothly, then the hidden weapon will be activated. The old man says that everything is exactly like that, and in the first mode, the fan throws out many needles, and the second cord can be tried right now. The hero takes it. The old man points behind himself and suggests pointing the fan at the wall, which is behind him. Many projectiles fly out of the fan. The blacksmith, smiling, says that the second function is rainstorm needles scatter shot. Y, holding the fan forward, says that this is simply amazing. A white trail is visible behind the blacksmith. The man says that the last mode is the best. The guy asks in surprise if the weapon is really capable of anything else. Chuck Young raises 3 fingers and says that the third mode is special. Y pulls the cord. He says that the sound is a little different now. The blacksmith, clenching his fist, says that an explosion will happen now. The young man asks again in surprise. The blacksmith's eyes glow. He says that the shells that the hero fired will explode now. Closing his eyes, Chuck Young asks the boy to try this function. Y is amazed. He cannot believe that the shells he just fired can also explode. The boy did not even think about such a function, although he understands that it must be very useful. The young man guesses that the blacksmith put gunpowder and some other materials into the needles that react. In front of us are the shells in question. Looking at the fan, Y trembles with excitement. He thinks that this is an amazing stealth weapon that will surprise his enemies twice. It will be effective and powerful, and this is exactly what a master of demonic martial arts needs. Smiling broadly, the hero says that the blacksmith is simply the best in his profession, who replies that he had no doubt that the guy would like the weapon. Y pulls the string. He says that in this case he will check this function. Chuck Young smiles. The young man looks in surprise at the shells lying on the floor. They fly into the air. We see many white needles. A huge number of shells hang around the young man's head. The guy opens his fan. The needles fly chaotically around him. Folding his arms over his chest, the blacksmith says that he had no doubt that the guy would easily dodge them. The young man, looking up, asks what all that was. Y looks in shock at the needles hanging above his head and realizes that they are hovering in the air. Chuck Young, grinning, says that he did not create this sword himself, and the person who helped him decided to test the hero. Y looks at the old man in surprise and calls him a treacherous man, who giggles and says that the guy is absolutely right. Streams of purple energy are visible above the needles. Chuck Young, looking at the shells hanging above him, says that his assistant is not the kind of person who would be satisfied with just this. The ghost hovering above the youth's head says that he sees the dark lightning of Dark Sovereign. The hero cannot believe that the character who helped the blacksmith was Tang Moon Hyuk himself. The needles emitting a purple glow are shown from a different angle. The hero realizes that Dark Sovereign, who endowed these shells with dark lightning, has reached the observer of celestial orbit stage. Y looks up. The old man tells him that if he pulls the string one more time, the projectiles will shoot towards the place where he is standing right now, and any hit will cause extreme pain, and also, the hero will not be able to practice martial arts for 10 days. The hero looks dissatisfied. He understands that these projectiles contain poison that disperses internal energy, which is probably also a gift from Dark Sovereign. Purple spots are visible behind the boy. He thinks that he will not be able to completely neutralize the poison of Dark Sovereign even if he uses the poison dragon cultivation technique, meaning that if even one of these needles hits him, he will not be able to do anything about the invasion of North Sea mythos during the festival. Closing his eyes, the old man says that the youth can just jump back if he is not sure that he can reflect all the needles. The young man holds the sword in his hand. He asks what will happen to the weapon if he retreats. The blacksmith praises the boy for his great intuition. The old man has a pipe smoking in his mouth. He says that if the boy pulls the cord too long or fails to repel the dark lightning, the sword will explode. Y frowns at the weapon in his hand. 2 old men are visible above the boy's head. The boy understands that Dark Sovereign and Chuck Young want him to prove that he is worthy of wielding the sword they worked so hard to create. In front of us is the boy's right eye. The blacksmith, standing in front of Y, asks him what he will do. The hero, smiling, declares that everything is fine with him, and he should not miss the opportunity to have fun, since he has such a sword at his disposal. Chuck-young cheerfully says that he has always been very good at judging people. Y stands with his fists clenched. He sighs. Holding his weapon forward, the hero says that they can begin. 3 girls watch what is happening. Summon says that the hero has a cool weapon, a fan that shoots hidden needles. Eugene confirms that it is an excellent fighting tool. Sunny says that it is actually a sword. The girl, sadly lowering her eyes, repeats her phrase. Summon asks why her friend calls the fan a sword. Sunny looks very serious. She thinks that she also sees that the weapon looks like a fan, but as soon as it is in the hero's hands, the smell of a sword begins to emanate from him. Streams of yellow energy are visible around the guy. The girl understands that the same smell tells her that she is a genius swordsman. The girls look at what is happening in amazement. Summon says that something seems to be happening there. Sunny says that he sees dark lightning. Eugene cannot understand where the patriarch's lightning came from. The hero is surrounded by black clouds. He pulls one of the laces and declares that it is time to begin. Black spheres are visible above the boy's head. Y swings his sword. He strikes. The boy's hand is shaking. Black splashes are visible next to the boy's head. The boy understands that each blow is very strong and weighty. The hero smiles, thinking that he did not expect anything else from the dark lightning of Dark Sovereign. Chuck-young, folding his arms on his chest, declares that the boy has figured out the basics. Black discharges sparkle in the air. Black spheres are also visible there. Y puts his weapon forward, understanding that the tempo is increasing. Black projectiles rush at him. Smiling, the boy parries one blow after another. He thinks that the angles of attack of his weapon are deadly and effective. Purple stars are visible next to the boy. Y feels how perfectly each blow is calculated. It looks like a master teaching his student how to wield a blade. A bright trace of the blow is visible in front of the young man's face. He understands that he is now learning the most effective method of repelling enemy attacks. The hero's sword leaves a bright trace in the air. Y looks down tiredly. The air is filled with electric discharges. The guy looks up. The space around him is filled with jets of black energy. In front of us is a black sphere. Now there are 3 of them. The sky above the young man is completely covered with these objects. Y smiles. He realizes that his main problem is that this lesson has an absolutely insane difficulty. The guy stands with a fan in his hand. He understands that with his current abilities it is impossible to repel all the blows. The hero opens the fan, thinking that his mentor's technique can help him. Y looks at the books on the library shelves. He thinks that after reincarnation and receiving Dantian in the Heavenly Demon archive of his memories, he read his mentor's technique hundreds of times, which is called Heavenly Demon 9 Slashes. In front of us is a book with hieroglyphs. A multi-armed figure is visible above the blonde's head. The young man thinks that the most powerful move in Heavenly Demon 9 Slashes is Mara Thousand Swords form. It turns out that the multi-limbed character has a superbly pumped-up press. The hero thinks that with the current level of internal energy, he will not be able to cope with the amount of energy needed for Mara Thousand Swords form. Y points the sword downwards. He understands that he will have to adapt the energy so that he can somehow use it in his current state. Black circles continue to hang in the sky. A powerful flash occurs next to the young man. The guy's sword generates black discharges. Y thinks that he will use the storm to compensate for the number of hits in this form, and will also use the cold energy of Black Dragon Chi Arts to fill the space. A source of white light is visible in the guy's chest. White marks from the blows remain around the young man. Y is incredibly tense. A white grid appears above his head. The cells of the grid are getting smaller and smaller. Before us is the eye of a young man. Y thinks that he needs to act even more carefully and quickly, imitating what his mentor did. A multi-armed creature is seen above the hero's head. He uses Tempest Dance Sword and Tempest Mara. A white net holds back the impact of the projectiles. Black fragments fly in all directions. Clouds of white smoke are seen in front of the hero. The young man declares that he has passed the test. The guy, covering his face with a fan, declares that this sword now belongs to him. Chuck-young hands the hero a small box. He declares that it contains explosive needles, as well as a recipe for gunpowder. The hero takes the box in his hands and thanks the old man for both making the weapon and for the invaluable lesson. Chuck-young says that for the lesson he should thank the man who helped make this sword. Lowering his eyes, Y says that the man in question agreed to help the old man only because he decided to make this weapon. An old man and a young man stand opposite each other. Chuck-young says that if the young man truly believes this, then he must explain something. The hero agrees to answer the question. Looking at the boy, the blacksmith declares that only those who have regret in their hearts are able to properly wield a storm, and the storm he just saw contained regret of incredible proportions. The old man, looking closely at the young man, says that he is very young and most likely does not know anything about this world yet. He asks what in this case makes the boy regret so much. Y, smiling, says that he is probably just too suspicious. The old man, looking down, says that if the hero does not want to open his soul to him, let him continue to carry this burden in his heart. Folding his arms across his chest, the blacksmith asks if the hero will not mind if he gives a name to the sword. Y says that he does not mind at all. The old man remembers what the boy just looked like. He says that the boy's movements reminded him of a hurricane, and he thinks that the weapon would be called Calamitous Wind Fan. The hero looks at his new sword in surprise. He examines every detail of it, and then declares that this name is perfect. Closing his eyes, the hero thanks the blacksmith for the wonderful name. The boy stands with his fists clenched. He realizes that he is now Calamitous Wind, and not Tempest. Y looks up dreamily. He thinks that perhaps this really is his path. Snow falls on the pagoda. The waiter looks at Chuck Young in bewilderment. He recognizes the old man and says that, as sorry as he is, there are no vacancies at the moment. The blacksmith, raising his right hand, says that there is no need to worry, since he has already reserved a room as a client of Luban's forge. The waiter bows to the old man and asks him to follow him. Chuck Young frowns at the customers. He thinks that there are many guests in the establishment despite the late hour. He realizes that they could have all come here to gawk at Dark Sovereign, whom he calls a loser. Moon Hyuk sits at the table. It is reported that he is a great man who protects Jong Yuan from external aggression. Chuck Young hits himself on the forehead. He is ashamed to hear what people say about Dark Sovereign, since for him he is just an older brother who never matured. Moon Hyuk asks where the old man was for so long. He states that he had to open a bottle while he was waiting for his brother. In front of the blacksmith there is a plate of food. He states that he worked day and night, and simply could not arrive earlier. Moon Hyuk asks his brother how he liked why. Relatives sit at a round table. The blacksmith says that Dark Sovereign seemed to be watching everything himself. He says that he wants to hear his brother's opinion. Chuck Young grimly states that the boy will outgrow Tempest, become Calamitous Wind, and perhaps one day even wipe out the Alliance. Moon Hyuk thoughtfully asks what his brother thinks will happen to the boy once the storms subside. Chuck Young replies that Moon Hyuk need not worry, as the hero will not lose his passion. Raising a cup to his mouth, the blacksmith states that his brother will understand everything himself when he sees the boy up close. Y, who has a fan in front of his face, smiles. Chuck Young remembers that Calamitous Wind was filled with rage out of malice, but the hatred he holds in his heart screamed out of despair. Chuck Young looks to his left. He tells the waiter to bring another bottle. The blacksmith, looking at his brother, states that no matter what, Y is the only one worthy of inheriting the Wild Wind Squad. Moon Hyuk, looking down, says that the boy has talent, determination, insight, ability, and charisma, plus he is Ho-san's son and thus is the perfect candidate. Chuck Young says that despite all this, his brother still seems to have doubts about the boy. He asks what exactly the problem is. Dark Sovereign, placing his chopsticks on his plate, states that Y still needs to learn how to get along with people. The old man grabs one piece of meat. Moon Hyuk states that Calamitous Wind may be superior to everyone around him, but no one will stand next to him. The meat on the plate becomes less. Chuck Young says that the boy is capable of paving the way for the others, so he should be appointed as the squad leader. Raising his right hand, the blacksmith states that if his brother makes Y the eye of the storm, Dark Sovereign interrupts the blacksmith and states that he would do so if the boy was the only candidate. Chuck Young looks at his brother in confusion. He asks if Moon Hyuk has anyone else in mind. Behind the old man, a young brunette is seen. Dark Sovereign declares that this is the divine sword Ching-Ching, Li Chiol-san. The blacksmith angrily jumps up from his seat and asks if his childish brother has lost his mind and if he really wants Ching-Ching's eldest disciple to be the leader of the Wild Wind Squad. Moon Hyuk brings a cup to his lips. He states that Li Chiol-san is considered to be potentially the strongest swordsman in the world. The old man, raising his index finger, says that it is better for this man to be on their side than on anyone else's. Chuck Young reproaches his brother for wanting to make the boy the leader of the Wild Wind Squad in order to strengthen relations with Ching-Ching, and at the same time ignite a spirit of rivalry in the members of the Tang clan. The blacksmith calls his brother a treacherous snake. Dark Sovereign, smiling happily, states that he had no doubt that his brother would understand him. Chuck Young clutches his head. He says that this means Y doesn't have the opportunity to rise, and that's a shame. Moon Hyuk replies that the guy does, but only once. The brothers sit at the table. The blacksmith asks what this opportunity is. Dark Sovereign asks a counter question, asking his brother to guess. The old man pours himself a glass and explains that Y can take his place. Chuck Young looks at Moon Hyuk in confusion. We see a swirling vortex. Dark Sovereign states that when you become the center of the storm and begin to absorb the other winds, it is not necessary to get along with anyone else, since everyone is forced to adapt to you. Moon Hyuk drinks the contents of his cup. The blacksmith thinks that sometimes his brother acts like a child, but he definitely thinks like a leader. Dark Sovereign puts his cup down. A very strange expression appears on his face. The man realizes that something has been added to his drink. Chuck Young, smiling, holds a small vial in his hand. He declares that it is a paralytic poison, a drop of which will knock out even an ox, and he did not expect anything else from the patriarch of the clan, who is still able to think. Moon Hyuk slams his fist on the table. He declares that this poison does not make him hot or cold, but he does not understand how the vile old man dared to pour poison into his drink. The blacksmith laughs loudly and declares that Dark Sovereign is simply magnificent, and he does not even get tongue-tied. The old man notes that Moon Hyuk is probably upset only because he did not immediately notice the poison. The head of the clan, frowning at his brother, asks again. He points at the vial and asks who, in Moon Hyuk's opinion, gave it to him. Dark Sovereign seems to begin to understand something. The blacksmith, looking calmly at his brother, asks him to guess who he met on the way here. Moon Hyuk curses Chuck Young and says that he gave him away in the most shameless way. Dark silhouettes appear in the doors of the establishment. Visitors cover their faces with their hands. The interior shatters into large and small fragments. Chuck Young, folding his arms on his chest, grins maliciously. Dark Sovereign loudly shouts that he will not be given up alive. People whose legs we can see approach his table. One of them says that the entire building is surrounded, and Dark Sovereign should simply surrender. The squad leader states that the schedule for the plan has shifted significantly due to Moon Hyuk's stupid prank. A pretty young girl calls the old man Grandpa. Eugene, Sunny and Summon continue to watch the hero from their hiding place. Summon says that the Tang clan's Tempest dance is simply amazing, and she has never seen such a sword style in her life. Sunny says that she has never seen anything like it either. Summon asks in surprise. Sunny looks shocked. She thinks that it was not Tempest dance, and not even a Tang clan martial arts technique, but something else. The girl tries to understand why learn such a thing. Sunny turns to Eugene and says that this does not seem to be a Tang clan technique. Streams of purple energy are visible in the air. Black spheres hang above the youth's head. Summon asks if the hero can definitely handle this test. Sunny looks at the guy with concern. She thinks that such an attack would be difficult to repel even a martial artist who has reached the highest peak of cultivation. The girl stands up. She says that why might get hurt. Sunny looks at what is happening in amazement. Chuck Young calmly watches what the boy is doing. White marks are visible around the boy. A white net appears above his head, reflecting the projectiles. Sunny realizes that he smells 10,000 swords. The girls look at what is happening. Sunny thinks that the scent of the hero's sword is in its prime, but after he used this technique, the scent of the sword became very unstable. Summon, looking at Eugene with concern, asks if everything is okay now. The sister looks at her brother, around whom streams of purple energy rise, and says that she has never felt such a strong thirst for blood before. Spectral Streak appears behind her, smiling, saying that she warned Eugene that this is the Demon King. The girl frowns at her advisor and asks her to stop talking nonsense. Spectral Streak asks if Eugene really doesn't believe her after everything she saw. She says that Y will easily tear her to pieces. Spectral Streak flies back, shrieking that she is insanely scared. Eugene asks her to be quiet. The sister looks at her brother with wide eyes of amazement. She realizes that she feels not only an incredible thirst for blood, but also that the hero's energy is too unstable. Ghosts are visible next to the young man. One of them says that the girls are still here. Y replies that this is very bad, and he thought that they would hide when Chuck Young leaves. The guy looks to his left. The elder says that it seems that the girls forgot that they came to spy on the young man, as they were mesmerized by the most powerful sword technique of the heavenly cult. Y looks up thoughtfully. He thinks that his technique is based on demonic arts, but he mixed it with Tempest Dance, using the poison dragon cultivation technique, so the onlookers should not notice anything. In front of us is a grinning monster. The hero thinks that the problem lies in the consequences of using Mara without the heavenly demon cultivation technique. The eyes of the multi-armed creature emit a glow. The youth understands that using Tempest Dance as a vessel for Mara was successful, but the venom dragon cultivation technique cannot cope with Mara Thousand Swords. Y takes a fighting stance. He thinks that Heavenly Demon 9 Slashes was created with the Heavenly Demon cultivation technique in mind, which is why Mara's bloodlust after the attack cannot find a place to go. A powerful purple glow can be seen around the youth. Y holds his head, thinking that his energy channels may remain blocked if he does not do something about it. The boy notices something. A smile appears on his face. He takes off. The boy lands in front of the girls. Standing on the ridge of the roof, he asks how much longer the three are going to follow him. The girls look at the hero in fear. They greet him and begin to apologize. Smiling happily, the boy says that the daughters of the strongest swordsman of the Taoist sect Qingqing, the Buddhist Ame sect and one Orthodox sect have gathered here. One of the girls is reflected in the boy's iris. The boy thinks that these are the best candidates to suppress Mara's bloodlust. Y, standing in front of the girls, suggests a duel. Eugene, pointing at himself, asks if her brother is really going to fight them. The boy, raising 3 fingers, declares that it will be pay-per-view. Eugene scratches her cheek thoughtfully. She states that they were indeed wrong to spy on the boy, and then asks if Y is sure of what he wants to do. She looks at her brother with concern, saying that his energy seems unstable right now. Smiling, the boy states that this is why he asks to duel him. He states that he is not skilled enough in wielding a sword, and he needs to fight opponents who are much more knowledgeable in this matter. The girls, with their mouths open, look at the boy. He says that this way he will be able to fully digest the insight he has achieved. Clouds of purple energy are visible near the boy's head. The boy thinks that, in principle, he told the girls the truth. But in fact, the essence of his request is to use the energy of the Qingqing and Ame sects to curb his bloodlust. Eugene sadly says that her brother's words sound reasonable. She asks the other 2 girls if they agree to the duel. Summon states that watching someone else's training was indeed unfair, so she will participate. Sunny agrees with her friend. Smiling, the hero asks the girls to follow him. The brother and sister stand opposite each other. Eugene asks the guy not to overexert himself. Y says that she is perfectly aware of everything. The girl, taking a fighting stance, says that then she will begin. Eugene pushes off the ground. The hero blocks her blow with his sword. The opponents exchange blows. Y swings. The blade of his blade is visible near the girl's head. The opponent's swords clash. Eugene jumps back far. She looks at her brother in bewilderment. The girl puts the sword behind her back. A bright white mark is visible between the brother and sister. The friends watch what is happening. Summon asks if this is really training. Sunny says that these two are fighting as if not for life, but to the death. Eugene moves her sword hand rapidly. There are traces of numerous blows near her brother. Beads of sweat are running down Eugene's cheeks. She can't believe what's happening. The girl knew that Y was improving quickly, but now, as she can see, he is on a completely different level than he was even 2 weeks ago. Eugene remembers her recent fight with her brother. Y parries another blow from his sister. She thinks that in addition to everything, every time their blades clash, the boy's fighting technique becomes more and more honed, since he watches what she does and quickly adopts all the techniques. The girl has to jump back to avoid another blow. She lands on the ground and takes a fighting stance. Eugene is breathing heavily. Putting his hand to his chest, the boy thanks his sister and says that it was very useful. Smiling, the young man turns to Sunny and Sumin and says that he is ready for the next fight. Sumin, landing in front of the young man, says that she would have refused this fight if she knew that everything would be so serious. Y replies that he is looking forward to the fight with the girl. Sumin takes out her sword from its sheath. She says that the promises you make must be kept. She puts her weapon forward and declares that she will be the one to start the fight. The girl rushes to attack. She approaches the hero. Judging by the expression on her face, she is very determined. Between the opponents, traces of twisting blows are visible. The young man's face is tense. Y quickly waves his arms, parrying the blows. One of the ghosts asks if he is okay. The second elder says that nothing else could be expected from a representative of the Ame sect. He states that the anti-demonic energy of the Buddhist sect is much greater than that of the young man. Raising his sword, Y says that he knows everything perfectly well, and this is exactly what he wanted. He strikes back. The guy thinks that, fortunately, Mara's thirst for blood has not yet turned into demonic energy, so the girl's attacks will not cause internal damage, while the guy feels that he loses a huge amount of energy every time his sword collides with Sumin's weapon. The hero's hand holding the sword trembles. The girl flies up to him again. Y thinks that Taoist energy is the complete opposite of his energy, and Buddhist is even worse. We see the young man's face. A bright flash is visible in front of him. The guy blocks another blow from his rival. He thinks that he needs to get used to the energy that the girl emits and find a way to counter it, while Y notes how well the Ame sect representative wields a sword. Summon swings his arm to deliver another blow. The hero thinks that the Ame sect consists only of women, and the fighting techniques they use are designed to compensate for the lack of endurance and strength compared to men. The members of this organization excellently use their sense of balance and their physique to avoid enemy blows and deliver their own, not allowing battles to drag on. Summon looks at his opponent. Y leans forward. He understands that the techniques he is now seeing will be very useful to him in battles with opponents who are larger than him. Summon jumps. The guy and the girl continue to fight, leaving multicolored marks from blows near themselves. The hero looks to his right, putting his hand in the same direction. His blade ends up at the girl's neck. The guy holds the weapon in front of his opponent. Sumin, raising her right hand, declares that she has had enough, and she is very tired. The girl steps aside. The hero thanks her for the fight. Sumin says that the guy is too obsessed, and it will be difficult for him to gain favor with the weaker sex. Sunny passes by her friend, thinking that everything that is happening is extremely curious. The girl approaches the hero. She thinks that this guy was not born with talent, unlike his sister, and if you look solely at his abilities, he is no better than an ordinary disciple of her sect. Sunny remembers the moment of the hero's fight with her friend. She thinks that Y watched the techniques and movements of Sumin and Eugene, after which he adopted them in a matter of minutes, while the speed with which this young man learns is in no way connected with talent. Another episode emerges in the girl's memory. She thinks that Y is capable of all this due to the fact that he understands incredibly well what a blade is. The young man stands, holding his weapon to the right of him. Sunny looks at the young man. She understands that the guy is not very good with the ball physically, which is why the presence of such a deep understanding seems mysterious. The girl looks at the enemy in bewilderment. She sees streams of yellow energy around him and pays attention to the smell of the hero's sword. Standing in front of the guy, she says that he should do everything a little differently. Y asks again in surprise. The girl calmly says that if the boy handles his sword as he does now, it will worsen the smell of this weapon. She advises not to suppress the sword and find a balance between inhalation and exhalation. The hero looks at the girl in bewilderment and asks what smell they are talking about. Sunny understands that she blurted out too much. Turning away from the boy, the girl asks him not to pay attention to her words. The young man looks at Sunny standing in front of him, confused. He remembers that he saw something like this a long time ago in a book he read when he was still in the heavenly cult, and it seems that the clan that Sunny belongs to uses a very original way of determining the talent of fighters. A man is visible above the hero's head. The young man thinks that Clear Sky Sword Emperor is a true master of the sword, and in no case can he ignore the ability that his daughter may have. Raising his left hand, the young man asks the girl to repeat what she said about maintaining balance, and if necessary, explain everything in more detail. Sunny looks at the guy in fear. Sumin calls out to her friend. She asks her to tell it as simply as possible. Raising his clenched fist, Sunny says that the smell of the sword is something like a consumable. The hero asks again in bewilderment. The girl excitedly says that if this scent is used up, it will disappear forever, and even if it is replenished later, it will not smell as good as before. On the other hand, if it can be left for a long time, the scent will become deeper, and then, if it is filled into a sword, it will express itself much better. Sumin, clutching his head, calls his friend a bore. The girl, folding her hands in front of her, smiles happily. Y looks at her in shock and tries to understand what kind of nonsense she is talking. Y knocks on the door. He thinks that because of the Dark Sovereign test and the duel with the girls, he is noticeably late. The guy really hopes that the one who is waiting for him will not be angry with him. The young man folds his hands in a special way and apologizes for making the great master Hamyang wait. The old man, holding a cup, happily says that the guy has finally reached him. Sitting at the table, he asks if it's okay for Y to make such a fuss when he has guests. Sitting down in front of the table, the boy replies that he had to prepare everything to be worthy of meeting one of the greatest martial artists. Y realizes that Hamyang doesn't seem to be mad at him. The old man, looking sternly at the boy, states that he seems to have prepared very well. The man's eyes reflect a hero. Hamyang states that the boy has become stronger in just 2 hours, and has earned claws. Raising his left hand, the boy asks if the old man can really see them. The old man asks the boy back, asking him how many battles he has been through in his life. Taking a sip from his cup, Hamyang says that among the 10 great masters, there is probably not one who has fought as often as him. The boy understands that this is logical, since the old man started his career as a wandering mercenary. He thinks that this man looks like a simpleton, but he should not be underestimated and forget about his difficult character. Y smiles happily. He asks permission to ask just one question. Hamyang, removing the cup from his mouth, asks what exactly the young man wants to know. The old man